Chapter 268. After listening to Bai Zhenmu's words, LV Wenkang secretly shook his head. Just now, Prince Zhong's question was really strange. Even if it was him, he probably wouldn't be able to answer it. Bai Zhenmu was right about this matter. If he didn't defend himself and give a convincing reason, he would probably be a suspect now. Thinking of this, LV Wenkang couldn't help but be startled. If I had allowed young Master Zhong to continue speaking, then I'm afraid that Bai Zhenmu's words would be true. Although the bronze box was found in Zhong Laji's room, it would become unfavorable evidence against Bai Zhenmu. Seeing that LV Wenkang didn't speak for a long time, Bai Zhenmu sneered in his heart and continued, "Eldest senior brother, you also understand this matter. So, you should also know why Zhong Laji put the bronze box in the bedroom. In addition, after we went to the second floor, Zhong Laji asked me to search his living room. That was his purpose." At this point, Bai Zhenmu sighed. "Eldest senior brother, if you were the one who went to search Zhong Laji's living room, I'm afraid that you would also be suspected. Perhaps the one who would be locked up in the Repentance Pavilion would be you." After listening to Bai Zhenmu's words, LV Wenkang was secretly shocked and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. If the person who searched the living room wasn't Bai Zhenmu, but himself, wouldn't that mean that he would be suspected? LV Wenkang didn't believe that he would be as lucky as Bai Zhenmu to escape this disaster. Maybe it was really like what he said, that he would be locked up in the Repentance Pavilion. Looking at the cold sweat on LV Wenkang's forehead, Bai Zhenmu's eyes were full of disdain. He was very clear that even if LV Wenkang searched the living room, he wouldn't be able to find the bronze box. And the place where the bronze box was found was still in the room that Bai Zhenmu went to. After a long while, LV Wenkang finally recovered from his chaotic state of mind. He raised his head to look at Zhong Laji and slowly asked, "Junior brother Zhong, is what Bai Zhenmu said true? If I search the living room, will I become a suspect as well?" Hearing LV Wenkang's question, Zhong Laji shook his head. "Eldest senior brother, that bronze box isn't mine. Even if you search the living room, you won't be able to find it. Why would you be suspected?" Seeing LV Wenkang suspecting this person and that person, Bai Zhenmu was somewhat impatient. If this continued, what if Zhong Laji recalled some useful clues? Wouldn't all his efforts be wasted? Thinking of this, Bai Zhenmu took a step forward and said to LV Wenkang, "Eldest senior brother, I think it's useless for you to continue asking. Zhong Laji definitely won't tell us the location of the blueprint. Why don't I use some means to make him tell us the location of the blueprint as soon as possible?" After hearing Bai Zhenmu's words, LV Wenkang hesitated. He still had some doubts in his heart about whether Zhong Laji was the one who stole the blueprint. However, even though he had his suspicions, he wasn't sure if Zhong Laji was the one who stole the blueprint. If he was sure that Zhong Laji wasn't the one who stole the blueprint, he wouldn't let Bai Zhenmu hurt Zhong Laji even if he had to risk his life. However, the key problem was that he didn't dare to guarantee that Zhong Laji wasn't the one who stole the blueprint. Therefore, he was only hesitant about protecting Zhong Laji. Thinking of this, LV Wenkang subconsciously glanced at his master, only to see that his master was resting with his eyes closed. Seeing this scene, Zhong Laji understood in his heart. It seemed that at this critical moment, it was impossible to really rest with his eyes closed. Although his eyes were closed, he was definitely listening carefully to the movements in the hall. Moreover, his master had already agreed to Bai Zhenmu's request. Although he didn't say it explicitly, he also agreed to Bai Zhenmu's idea of using some tricks. Since his master had agreed, LV Wenkang felt that if he continued to insist, his master wouldn't be happy. This was because the blueprint was too important. As long as he could get the blueprint back, his master would agree no matter what method he used. Thinking of what Zhong Laji would face next, LV Wenkang secretly sighed in his heart. He raised his head to look at Zhong Laji and said somewhat sadly, "Junior brother Zhong, you're on your own now." After saying this, LV Wenkang turned around and walked to the side. He lowered his head and didn't speak anymore. Seeing that LV Wenkang had retreated, Bai Zhenmu sneered. Just as he was about to speak, Liu Huarong suddenly walked up and cupped his hands to Bai Zhenmu. He said softly, "Senior brother Bai, let me say a few words to senior brother Zhong." Speaking of this, Liu Huarong paused for a moment before continuing. We're all brothers of the same sect. If my third senior brother can admit it, it will avoid hurting our relationship. After hearing Liu Huarong's words, Bai Zhenmu nodded. Bai Zhenmu naturally understood this principle. If his methods were too cruel now, it wouldn't be good for his future. Seeing that Bai Zhenmu had agreed to his request, Liu Huarong slowly walked to Zhong Laji's side and said in a low voice, "Third senior brother, this matter, as long as you admit that Yi Shen stole it, everything will be fine. Why are you still so stubborn? You know senior brother Bai's methods. Why do you have to suffer so much? As long as you admit it, this matter will be over." After hearing Liu Huarong's words, Zhong Laji sneered, "Liu Huarong, you don't have to lie to me. Even if I admit it now, will Bai Zhenmu let me go?" Hearing this, Liu Huarong took another step forward. He was closer to Zhong Laji and said in an even lower voice, "Third senior brother, can you resist senior brother Bai's methods?" Hearing this, Zhong Laji was stunned. He didn't expect Liu Huarong to ask this question. He didn't have time to think and replied, "So what? At worst, I'll die." After hearing Zhong Laji's answer, Liu Huarong shook his head, "Third senior brother, you won't die. We're not immortals. I'm afraid that at a certain point, third senior brother will still confess. It's just a matter of time. At that time, I'm afraid senior brother Zhong will be crippled. If that's really the case, what will happen to third senior brother in the future? Haven't you thought about it?" Speaking of this, Liu Huarong paused for a moment before continuing, "Third senior brother, if you admit it now, I think senior brother Bai won't use those methods on you. No matter what, at least you'll still be a complete person. Third senior brother, you should think about it carefully. If it really comes to that point, sigh." Hearing Liu Huarong's words, Zhong Laji's heart sank. He admitted that Liu Huarong was right. If he didn't admit that he was the one who stole the blueprints, or Yi Shen was the one who stole the blueprints, then with Bai Zhenmu's methods, it would be easy to make him an incomplete person. Zhong Laji was certain of this. Chapter 269. Seeing the sadness on Zhong Laji's face, Liu Huarong continued to persuade him, "Third senior brother, as long as you admit to it, I will definitely plead for you. At least you will be safe if you run away. Third senior brother, you must think carefully. If senior brother Bai makes a move, it will be too late." Liu Huarong's words really moved Zhong Laji somewhat. He even thought that if he said that Yi Shen stole the blueprint, would he be able to get rid of suspicion? Then, he would pretend to be the victim and cry in front of his master. In order to defeat Yi Shen, Bai Zhenmu would definitely plead for him. Perhaps, he would be fine. Thinking of this, Zhong Laji was really moved. He knew very well that as long as he admitted to it and randomly mentioned the location of the blueprint, Bai Zhenmu would definitely find the blueprint from the location he randomly mentioned. Of course, the blueprint that was found was not stolen by Yi Shen or Zhong Laji. It was placed there by Bai Zhenmu himself. It was that simple. All he had to do was say something. The blueprint was stolen by Yi Shen. As long as he said this, everything would have nothing to do with him. Bai Zhenmu's little tricks would not be used on him. Looking at the cold light that kept flashing in Bai Zhenmu's eyes, Zhong Laji knew what Bai Zhenmu was thinking. After Bai Zhenmu stole the blueprint, his purpose was naturally to frame Yi Shen. Perhaps he was in the way, so Bai Zhenmu wanted to deal with him as well. If he changed his statement now and said that Yi Shen stole the blueprint, Bai Zhenmu would definitely let him go because it would mean that he had surrendered to him. But, could he really betray Yi Shen for his own safety? No, not betray, but frame Yi Shen. At that time, although he would be safe, he would become the same person as Bai Zhenmu. No, he would become someone worse than Bai Zhenmu. Yi Shen was his good friend. If he betrayed his good friend, he would definitely be worse than he was during the day. Thinking of his past with Yi Shen and the sincerity of Yi Shen, Zhong Laji felt extremely sad. Yi Shen was still locked up in the pitch-black penitent's pavilion. Perhaps Yi Shen was still hoping that his only friend would speak up for him outside the repentance pavilion and help him find evidence to prove his innocence. Perhaps Yi Shen was able to stay in the repentance pavilion for so long because he had this belief in his heart. He believed that she would speak up for him and find a way to prove his innocence. That was why he had the courage to persist. If he betrayed him or even framed him, Zhong Laji was not sure if Yi Xian would still walk out of the Repentance Pavilion. Perhaps, when Yi Xian heard the news, he was already regretting that he had died during the quarantine. Thinking of this, Zhong Laji felt terrible. If he really did that, even if he went to a place where no one knew him, he was afraid that his conscience would be disturbed for the rest of his life. An extremely talented young man had fallen just like that because he had framed him. Sigh. Thinking of this, Zhong Laji suddenly sighed. He felt that his heart was not that hard. No matter what, he could not do such a thing. With this thought, Zhong Laji suddenly felt that the feeling of guilt disappeared and was replaced by a sense of heroism. What was there to be afraid of? As long as he had a clear conscience, even if he died, he would not have wasted his life in this world. Thinking of this, Zhong Laji already understood what choice he should make. He wanted to make a choice that he would never regret. Thinking of this, Zhong Laji suddenly raised his hand and patted Liu Huarong's shoulder. Junior brother Liu, thank you for your kindness. However, your third senior brother is not that kind of person. I will never betray my friends. I know Bai Zhenmu's methods, but so what? If I make a choice that I will regret for the rest of my life because I am afraid of his methods, then I would rather die. After saying this, Zhong Laji turned to look at Bai Zhenmu and said with a laugh. Bai Zhenmu, actually, you already have the blueprint. Why do you have to be so pretentious? Just take it out and forget about it. It will save Master from worrying. Hearing Zhong Laji's words, Liu Huarong lowered his head in shame. To be honest, if Liu Huarong had known that Bai Zhenmu was the one who stole the blueprint, he would never have colluded with Bai Zhenmu. However, things had already come to this point. Even if he wanted to retreat, there was no way to do so. Unless he turned around and told the truth that Bai Zhenmu was the one who stole the blueprint, he would be able to reverse the situation. However, even an ant would drag out its life. How could he say it? Liu Huarong knew very well that if he dared to say it, Bai Zhenmu would probably attack him immediately. It would definitely be a fatal blow to him. Therefore, he could not reveal this matter. If he did, Zhong Laji and Yi Xian might be safe, but he, Liu Huarong, would probably lose his life. Although Master Sun Xinjing was present in this hall, Liu Huarong did not dare to guarantee that if Bai Zhenmu went crazy, no one would stop him from attacking him. Since he understood this, Liu Huarong could only remain silent. He had no other choice. The only thing he could do was to silently pray for Zhong Laji in his heart. Seeing that no one had anything to say, Bai Zhenmu slowly walked up to Zhong Laji and shouted sternly, Zhong Laji, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't say it, don't blame me for not taking into account that we are from the same sect and attacking you heavily. After hearing Bai Zhenmu's question, Zhong Laji sneered. Bai Zhenmu, stop acting. Since you want to attack, come at me. If I, Zhong Laji, say anything that goes against my conscience, then I'm not a man. Bai Zhenmu nodded when he heard that. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Zhong Laji, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. After saying that, Bai Zhenmu slowly raised his hand and was about to grab Zhong Laji. Before he made his move, Bai Zhenmu already had a detailed plan. He was going to break Zhong Laji's bones bit by bit. He wanted to see if Zhong Laji could withstand the inhumane torture. If all of Zhong Laji's bones were broken, then Zhong Laji would eventually turn into a pile of mud. He would no longer be able to exert any strength and would not even be able to move. Seeing that Bai Zhenmu was about to make his move, everyone in the hall held their breaths and looked over. Everyone knew that since Master had already agreed to Bai Zhenmu's means, then they were also very clear that Bai Zhenmu would definitely not hold back. He would definitely use the most vicious means to deal with Zhong Laji. Then, would Zhong Laji confess under Bai Zhenmu's vicious means? Chapter 270. Bai Zhenmu raised his hand with a sinister smile and slowly grabbed at Zhong Laji. Although it wasn't fast, Bai Zhenmu believed that Zhong Laji wouldn't be able to dodge it. Because there were at least 3 variations waiting for Zhong Laji. If Zhong Laji obediently let him grab him, Bai Zhenmu would slowly destroy his bones and tendons, making him feel so much pain that he wished he was dead. If Zhong Laji dared to dodge, Bai Zhenmu's other variations would make Zhong Laji lose the ability to resist immediately. Not only was Bai Zhenmu clear about this, but Zhong Laji was also very clear about this. Hence, even though he knew that he wasn't Bai Zhenmu's match, he had already given up on resisting because it was meaningless and would only bring him greater pain. Zhong Laji believed that if he dared to turn around and run now, Bai Zhenmu's move might seem slow, but it would definitely hit his back the moment he turned around, making him lose the ability to resist. Hence, despite knowing this situation, Zhong Laji could only grit his teeth and stare at Bai Zhenmu. He wanted to see what kind of methods this demon would use to torture him. Zhong Laji also ran out. At most, he would die. What was there to be afraid of? However, although Zhong Laji wasn't afraid of death, he would never imagine that there was something worse waiting for him. In a while, his bones and tendons would be broken by Zhenmu bit by bit. At that time, he would fall to the ground like a pile of mud. Other than being able to breathe, he wouldn't be able to do anything else. Seeing the sinister smile on the face of the originally cultured and elegant Bai Zhenmu, everyone couldn't bear to look anymore. They all turned their heads and sighed inwardly. At this moment, Zhong Laji's heart was like a withered tree without any vitality. There was no other thought in his heart. Now, there was only hatred left. He hated Bai Zhenmu for being ruthless. He hated his fellow disciples for being heartless. He also hated his master for being heartless. He was clearly wronged, but his master tacitly allowed Bai Zhenmu to do something to him. This meant that his master was also suspecting him. His fellow disciples actually didn't speak up for him. They were all just watching coldly. As for Bai Zhenmu, he was the one who had stolen the blueprint. Yet, for his own personal gain, he had framed him without a shred of sympathy. Thinking of his concern for Bai Zhenmu in the past and seeing the cold glint in Bai Zhenmu's eyes, Zhong Laji suddenly raised his head and roared. "I'm not convinced. I hate it." Zhong Laji's beast-like howl made Bai Zhenmu hesitate for a moment. However, this hesitation only caused a slight ripple in Bai Zhenmu's heart. It quickly calmed down and disappeared without a trace. Looking at Zhong Laji, whose eyes were filled with hatred, Bai Zhenmu felt a trace of sympathy for him. However, he knew very well that if he failed today, his fate would not be any better than Zhong Laji's. Since that was the case, why should he be soft-hearted? Thinking of this, Bai Zhenmu gritted his teeth and took a step forward, wanting to grab Zhong Laji's shoulder. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "All right, let's end it here today." Although this voice wasn't loud, it was very clear in Bai Zhenmu's ears. It was as if it had struck his soul, causing him to pause abruptly. He subconsciously turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw Zhong Meng smiling at him. Seeing the smile on Zhong Meng's face, Bai Zhenmu suddenly felt a little angry. Although Zhong Meng's voice wasn't loud just now, it actually scared him. Thinking of how he was scared to this extent by such a young man with his skills, Bai Zhenmu's anger instantly burned fiercely. "Prince Zhong, what do you mean by this?" Seeing that Bai Zhenmu was asking him a question, Zhong Meng couldn't be bothered with him. He directly turned his head to look at Sun Xinjing and asked with a smile. "Branch leader Sun, what you're doing seems a little inappropriate." Originally, when Sun Xinjing saw that Bai Zhenmu was about to deal with Zhong Laji, he really couldn't bear it in his heart. However, in order to find the blueprint as soon as possible, it didn't matter even if he had to deal a heavy blow. Moreover, now that the evidence was conclusive, it could definitely prove that the bronze box was found in Zhong Laji's room. If Zhong Laji admitted that the bronze box was his and took out the blueprint, Sun Xinjing would give him a chance. However, Zhong Laji didn't know what was good for him and actually gave up on the opportunity given to him. At this moment, no matter how good Sun Xinjing's temper was, he couldn't hold it in anymore. Sun Xinjing was very clear that although Bai Zhenmu said that he only used some small tricks on Zhong Laji, he was certain that the small tricks that Bai Zhenmu mentioned would definitely make Zhong Laji unable to stand up again for the rest of his life. However, even if Sun Xinjing knew that this would be the result, so what? As long as he could find the blueprint, everything would be worth it. Moreover, as long as he could find the blueprint, it would prove that the blueprint was stolen by Zhong Laji. There was no need to sympathize with the scum of the sect. In addition, Bai Zhenmu promised that he would definitely find the blueprint, so Sun Xinjing just let it be. As long as he could find the blueprint, everything else didn't matter. At this moment, he heard Zhong Meng's voice. When Sun Xinjing heard this voice, he was stunned at first, then he felt a little angry in his heart. This Prince Zhong really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Didn't his family tell him not to meddle in the affairs of other sects and that it was impolite? Looking at the smiling Zhong Meng, Sun Xinjing frowned. Although he was angry in his heart, he still spoke slowly. Prince Zhong, I hope you won't meddle in the affairs of our sect. What you're doing is really not good for both of us. As soon as Sun Xinjing finished speaking, before Zhong Meng could speak, Bai Jianmu suddenly said loudly, Prince Zhong, you know that Zhong Leji is the one who stole the blueprint, but you still want to defend him. Are you really Zhong Leji's accomplice? After hearing Bai Jianmu's question, Zhong Meng turned to look at him, gave him a thumbs up, and praised him. Bai Jianmu, you're really a talent. I really admire you. Amazing, really amazing. After hearing Zhong Meng's praise, Bai Jianmu wasn't overjoyed. Instead, his gaze froze, and then he said coldly, Prince Zhong, regardless of whether you're Zhong Leji's accomplice or not, I didn't want you to get involved. However, since you insisted on barging in, then don't blame me for saying that you're related to this blueprint. After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Zhong Meng turned to look at Sun Xinjing and asked with a smile, Branch Leader Sun, do you believe Bai Jianmu's words? After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Sun Xinjing thought for a moment and nodded. Prince Zhong, the evidence is conclusive that Zhong Leji is the one who stole the blueprint. However, under such circumstances, you still want to speak up for him. Isn't that suspicious? Chapter 271. Zhong Meng shook his head. Branch Leader Sun, after hearing what you said, I also feel that I have something to do with this matter. After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Sun Xinjing was stunned for a moment. Then, he turned to look at Zhong Meng and asked, Prince Zhong, if you were me, would you be suspicious? Zhong Meng nodded. Branch Leader Sun, let me ask you another question. Do you think that Yi Xian and Zhong Leji are the people who stole the blueprint? After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Sun Xinjing turned to look at Zhong Leji, then at Bai Jianmu. He sighed. Prince Zhong, there's nothing to be suspicious about. Now that the bronze box was found in Zhong Leji's room, there's conclusive evidence. What's there to be suspicious about? After hearing Sun Xinjing's answer, Zhong Meng nodded and said with a smile, in that case, can we make a deal? I'll find the blueprint for you, and you give Yi Xian and Zhong Leji to me. What do you think? You. After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Xinjing only said one word in surprise before he couldn't continue. Zhong Meng's words were like a bolt from the blue, striking Sun Xinjing's mind. He trembled and was stunned on the spot. Although he was stunned, he was thinking quickly in his mind. What was going on? Why did Prince Zhong have the blueprint? Could it be like what Bai Jianmu said, that he was the one who came to pick up the blueprint? When Zhong Meng said this, not only was Sun Xinjing stunned, but even Bai Jianmu was stunned. He carefully thought about the place where he had placed the blueprint. After confirming that it was safe, he felt slightly relieved. At the same time, he was surprised. What was the purpose of Prince Zhong's words? In the entire hall, Bai Jianmu could swear that he was the only one who knew the location of the blueprint. The question was, why did Prince Zhong say that he could produce the blueprints? Could it be that someone had informed Prince Zhong? No, that's not right. Only I know where I put the blueprint. As long as I don't say anything, no one else will know. After thinking this through, Bai Jianmu felt completely at ease. Since there was nothing to worry about, Bai Jianmu had nothing to be afraid of. Since he had nothing to be afraid of, Prince Zhong's words meant that he had fallen into a trap. Just when Bai Jianmu was worried that he didn't have enough evidence to accuse Zhong Leji, Prince Zhong actually jumped out to help him. Thinking of this, Bai Jianmu secretly cheered in his heart. He was lucky. Since Prince Zhong had come up with such a stupid move, he definitely couldn't let go of this good opportunity. After thinking through all of this, Bai Jianmu looked at Zhong Meng and said with a laugh, Prince Zhong, I understand. I finally understand now. After saying this, Bai Jianmu's strength alone was not enough. He turned to look at his eldest senior brother, LV Wenkang, and said with a smile. Eldest senior brother, Look, I wasn't wrong, right? I just said that Yi Xian was the person who stole the blueprint. After he stole the blueprint, he knew that he would be suspected, so he gave the blueprint to Zhong Laji in advance. At this point, Bai Jianmu paused for a moment before continuing. Perhaps Zhong Laji felt that it was not safe to leave the blueprint with him, so he wanted to give it away. At this point, Bai Jianmu suddenly turned around and pointed at Zhong Meng. He said loudly, "Prince Zhong came to the South County branch to get the blueprint. Just now, I was just suspecting him, but now, Prince Zhong actually admitted that he had the blueprint." At this point, Bai Jianmu turned to look at his eldest senior brother, LV Wenkang, and said coldly, "Eldest senior brother, do you know what this means? We only found the bronze box in Zhong Laji's room and didn't find the blueprint. At that time, I thought that the blueprint was in the study room. Now, it seems that it should be in Prince Zhong's hands. Otherwise, why would he use the blueprint to exchange for Yi Xian and Zhong Laji? More importantly, if Zhong Laji didn't give him the blueprint, how could he have it? Eldest senior brother, don't you think so?" In fact, before he heard Bai Jianmu say this, LV Wenkang already had some doubts in his heart. Although Prince Zhong wanted to use the blueprint to exchange for Zhong Laji and Yi Xian, the problem was, why did Prince Zhong have the blueprint? Where did he get it from? Could it be that Zhong Laji really gave him the blueprint? LV Wenkang was really puzzled. Prince Zhong had just arrived today. How could he have the blueprint? In the entire South County branch, other than Yi Xian who knew where Sun Xinjing had placed the blueprint, no one else knew, let alone have the blueprint. Then, how could Prince Zhong have the blueprint? In LV Wenkang's opinion, his thoughts coincided with Bai Jianmu's. Yi Xian had undoubtedly stolen the blueprint, and Yi Xian had given it to Zhong Laji. Zhong Laji was worried that outsiders would find out about the blueprint, so he found Prince Zhong and asked Prince Zhong to take the blueprint out. Perhaps the blueprint was with Prince Zhong now. Because it was not easy to take the bronze box out, Prince Zhong only took the blueprint and left the bronze box with Zhong Laji. However, he did not expect that Bai Jianmu would find it. Now that Zhong Laji was about to be punished, perhaps Prince Zhong had a conscience and offered to exchange the blueprint for Yi Xian and Zhong Laji to ensure their safety. After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, LV Wenkang was even more certain of his thoughts. This was because in the entire case, this was the most reasonable explanation. Thinking of this, LV Wenkang sighed and nodded at Bai Jianmu. However, he did not say anything. Instead, he turned to look at Zhong Laji. At this moment, Zhong Laji was also stunned when he heard Zhong Meng's words. For a moment, he was actually a little confused. He had already confirmed that Bai Jianmu was the person who stole the blueprint. However, Prince Zhong actually said that he wanted to exchange the blueprint for him and Yi Xian. Although Zhong Laji was very grateful that Prince Zhong wanted to use the blueprint to save him and Yi Xian, what was going on? Could it be that the blueprint was not stolen by Bai Jianmu, but by Prince Zhong? No, Prince Zhong had just arrived today. How could he have stolen the blueprint? Moreover, Prince Zhong had never been to the South County branch before, so it was even more impossible for him to know the location where Sun Xinjing placed the blueprint. Since he didn't know where Sun Xinjing placed the blueprint, how could Prince Zhong steal the blueprint? What was going on? The blueprint was clearly stolen by Bai Jianmu. Why would Prince Zhong have the blueprint? Could it be that Prince Zhong was actually in cahoots with Bai Jianmu? That was why he had the blueprint. But that didn't make sense. If Prince Zhong was in cahoots with Bai Jianmu, why would he use that precious blueprint to exchange for Yi Xian and him? He and Yi Xian were clearly their enemies. Therefore, it was impossible for Prince Zhong to be in cahoots with Bai Jianmu. The problem was, since the blueprint was in Bai Jianmu's hands, why would Prince Zhong have the blueprint? Chapter 272. Seeing LV Wenkang nod, Bai Jianmu knew that he had agreed with him, so he continued. Eldest senior brother, as disciples of the South County branch, since we know the truth, shouldn't we do something? After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, LV Wenkang hesitated for a moment. He naturally understood what Bai Jianmu meant. He wanted him to say a few words. Although LV Wenkang didn't want to say anything, Bai Jianmu's words made him have no choice but to say it. LV Wenkang thought for a moment before taking 2 steps forward. He looked at Zhong Meng and said slowly, Prince Zhong, since you have the blueprint, take it out so that my master won't worry about it. After hearing LV Wenkang's words, Sun Xinjing finally reacted. He turned to look at Zhong Meng and said anxiously, Prince Zhong, since the blueprint is with you, please return it to the sect as soon as possible to prevent it from being leaked. Zhong Meng shook his head. Division Leader Sun, the blueprint is not in my hands now, and I can't take it out now. However, as long as you agree to what I said just now, I can immediately take it out. Division Leader Sun, do you agree? Sun Xinjing was unhappy when he heard this, but for the sake of the blueprint, he suppressed his anger and said slowly, since Prince Zhong wants to use the blueprint to exchange for these two rascals, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as Sun Xinjing finished speaking, Bai Zhenmu turned pale with fright. Now, he was certain that Zhong Leji already knew that he was the one who stole the blueprint. According to his plan, he would definitely not let Zhong Leji go. After Zhong Leji confessed, he would definitely deal with him heavily so that he would never reveal this secret. Bai Zhenmu had even thought about it. Tang Zhenan and Liu Huarong knew about this secret. After he became the division leader, Bai Zhenmu would definitely not let these two people off. At this moment, seeing that Prince Zhong actually made such a request, Bai Zhenmu could not help but panic. He quickly stepped forward and said, Master, Prince Zhong is clearly in cahoots with Zhong Laji. The reason why he took out the blueprint was to save his accomplice. If we let them go so easily, if word gets out, wouldn't our South County branch lose all its face? Master, please reconsider. Even if Prince Zhong doesn't hand over the blueprint, your disciple has a way to make Zhong Leji hand it over. Master, you mustn't let this villain succeed. Seeing that the situation had changed, Tang Zhenan, who was originally relieved, became anxious again. Although Tang Zhenan sympathized with Zhong Leji's situation, he knew that he would not have a good ending if others found out about this. Whether or not Yi Xian knew their secret, Tang Zhenan did not dare to say. However, he was certain that Zhong Leji knew their secret. If he let Zhong Leji go so easily, Tang Zhenan was a little afraid. If Zhong Leji told others about this matter in the future, Tang Zhenan would also be implicated. Thinking of this, Tang Zhenan hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his fists. Master, you mustn't underestimate this villain. Since Junior Bai said that he got the blueprint back, I think it's better to let Junior Bai handle this matter. After all, Junior Bai is one of us. Moreover, Junior Bai can guarantee that he will definitely get the blueprint back. Master, I think it's better not to trouble Prince Zhong with this matter. Let Junior Bai handle it. Hearing Tang Zhenan's words, Bai Zhenmu turned to look at his eldest senior brother, LV Wenkang. He knew that if everyone said so, his master would be able to make a change. Seeing Bai Zhenmu's gaze, LV Wenkang naturally knew what he meant. However, he really did not want to say anything because his heart was in a mess. What was going on? Why did Prince Zhong have the blueprint? The most important thing was that Prince Zhong wanted to use the blueprint to exchange for Yi Xian and Zhong Laji. To be honest, LV Wenkang did not want Bai Zhenmu to do anything to Zhong Laji. After all, they had been fellow disciples for many years. Moreover, he also knew how powerful Bai Zhenmu's methods were. If Bai Zhenmu really did make a move, LV Wenkang naturally knew what would happen to Zhong Leji. Although he was now certain that even if Zhong Leji was not the one who stole the blueprint, he was definitely related to it. However, this did not mean that he was willing to watch Bai Zhenmu do anything to Zhong Leji. If he spoke up for Bai Zhenmu, his master might agree and let Bai Zhenmu use his methods again. Then, wouldn't Zhong Leji be severely punished? If he let Prince Zhong use the blueprint to exchange for the two of them, although it would benefit Zhong Leji and Yi Xian, he would still get the blueprint back. These two thoughts kept spinning in LV Wenkang's mind, making it difficult for him to make a decision. Seeing that Bai Zhenmu kept winking at him, LV Wenkang gritted his teeth and turned his head away from Bai Zhenmu. He decided not to care about this matter anymore. Seeing that LV Wenkang did not say anything and turned his head to the side, Bai Zhenmu knew that LV Wenkang really did not want to care about it anymore. Although LV Wenkang did not want to care about it, how could Bai Zhenmu let him go? Bai Zhenmu stepped forward and patted LV Wenkang's shoulder. He said in a low voice, "Eldest senior brother, No matter what, you have to think about the reputation of our sect. Think about it. If Prince Zhong uses the blueprint to exchange Zhong Leji and Yi Xian, if outsiders find out, wouldn't they think that our Tianji sect has no one? After the blueprint was stolen, we still had to swallow our anger and let the person who stole the blueprint leave. Eldest senior brother, if we really do this, when someone asks about it when you go out in the future, how can we have the face to tell others? Eldest senior brother, when that time comes, our South County branch will lose all our face. How can we raise our heads in the future? The key is that the thief actually stole such an important blueprint and is still safe and sound. Wouldn't that make more thieves want that blueprint? Eldest senior brother, you have to think about what you should do. Don't forget that you're the eldest senior brother of the South County branch. You're the one who has lost the most face. After saying this, Bai Jianmu turned around and retreated to the side. He stopped talking to LV Wenkang. Bai Jianmu believed that his words would definitely move LV Wenkang. If it was for other things, LV Wenkang might not care. However, when it came to the reputation of the South County branch, Bai Jianmu believed that LV Wenkang would definitely not sit back and do nothing. The truth was just as Bai Jianmu had guessed. After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, LV Wenkang's heart skipped a beat. No matter what Bai Jianmu wanted to do, what he said was very reasonable. If Prince Zhong used the blueprint to exchange Zhong Leji and Yi Xian and let the two of them leave the South County branch safely, then more people would probably come to the South County branch to steal that precious blueprint. Even if no outsiders came, the fellow disciples of the sect would still be thinking about that blueprint. This was because even if they stole the blueprint, it would be fine if they took it out. Chapter 273. LV Wenkang understood this, but he did not move. This was because he could not bear to see Zhong Leji suffer. No matter what, Zhong Leji was his junior brother. The key was that if Bai Jianmu really made a move, Zhong Leji's fate would definitely be very miserable. LV Wenkang sighed when he thought about how Bai Jianmu would torture Zhong Leji until he was no longer human. Although letting Zhong Leji go now and letting them leave the South County branch might attract more people's attention, as Bai Jianmu had said, Bai Jianmu was right. However, LV Wenkang could not make up his mind to dissuade his master. Seeing that LV Wenkang did not speak for a long time, Bai Jianmu was a little anxious. He knew that if LV Wenkang did not speak, then what they said would be much less important in Sun Xinjing's ears. At this moment, Tang Zhenan finished speaking. Bai Jianmu hurriedly looked at Sun Xinjing. Just as he had guessed, Sun Xinjing was expressionless and did not respond to their words. Seeing this, Bai Jianmu hurriedly turned to look at Liu Huarong and gave him a look, indicating for him to quickly go forward and speak. Liu Huarong originally did not want to speak, but after seeing Bai Jianmu's gaze, he could only sigh in his heart. At this point, although he sympathized with Zhong Leji, he knew that if Zhong Leji was safe, then he, Liu Huarong, would not be safe either. Thinking of this, Liu Huarong hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Master, what senior brother Bai said makes sense. The matter of stealing the blueprint is of great importance. If Master lets them go easily, I'm afraid it will attract criticism and bring bad consequences. In addition, since senior brother Bai is confident in getting the blueprint back, it means that our South County branch can solve this matter ourselves. Why should we trouble others?" Although Prince Zhong agreed to retrieve the blueprint in exchange for the safety of Zhong Leji and Yi Xian, this also means that Prince Zhong is suspicious. Otherwise, he would not have the blueprint. Even if Prince Zhong has the blueprint, if I'm not wrong, it should have been given to him by Zhong Leji. The blueprint was clearly something that belonged to our South County branch, but someone took this blueprint and made a deal with us. If this matter were to spread, it would definitely be a huge blow to the reputation of our South County branch. Master, if we cooperate with Prince Zhong, it's like he's threatening us. If we don't agree to his conditions, he won't take out the blueprint. In my opinion, since Prince Zhong wants to use the blueprint to threaten us, then there's no need for us to cooperate with him. It's better to let Senior Bai look for the blueprint and then punish the person who stole it. Only then can we use the proper sect rules to let the other disciples know that if they did something wrong, they must be punished. They must not think that they can get away with it. Master, if you're worried about the blueprint, you can let senior brother Bai give it a try. When he really can't find the blueprint, then you can work with Prince Zhong. As soon as Liu Huarong finished speaking, before Sun Xinjing could answer, Bai Zhenmu stepped forward and said, Master, please believe me. As long as you let me investigate this matter, I will definitely find the blueprint. Please don't worry. After hearing what Bai Zhenmu and Liu Huarong said, Sun Xinjing hesitated. For the sake of the blueprint's safety and to find it as soon as possible, he really wanted to cooperate with Zhong Meng. In his heart, as long as he found the blueprint, it didn't matter much even if he let Zhong Leji and Yi Xian go. However, after hearing what Bai Zhenmu and the others said, he remembered that this was not just a matter of the blueprint. If he didn't punish the person who stole the blueprint this time, then more people would want the blueprint in the future because they all knew that even if they stole the blueprint, he would forgive them in the end. However, if Bai Zhenmu was to deal with this matter, he naturally knew what would happen to Zhong Leji. If he let Bai Zhenmu deal with this matter, Zhong Leji's fate would be very tragic. However, if he cooperated with Zhong Meng, it would bring about endless troubles in the future. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing was a little hesitant in his heart. After a long while, he sighed secretly, turned his head to look at Bai Zhenmu, and said in a deep voice, Can you guarantee that you will find the blueprint? After hearing Sun Xinjing's question, Bai Zhenmu was suddenly overjoyed. He knew that what he said just now was not in vain. Sun Xinjing already believed him. Thinking of this, Bai Zhenmu hurriedly cupped his fists and said, Yes, there is conclusive evidence that Zhong Leji stole the blueprint. The reason he is unwilling to take it out now is that he knows that Master can't bear to be too harsh on him, so he doesn't say anything. If Master allows me to do anything to him, I am 100% sure that I can make Zhong Leji tell me the location of the blueprint. Speaking of this, Bai Zhenmu paused for a moment before continuing. Master, please believe in me. I definitely won't let you down. Looking at the confident Bai Zhenmu, Sun Xinjing sighed inwardly and waved his hand at Bai Zhenmu. Since you are so confident, go ahead and do it. Hearing this, Bai Zhenmu was ecstatic. He hurriedly cupped his fists at Sun Xinjing and said loudly, Master, please rest assured. I will definitely find the blueprint in the shortest time possible. After hearing Bai Zhenmu's promise, Sun Xinjing silently turned his head, picked up the tea on the table, and took a sip. At this moment, Sun Xinjing did not feel the fragrance of the tea at all. Instead, there was only a thick bitterness. Looking at Bai Zhenmu, who had turned around, and then at the pale Zhong Leji, Sun Xinjing's heart recalled bits and pieces of the past. At this moment, Bai Zhenmu felt like a victor. Just now, Prince Zhong had spoken up for Zhong Leji, giving Zhong Leji time to breathe. Now, Bai Zhenmu did not believe that there was anyone else who could speak up for Zhong Leji. Although eldest senior brother LV Wenkang did not speak up for him, Bai Zhenmu knew very well that LV Wenkang would definitely not speak up for Zhong Leji. Tang Zhenan and Liu Huarong were on his side, so they would definitely help him. The only ones left were 7th junior brother Mai Guangji and 8th junior sister Li Xueyan. These two people had not spoken from the start. Perhaps they had their own ideas and opinions, but Bai Zhenmu was sure that no matter what ideas or opinions they had, they would not speak up because no one would listen to them. Since this was the case, there was no one in the hall who could save Zhong Leji. The rest would depend on his performance. As long as he used some tricks on Zhong Leji, Bai Zhenmu was sure that even if Zhong Leji could hold on for a while, it would not be long. Zhong Leji would definitely follow his instructions and reveal the location of the blueprint. At that time, no matter where Zhong Leji hid the blueprint, he would be able to find it because the blueprint was with him. Chapter 274. At this moment, Zhong Leji's hopeful heart fell into the abyss once again. Zhong Leji did not know why Prince Zhong said those words. He only knew one thing, and that was that Prince Zhong wanted to save him. Although his master was still convinced by Bai Zhenmu, Zhong Leji was still very grateful to Prince Zhong. At this time, he was already extremely grateful that Prince Zhong was willing to stand up for him. In fact, in Zhong Leji's eyes, Prince Zhong, who he did not know, was actually much closer to him than his fellow disciples who had been together for many years. The key was that in order to save him and Yi Xian, Prince Zhong dared to say that he would use the blueprint to exchange for the two of them. Zhong Leji naturally knew how precious that blueprint was. It was a huge favor to be willing to use such a precious blueprint to exchange for his and Yi Xian's safety. Thinking of this, Zhong Laji suddenly cupped his fists and said to Zhong Meng, "Thank you, Prince Zhong, for your righteous words." Zhong Laji is extremely grateful. At this point, Zhong Laji smiled bitterly and continued, "I'm afraid that I won't be able to keep Prince Zhong's kindness in this lifetime. In my next life, Zhong Laji will definitely repay Prince Zhong's kindness." After hearing Zhong Laji's words, Sun Xinjing felt a wave of anger in his heart. He had painstakingly taught him for so many years, but at this moment, he had become an evil person, and Prince Zhong had become the best person in the world. When he thought of this, Sun Xinjing felt his heart tremble with anger. Could it be that Zhong Laji had stolen his blueprint? Was there any reason for him to do this? After hearing Zhong Laji's words, Zhong Meng was secretly delighted. After waiting for so long and listening to Bai Zhenmu's nonsense for so long, he had been waiting for this moment. Zhong Meng had already thought about it. He would spend money to hire a mechanism master at the South County branch, and he would have to wait in line. Moreover, the mechanism he built was not the best. However, if he could pull Zhong Laji and Yi Xian to his side, wouldn't that mean that he would have 2 machine engineers working for him? When the time came, Yi Xian and Zhong Laji would be at his beck and call. He could build the auction house however he wanted. It was precisely because of this thought that Zhong Meng had endured for so long, allowing Bai Zhenmu to run rampant for so long. His goal was naturally to let Bai Zhenmu chase Yi Xian and Yi Xian to the brink of despair. At that time, Zhong Meng would step in to save them. Naturally, it would be twice the result with half the effort, making Zhong Laji and Zhong Xian completely loyal to him. Zhong Meng had already understood what Zhong Laji had just said. In other words, Zhong Laji was already convinced. If he rescued him now, he would definitely work for him. However, this was not the perfect situation yet because there was still Yi Xian, and Yi Xian had not agreed to be loyal to him. Thinking of this, Zhong Meng turned to look at Sun Xinjing and said with a smile, "Branch leader Sun, don't you think that something is missing?" After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Sun Xinjing could not help but be stunned. He looked around and asked in confusion, "Prince Zhong, what do you mean by that? What is missing?" Zhong Meng shook his head. What is missing is not something, but people. Since Bai Zhenmu already believes that Zhong Laji and Yi Xian are the ones who stole the blueprint, isn't it a little wrong for him to want to interrogate them before Yi Xian is even present? Speaking of this, Zhong Meng paused for a moment before continuing, "Bai Zhenmu's guess just now is very reasonable. Yi Xian knows where branch leader Sun put the blueprint, so he can only be the one who stole it. After Yi Xian stole the blueprint, he left it with Zhong Laji. It is precisely because of this that Bai Zhenmu was able to find the bronze box at Zhong Laji's place." Speaking of this, Zhong Meng turned to look at Bai Zhenmu and asked with a smile, "Bai Zhenmu, I'm right, right? You think so too, right?" After listening to Zhong Meng's words, Bai Zhenmu was stunned. What is this Prince Zhong doing? He has been speaking up for Zhong Laji and Yi Xian, but now he agrees with me. Why is this happening? Bai Zhenmu was really a little confused. However, even if Bai Zhenmu was confused, he didn't dare to be careless. He asked tentatively, "Prince Zhong, what do you mean by this?" Zhong Meng smiled. "Nothing. I just want to say that your guess is not thorough enough. Think about it. If Yi Xian stole the blueprint, would he have given it to Zhong Laji? On the other hand, Bai Zhenmu, if you stole the blueprint, would you have shown such a precious blueprint to others?" After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Bai Zhenmu was really stunned. He really couldn't figure out what Prince Zhong meant. In fact, Bai Zhenmu wasn't the only one in the hall who was stunned by Zhong Meng. Everyone was stunned. Eldest senior brother LV Wenkang looked at Zhong Meng in confusion. He didn't know what Zhong Meng was trying to do. If it was like what Zhong Meng said, if it was him who stole the blueprint, would he show it to others? No. LV Wenkang thought about it carefully and gave an answer. Of course not. If the things on the blueprint were seen by others, it would mean that the things on the blueprint would be learned by others. If Yi Xian gave the drawing to Zhong Laji would definitely check the contents of the drawing first, even though he knew Yi Xian would take it back. He might even make a copy of it to use for his cultivation in the future. Bai Jianmu naturally thought of the answer that LV Wenkang thought of. He looked at Zhong Meng in surprise. Prince Zhong, what do you mean? After hearing Bai Jianmu's question, Zhong Meng nodded. You're right. Based on my guess, even if Yi Xian stole the blueprint, he definitely wouldn't have given it to Zhong Laji. After hearing Zhong Meng's words, LV Wenkang couldn't help but ask hurriedly, Prince Zhong, if Yi Xian wouldn't have given the blueprint to Zhong Laji, what's going on with the bronze box? After hearing LV Wenkang's question, Zhong Meng smiled and replied, there are many possibilities. Of course, the most likely one is that Yi Xian was afraid that Zhong Laji would see the contents of the blueprint, so he hid it and only gave an empty bronze box to Zhong Laji. That's why Bai Jianmu could only find the bronze box and not the blueprint. Upon hearing Zhong Meng's words, although Bai Jianmu knew that Zhong Meng was talking nonsense, he couldn't figure out what Zhong Meng was trying to say. However, no matter what Zhong Meng said, Bai Jianmu knew very well that it wouldn't affect his plan at this moment. Bai Jianmu thought for a moment, then hurriedly cupped his fists at Sun Xinjing and said loudly, Master, regardless of whether Prince Zhong is right or not, I think we should interrogate Zhong Laji first and see if we can get any clues from him. Then, we can talk about other things. Bai Jianmu didn't want Zhong Meng's words to affect Sun Xinjing. His plan was to interrogate Zhong Laji first, take the opportunity to cripple him, and then interrogate Yi Xian. Chapter 275. Bai Jianmu was very clear that he had to cripple both Yi Xian and Zhong Laji before he could be completely at ease. After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Sun Xinjing nodded. Since he had already let Bai Jianmu handle this matter, he didn't want to say anything more. Seeing Sun Xinjing nod, Bai Jianmu was relieved and prepared to start implementing his plan. However, seeing this scene, Zhong Meng was a little dissatisfied. Bai Jianmu had a plan, and so did he. Bai Jianmu's plan was to cripple both Yi Xian and Zhong Laji to get rid of future troubles. Zhong Meng's plan was to let Yi Xian and Zhong Laji be grateful to him. Then, he would drag them out. This way, he would have two machinist subordinates. If he wanted to build anything in the future, he wouldn't have to beg others. However, Zhong Meng's plan was only halfway through because only Zhong Laji was grateful to him and was willing to work for him. Yi Xian was still locked up in the Repentance Pavilion and hadn't been tortured by Bai Jianmu. Even if he rescued him, he was afraid that he would still remember the kindness of his master and wouldn't work for him. Then, wouldn't his efforts be in vain? What plan Bai Jianmu had and whether he could become a branch leader had nothing to do with Zhong Meng. Sun Xinjing was old and muddle-headed and couldn't see the truth of the matter. This had nothing to do with Zhong Meng. What he wanted most at the moment was to let Bai Jianmu torture Yi Xian as soon as possible so that he could seize the opportunity to subdue Yi Xian and Zhong Laji. Then he would leave as soon as possible to build his super auction house. Seeing that Bai Jianmu was about to make a move, Zhong Meng hurriedly turned to Sun Xinjing and said, Branch Leader Sun, now that we have confirmed that Yi Xian is the person who stole the blueprint, I think you should bring Yi Xian over and let Bai Jianmu interrogate him together. Wouldn't this save a lot of trouble and we can find the blueprint as soon as possible? At this point, Zhong Meng turned to look at Bai Jianmu and said with a smile, Bai Jianmu, I believe that with your ability, you should be able to find the blueprint's whereabouts faster if you interrogate the two of them together, right? After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Bai Jianmu blinked. For a moment, he couldn't understand Zhong Meng's plan and was speechless. At that moment, Zhong Laji was staring at Zhong Meng with his mouth agape. He didn't know who this young Master Zhong was. Yi Xian's wanted to prove that he and himself and Yi Weren's SSSS prove. But now, his analysis was even more thorough than Bai Jianmu's. After Yi Xian stole the blueprint, he was afraid that Zhong Laji would see the contents of the blueprint, so he only gave the bronze box to Zhong Laji. To be honest, Zhong Laji thought that Prince Zhong was right. However, he didn't expect Prince Zhong to change his mind so quickly. He was originally his most trusted comrade, but in the blink of an eye, he had become his enemy. Although Prince Zhong's words might prove that he wasn't the one who stole the blueprint, he definitely couldn't escape the crime of being an accomplice to Yi Xian. Zhong Laji's heart ached at the thought of this. The blueprint's matter clearly had nothing to do with him, but no one spoke up for him even though he had suffered such a great injustice. Not only that, even his most trusted Prince Zhong was starting to suspect him. LV Wenkang, on the other hand, was thinking differently from Zhong Laji. He was wondering if young Master Zhong's words made sense. Yi Xian was afraid that Zhong Laji would see the contents of the blueprint, so he only gave him the bronze box. This was also the reason why Bai Jianmu only found the bronze box. This meant that Zhong Laji didn't know where the blueprint was, and the only person who knew where it was Yi Xian. Prince Zhong's suggestion to bring Yi Xian over to question Zhong Laji seemed to make sense. Thinking of this, LV Wenkang stepped forward and said, "Master, Prince Zhong's words make sense. If the blueprint was really stolen by Yi Xian, then he really didn't have a reason to give it to Zhong Laji. If that's the case, the only person who knows about the blueprint is Yi Xian. If Prince Zhong's guess is true, then it's useless for us to question Zhong Laji because he really doesn't know where the blueprint is. Master, why don't you bring Yi Xian over and let Junior Bai question him as well? If Yi Xian remembers Master's kindness, he might suddenly repent and hand over the blueprint. Wouldn't that save us a lot of trouble?" After hearing LV Wenkang's words, Bai Jianmu was a little anxious. If he really brought Yi Xian over and only questioned Yi Xian, wouldn't that mean that he had to let Zhong Laji off the hook? Thinking of this, he didn't wait for Sun Xinjing to answer LV Wenkang's question. He cupped his fists and said, "Master, you mustn't do that. If I bring Yi Xian over and they both testify, then it'll be even more difficult to get the blueprint back. Master, please reconsider. From your disciple's point of view, let me question Zhong Laji first. If I really can't get anything out of him, then bring Yi Xian over for questioning." Although Tang Jianan didn't understand what Bai Jianmu meant, since Bai Jianmu had said so, he could only support him unconditionally. This was because if Bai Jianmu fell, then it was time for him to be unlucky. Thinking of this, Tang Jianan hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Master, what Junior Bai said makes sense. If we bring Yi Xian here, what if the two of them collude to confess? Wouldn't it make this case even more complicated? Master, since Junior Bai is confident that he can find the blueprint, then let Junior Bai do it. The most important thing now is the blueprint. As long as Junior Bai can find the blueprint, then everything will be fine." Seeing that both her senior brothers had spoken, Liu Huarong had no choice but to step forward and say, "Master, what Senior Bai said does make sense. Did you forget that when Prince Zhong questioned me and Senior Bai just now, he almost made a mistake and made everyone suspect Senior Bai? In my opinion, Senior Bai is right. First, we should ask Zhong Laji. If we really can't get anything out of him, then we can ask Yi Xian. At least we won't be in a mess and should be able to find the blueprint faster. Master, in order to find the blueprint as soon as possible, let Senior Bai do it." After hearing Tang Jianan and Liu Huarong's words, Bai Jianmu nodded in satisfaction. No matter what, he was lucky to have found two helpers. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough for him to speak on his own. Now, with Tang Jianan and Liu Huarong's suggestions, Bai Jianmu believed that Sun Xinjing should be able to agree to his request. Bai Jianmu swore that as long as Sun Xinjing agreed to his request this time, he would never hesitate again. He would do it as soon as possible and cripple Zhong Laji first. What made Bai Jianmu puzzled was what Prince Zhong was thinking. Even if he did as Prince Zhong said and brought Yi Xian over for questioning, it didn't seem to help. Since it didn't make any sense, then why did Prince Zhong do it? Bai Jianmu really couldn't figure out this question. Chapter 276. Although Bai Jianmu didn't understand what Prince Zhong was thinking, he didn't want to let Prince Zhong ruin his plan. If he followed Prince Zhong's instructions and brought Yi Xian here to interrogate Zhong Laji, he would have to ask Yi Xian first. In that case, he had no choice but to ask Yi Xian first. Because all his assumptions were based on the location of Yi Xian's guiding plan. If Yi Xian refused to admit it, then there would be no point in asking Zhong Laji. The assumption just now was that after Yi Xian stole the blueprint, he gave the bronze box to Zhong Laji, and Zhong Laji didn't know where the blueprint was hidden. In that case, Bai Jianmu could only be ruthless to Bai Jianmu and let Zhong Laji off the hook. Bai Jianmu didn't want to see such an outcome. His plan was to cripple both of them to prevent future trouble. Thinking of this, Bai Jianmu hurriedly said, "Master, we have to confirm that this bronze box was indeed given to Zhong Laji by Yi Xian before we can continue investigating." If this bronze box wasn't given to Zhonglaji by Yi Xian, then there's no need to ask Yi Xian. Master, we have to do things first. In my opinion, we should ask Zhonglaji first, then Yi Xian. That's the right way to go. Sun Xinjing nodded when he heard this. Bai Jianmu was right. Everything he said just now was just an assumption. Yi Xian gave the bronze box to Zhonglaji. But the biggest problem was whether there was a blueprint in the bronze box when Yi Xian gave it to Zhonglaji. Or rather, would Yi Xian give the blueprint to Zhonglaji? Bai Jianmu's idea was to ask Zhonglaji first, then ask Yi Xian after confirming this matter. There was another advantage to doing this. It would prevent Yi Xian and Zhonglaji from giving false statements, which would make the case more difficult to investigate. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing nodded. All right then. Bai Jianmu, continue with the questioning. Bai Jianmu was overjoyed when he heard Sun Xinjing's order. He quickly turned around and walked towards Zhonglaji. Bai Jianmu was satisfied, but Zhongmeng stared at Sun Xinjing with his mouth agape. This old fellow was a muddle-headed worm. Seeing that Bai Jianmu was about to make a move, Zhongmeng quickly shouted again. Wait. After shouting this, Zhongmeng turned to look at Sun Xinjing and said, Branch leader Sun Xinjing, since you've confirmed that Yi Xian stole the blueprint, why are you still questioning Zhonglaji? Then paused for a moment, to continue. You have to be accurate when doing things. It's like scratching your hand when you have an itch on your back. How can you solve the main problem by doing that? Branch leader Sun, I think you should bring Yi Xian here first and ask Yi Xian clearly. That's the right thing to do. As for Zhonglaji, even if he's involved in this matter, he's at most an accomplice. We won't be able to get any useful clues from him. Instead, we'll be wasting a lot of time. As he spoke, Zhongmeng looked at Sun Xinjing and Bai Jianmu. He was afraid that Bai Jianmu would secretly make a move and do something unfavorable to Zhonglaji. He could also tell that Bai Jianmu didn't want to ask Zhonglaji, but wanted to deal with Zhonglaji. This result was definitely not what Zhongmeng wanted. If Bai Jianmu crippled Zhonglaji, then it would be useless even if Zhonglaji joined them. Sure enough, things were just as Zhongmeng had guessed. Bai Jianmu had received Sun Xinjing's order this time and had already made up his mind. He definitely couldn't let the situation change. Therefore, as long as Sun Xinjing didn't say anything, he had to finish this matter as soon as possible. As long as he acted quickly and crippled Zhonglaji first, it would be useless even if Zhongmeng stopped him. Since he had already made up his mind, Bai Jianmu quickly walked toward Zhonglaji while listening to the conversation between Zhongmeng and Sun Xinjing. At the same time, he had already poured energy into his palm, ready to attack as soon as he got close to Zhonglaji. Bai Jianmu took 2 steps forward and arrived in front of Zhonglaji. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he raised his hand high and slapped it toward Zhonglaji's shoulder at lightning speed. Looking at the sinister smile on Bai Jianmu's face, Zhonglaji sighed inwardly. It was over. Bai Jianmu had been talking for so long, and Zhonglaji could already tell that Bai Jianmu was only satisfied because he wanted to attack him. As for why Bai Jianmu wanted to attack him, Zhonglaji didn't need to think to know the reason. Bai Jianmu was definitely worried about him and wanted to cripple him. Seeing Bai Jianmu's hand coming toward him, Zhonglaji's heart grew colder and colder. It was as if he had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cellar, instantly freezing him to the spot. Zhonglaji wanted to resist. He wasn't willing to be crippled by Bai Jianmu. He wanted to raise his hand to block, but just as he raised his hand, he was shocked to find that Bai Jianmu's hand was about to hit his shoulder. Bai Jianmu was about to succeed when he suddenly heard Zhongmeng's voice. Enough, can't you hear me? Zhongmeng's voice wasn't loud, but in Bai Jianmu's ears, it was like a sharp thorn piercing into his brain, causing him to tremble violently. The true qi that was constantly circulating in his body also began to flow in reverse because of his trembling, returning to his dantian. And the hand he used to pat Zhonglaji's shoulder had already lost its strength because of the reversal of the true qi. Bai Jianmu's pat was just like an ordinary person's. It didn't bring any harm to Zhonglaji. Bai Jianmu was stunned. He placed his hand on Zhonglaji's shoulder, and for a moment, he forgot to take it back. Bai Jianmu didn't expect that his attack this time would fail just because of Zhongmeng's words. Zhong Leji looked at Bai Jianmu with a dumbfounded expression. He didn't expect that Bai Jianmu's smirk was really just a greeting. What was going on? Bai Jianmu didn't understand why his attack failed. Zhong Leji also didn't understand why he didn't feel any pain from Bai Jianmu's fierce slap. After a long while, Bai Jianmu slowly withdrew his hand, but he didn't attack again. He was a cautious person. Before things were clear, he wouldn't attack recklessly. Bai Jianmu withdrew his hand and stood in place without saying a word. He silently circulated the true qi in his body, wanting to see if he had gone mad. As soon as Bai Jianmu thought about it, the true qi in his dantian immediately followed his thoughts as usual and connected to each meridian. In the blink of an eye, Bai Jianmu felt that his palm was filled with true qi again, and the familiar strength of the past also returned. Feeling that his true qi wasn't damaged, Bai Jianmu was slightly relieved. At the same time, he began to have some doubts in his heart. What happened just now? Could it be because of Prince Zhong's words? But that couldn't be right. Bai Jianmu only heard that the lion's roar was very powerful and could bring harm to the enemy. Chapter 277. The lion's roar technique was indeed very powerful. It could cause internal injuries to people with low internal strength. Just the powerful sound alone could kill them. However, Bai Jianmu was certain that Prince Zhong definitely didn't use the lion's roar technique. The reason why the lion's roar technique was so powerful was because the sound was so loud that it could cripple a person. However, young Master Zhong's voice wasn't loud. Bai Jianmu believed that everyone present had heard what he said. However, he looked around and didn't see anyone who was shocked by his words. Since Prince Zhong's words weren't uttered using the lion's roar technique, then what was going on? Just as Bai Jianmu was letting his imagination run wild, Zhong Meng saw that he had stopped and ignored him. He continued to speak to Sun Xinjing. Division Leader Sun, since Yi Xian is the person who stole the blueprint, even if you want to ask, you should ask Yi Xian directly. As long as you get Yi Xian to tell you the location where the blueprint was placed, wouldn't it be very easy to find the blueprint? At this point, Zhong Meng paused for a moment before continuing. Moreover, Division Leader Sun is a benevolent person. If Yi Xian was brought here, he would definitely be moved by Division Leader Sun's benevolence. Then, he would turn over a new leaf and repent. Without Bai Jianmu's questioning, he would immediately admit his crimes and take out the blueprint. Division Leader Sun, don't you think so? Everyone in the hall lowered their heads after hearing Zhong Meng's words. They felt that what he said was a little too much. Although these words sounded a little awkward in the ears of others, Sun Xinjing was a little moved when he heard it. Sun Xinjing felt that he treated his disciples well, especially Yi Xian. He was already grooming him to be the next division leader. Prince Zhong was right. I treated Yi Xian so well. Perhaps after seeing me, Yi Xian would remember my kindness to him in the past and repent. It wasn't impossible for him to take the initiative to admit his mistake. Thinking of this, a smile suddenly appeared on Sun Xinjing's face. Just as he was about to speak, Bai Jianmu hurriedly spoke up. Master, you can't do that. Prince Zhong is just an outsider. What's more, he's still a suspect. How can we listen to him so easily? Master, please reconsider. You must not agree to his request. Hearing Bai Jianmu's anxious words, Tang Zhenan didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly said, Master, you can't listen to Prince Zhong. We're not sure where the blueprint is right now. Just listen to Prince Zhong. If the blueprint is really in Prince Zhong's hands, it would be terrible if Yi Xian is brought here and something goes wrong. Master, please reconsider. Speaking of this, Tang Zhenan paused for a moment before continuing. Master, if Prince Zhong has evil intentions, this matter is not good. Maybe Prince Zhong doesn't know where the blueprint is. If he wants to know where the blueprint is, he can only see Yi Xian. If Yi Xian is brought here and meets Prince Zhong, they might have a secret message that we don't know about. If Yi Xian sees Prince Zhong when he comes and uses a secret message to tell Prince Zhong the location of the blueprint, wouldn't that be terrible? Master, although these are just my guesses, we have to be careful. If this really happens, the consequences will be unimaginable. After hearing Tang Zhenan's words, Liu Huarong didn't want to be outdone and hurriedly stepped forward. Master, Second senior brother's words make sense. You can think about it carefully. Why did Prince Zhong insist that senior brother Bai ask Yi Shen first? Isn't this suspicious? Just like what we told senior brother Bai just now, although young Master Zhong's question was strange, after our reminder, senior brother Bai still knew the real answer. Master, this means that if Yi Shen is brought here, he will definitely use this method to tell Prince Zhong the location of the blueprint. In other words, Yi Shen's method is even more complicated. The method we told senior brother Bai just now was just a temporary idea. If Yi Shen and Prince Zhong had agreed on a very complicated method to tell Prince Zhong the location of the blueprint, then we definitely wouldn't have discovered it. Master, when the time comes, even if Yi Shen told Prince Zhong the location of the blueprint in front of us, I'm afraid we would still be in the dark. Master, since senior brother Bai is confident that he can find the blueprint, why don't we follow senior brother Bai's method and ask senior brother Bai to do his best to find the blueprint? This way, there won't be any mistakes. Master, please reconsider. After hearing the three's words, Sun Xinjing's expression, which had been slightly moved by Zhong Meng's words, returned to normal. Sun Xinjing didn't pay much attention to what Tang Jianan and Bai Jianmu said, but Liu Huarong's words shocked him. Because Liu Huarong's words made a lot of sense. If Yi Shen was brought here and there really was a secret method between him and Prince Zhong, then it might really be like what Liu Huarong said. Even if Yi Shen told Prince Zhong the location of the blueprint in front of them, they definitely wouldn't know. Originally, Sun Xinjing was puzzled. Bai Jianmu clearly wanted to ask Zhong Laji first, so why did Prince Zhong bring Yi Shen here first to ask him together? According to Liu Huarong's explanation, all of this made sense. Prince Zhong's motive was to meet Yi Shen and use a secret method to get Yi Shen to remind him of the blueprint's location. Prince Zhong also said that the blueprint wasn't with him. This meant that he also needed to find the blueprint before he could use it to exchange for Yi Shen and Zhong Laji. Was this Prince Zhong's real motive? With Liu Huarong's reminder, Sun Xinjing increasingly felt that his suspicions were real. Prince Zhong's actions were suspicious from the beginning. First, he built the auction house, which already made Sun Xinjing suspicious. Then, he used strange questions to ask Liu Huarong and Bai Jianmu. He wanted to use these strange questions to stop Bai Jianmu and Liu Huarong and take the opportunity to accuse them of stealing the blueprint. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing secretly rejoiced. If it weren't for Bai Jianmu's quick wits, he was afraid that he would have been deceived by Prince Zhong. Then, Prince Zhong kept speaking up for Zhong Laji and Yi Shen. Although Sun Xinjing had already stopped Prince Zhong from speaking, he still spoke up for Yi Shen and Zhong Laji. This made Sun Xinjing even more suspicious. If Yi Shen and Zhong Laji weren't in cahoots with Prince Zhong, why would Prince Zhong keep speaking up for Yi Shen and Zhong Laji? Prince Zhong spoke up for Yi Shen and Zhong Laji. The only possibility was that they were in cahoots and Prince Zhong had no choice but to speak up for them. Then, seeing that the situation was irreversible, Prince Zhong proposed to ask Yi Shen first. Chapter 278. At first, Sun Xinjing didn't understand why Prince Zhong wanted to ask Yi Shen first, but now he understood. After Liu Huarong's reminder, he felt like he understood everything. Prince Zhong's goal was that blueprint. He wanted people to bring Yi Shen here so that Yi Shen would tell him where the blueprint was hidden. This was Prince Zhong's real goal. After understanding all this, Sun Xinjing's anger suddenly rose in his heart. He turned his head to look at Zhong Meng and said coldly, "Prince Zhong, what else do you have to say now?" At this moment, Zhong Meng was also dumbfounded. Bai Jianmu and the other two guys were too powerful. For such a simple matter, they could actually come up with so many tricks and make it sound so reasonable. The reason he had come here was for that blueprint. At first, he wanted to solve this problem fairly, but Bai Jianmu and the other two said that he was in cahoots with Yi Shen and the others. He said that he wanted to bring Yi Shen here first so that it would be easier to ask them together. In the end, these three guys said that he wanted to know where the blueprint was hidden. Looking at Bai Jianmu, who couldn't help but sneer in front of him, Zhong Meng was also amazed. It wasn't Sun Xinjing's fault that he was old and muddle-headed, but Bai Jianmu was too cunning. They were a group of mad dogs. Whoever dared to speak up for Yi Shen and Yi Shen would immediately be said to be their accomplices. Not only that, but they also said it with reason and evidence, making it hard for people to not believe them. Until now, Zhong Meng was still a little doubtful. What exactly did he come here for? Just as Zhong Meng was sighing with emotion, Sun Xinjing's cold voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Zhong Meng turned his head with a bitter smile and looked at Sun Xinjing's frosty face. He sighed and said slowly, "Division Leader Sun, the South County branch really has countless talent." After hearing Zhong Meng's answer, Sun Xinjing became even angrier. Although Prince Zhong's words were meant as a compliment, Sun Xinjing didn't hear any hint of praise. Instead, there was a hint of sarcasm. Sun Xinjing took a deep breath and asked again, "Prince Zhong, tell me, what do you mean by asking Yi Xian?" Seeing that Sun Xinjing was so angry, Zhong Meng quickly waved his hand. "Division Leader Sun, don't be anxious. I don't mean anything else. I suggest asking Yi Xian first. I can guarantee that it's definitely not what Liu Huarong said." At this point, Zhong Meng paused before continuing, "Division Leader Sun, since you're afraid that Yi Xian will secretly remind me of the location of the blueprint, you can ask him to turn around. As long as he can't see me, he naturally won't tell me the location of the blueprint." At this point, Zhong Meng turned to look at Liu Huarong and asked with a smile, "Liu Huarong, tell me, if Yi Xian has his back to me, will he still remind me?" After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Liu Huarong suddenly froze. When he came back to his senses, he said, "Prince Zhong, you shouldn't ask me this. You should ask yourself." At this point, Liu Huarong turned around and looked at Sun Xinjing. He clasped his fists and said, "Master, there are all kinds of strange things in this world. I think that if Yi Xian obtains a certain method, he might reveal the location of the blueprint even if his back is facing everyone. We have to guard against that." When Zhong Meng heard this, he asked curiously, "Liu Huarong, tell me, if you have your back to everyone, how will you remind them?" After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Liu Huarong shook his head. "How would I know what you guys came up with? In short, I think that as long as you guys want to do this, you must have already planned it. When the time comes, even if Yi Xian has his back to you, I'm afraid that he will still have a way to tell you." After hearing Liu Huarong's words, Zhong Meng found it funny and said with a smile, "If that's the case, why don't we wait for Yi Xian to come? The two of us will have our backs to each other. This way, Yi Xian won't be able to remind me." After saying this, Zhong Meng looked at Liu Huarong with a smile. He didn't believe that if the two of them had their backs to each other and couldn't see each other, they would be able to transmit any information. This time, he wanted to see how Liu Huarong would answer. Sure enough, after hearing Zhong Meng's words, Liu Huarong was stunned for a moment. However, he quickly reacted and said with a sneer, "Prince Zhong, don't take any chances. I can tell you that there are many ways to transmit information. Other than looking at each other, don't forget that sound can also transmit information. Even if the two of you have your backs to each other, you should still be able to hear each other's voices. I remember that there is some kind of secret signal that is transmitted by both sides through sound. So, even if you and Yi Xian have their backs to each other, as long as you can speak, you can still transmit information to each other." After hearing Liu Huarong's words, Zhong Meng was a little dissatisfied and continued to speak. "Liu Huarong, since you said that sound can also transmit information, why don't we do this? When Yi Xian comes, plug my ears. Then we'll have our backs to each other. If we do this, I won't be able to see Yi Xian's expression or hear Yi Xian's voice. This way, Yi Xian won't be able to transmit information to us." After saying this, Zhong Meng looked at Liu Huarong proudly. He didn't believe that Yi Xian would be able to transmit information to him with their backs to each other and ears plugged. He wanted to see what else Liu Huarong had to say. Unfortunately, Zhong Meng still miscalculated. Liu Huarong only thought for a moment before he sneered and said, "Prince Zhong, I can't help but admire you. You are really too cunning. You want to use this method to deceive Master." Zhong Meng was stunned when he heard this. He asked doubtfully, "Liu Huarong, if I have my back to Yi Xian and my ears plugged, will Yi Xian still be able to transmit information to me?" After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Liu Huarong turned to look at Sun Xinjing. He cupped his fists and said, "Master, there are many ways to transmit information. Even if Prince Zhong has his back to Yi Xian and plugs his ears, he can still transmit information. After saying this, Liu Huarong paused for a moment before he continued. Under these circumstances, if Yi Xian leaves any traces on the ground, we won't be able to tell what they are. However, once Prince Zhong sees them, he will immediately understand what Yi Xian is trying to say. Master, don't tell me you don't think this is possible. After saying this, Liu Huarong paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for anyone to answer, he continued. Other than leaving traces with footprints, don't forget that Zhong Laji is also here. If Yi Xian sends any information to Zhong Laji, after this matter blows over, Zhong Laji will also tell Prince Zhong. When the time comes, Prince Zhong will also know the location of the blueprint. After saying this, Liu Huarong sighed. This is also the reason why we can't ask Yi Xian first. Chapter 279. At this moment, Zhong Meng was shocked beyond words. Looking at the supposedly honest and taciturn Liu Huarong in front of him, he didn't know what to say. After a long while, Zhong Meng finally came to his senses. He looked at Liu Huarong and asked with a smile, "Do you know how to do all the methods you mentioned?" After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Liu Huarong was stunned. Then, he shook his head. "Prince Zhong, you must be joking. How could I know such despicable methods?" Zhong Meng said, "Since you don't know how to do it, how do you know that there are such methods?" Liu Huarong said, "If I don't know how to do it, can't I have heard of it?" After hearing Liu Huarong's answer, Zhong Meng was a little disappointed. He thought that Liu Huarong would know how to do it. Since Liu Huarong didn't know how to do it, Zhong Meng wasn't in the mood to continue talking to him. He turned to look at Sun Xinjing and said with a smile, "Division Leader Sun, you don't think that Yi Xian and I know how to do it, do you? Even if we have our backs to each other, we won't be able to hear each other's voices and can only rely on our footprints to transmit information." Originally, Sun Xinjing didn't think about these things. That was why he listened to Zhong Meng's suggestion and wanted to bring Yi Xian over for questioning. However, after hearing Liu Huarong's words, he hesitated. Prince Zhong's whereabouts were suspicious. He had to be on guard against people like him. If what Liu Huarong said was true, once Yi Xian was brought over, Yi Xian could use Liu Huarong's method to send a message to Prince Zhong and tell him where the blueprint was hidden. When he thought of this possibility, Sun Xinjing dismissed the idea of letting Yi Xian come over. What Liu Huarong said might not happen, but Sun Xinjing would not take the risk. This blueprint was so precious. If something happened, he would be ashamed to face his master. After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Sun Xinjing thought for a while and then slowly said, "There are many strange people and strange things in Jianghu. As for whether Prince Zhong knows these methods, I don't know." After listening to Sun Xinjing's words, Zhong Meng immediately understood that Sun Xinjing believed Liu Huarong's words. Seeing that Sun Xinjing believed Liu Huarong's words, Zhong Meng was a little anxious. Just now, he saw Zhong Laji being questioned by Zhenmu and the other two until he was speechless. In the end, he was framed as the person who stole the blueprint. At that time, Zhong Meng felt that Zhong Laji was in the right, but he was speechless because of other people's words. He was simply too incompetent and useless. Now that it was his turn, Zhong Meng realized that Zhong Laji was not to be blamed for being incompetent or useless. It was just that Zhenmu and the other two guys were too cunning. They could almost make a dead person come back to life with their words. Originally, Zhong Meng had already seen that Sun Xinjing also agreed with his statement. He was prepared to bring Yi Xian over for questioning. However, Liu Huarong's words made Sun Xinjing dismiss his idea. To be honest, Zhong Meng had already thought about it. Even if he was Sun Xinjing, he would probably believe Liu Huarong's words after hearing them. However, would Zhong Meng be afraid? Absolutely not. Zhong Meng thought for a while, then looked at Liu Huarong and asked with a smile, "Liu Huarong, tell me the truth. What do we have to do to make Yi Xian come here and accept your questioning?" After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Liu Huarong was stunned again. He really couldn't answer Zhong Meng's question. Subconsciously, he turned his head to look at Zhenmu. Seeing that Liu Huarong didn't answer his question, he turned his head to look at Zhenmu. Zhong Meng didn't say anything. He just sat there and looked at the two of them with interest. He wanted to see what they would do. When Bai Jianmu saw Liu Huarong looking at him, he knew that Liu Huarong didn't know what he was thinking. He turned his head to look at Zhong Meng and said coldly, "Prince Zhong, aren't you being a little too nosy? This is our sect's matter. I hope that Prince Zhong won't poke his nose into other people's business." Speaking up to this point, Bai Jianmu paused before continuing, "As for why you want to ask Zhong Laji first, I have no comment." Hearing Bai Jianmu's rude words, Zhong Meng didn't get angry. Instead, he asked with a smile, "Bai Jianmu, since you don't want to say, let me guess. There are a few possibilities as to why you want to ask Zhong Laji first before asking Yi Xian. First, you know for sure that Zhong Laji is the one who stole the blueprint. He knows the location of the blueprint. As long as you ask him, you can find the blueprint as soon as possible. Second, you did it on purpose because you want to use this opportunity to take revenge on Zhong Laji. First, you torture him. Then, you use the excuse that you can't get anything out of him to ask Yi Xian. Then, you torture him again. Third, you were the one who stole the blueprint. You wanted to interrogate Zhong Laji first, make him admit it, and then use the blueprint to frame him. Fourth, your intelligence is low. If you ask two people at the same time, you're afraid that you won't be able to get enough information. That's why you ask them one by one. As soon as Zhong Meng finished speaking, there was a burst of laughter in the hall. However, this laughter only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. At this moment, Bai Jianmu's expression changed drastically. He looked at Zhong Meng with a cold glint in his eyes. After a long while, Bai Jianmu suppressed the anger in his heart. It wasn't that he didn't want to get angry, but he knew that this wasn't the time to complicate matters. Zhong Meng definitely didn't have any contact with Zhong Laji. Bai Jianmu knew this very well because he was the one who stole the blueprint. Bai Jianmu thought for a moment, then turned to look at Sun Xinjing. He clasped his fist and said, "Master, Prince Zhong spoke rudely. I think it's better to ask Prince Zhong to leave so that he won't disturb the order here." Zhong Meng's words just now also amused Sun Xinjing. After hearing Bai Jianmu's suggestion, Sun Xinjing quickly stopped smiling and turned to look at Zhong Meng. He said apologetically, "Prince Zhong, you must be tired from the long journey. Why don't you go to the guest room and rest first? When things are over here, I'll ask someone to invite Prince Zhong to welcome you back." Sun Xinjing's words were very polite. What he meant was that he wanted to tell Zhong Meng to leave quickly. There was nothing for him to do here. However, although Sun Xinjing wanted Zhong Meng to leave, Zhong Meng didn't want to leave because his plan hadn't been completed yet. How could he leave here? Zhong Meng said with a smile, "Leader Sun, you're too polite. I'm not tired. You can continue. I promise I won't talk anymore. You can ask whatever you want and do whatever you want. I won't make trouble anymore." Sun Xinjing heard this and said unhappily, "Prince Zhong, I think you'd better rest first." Before he could finish his words, Zhong Meng waved his hand and interrupted him. Zhong Meng stopped Sun Xinjing from speaking. He turned to look at Bai Jianmu and said with a smile, "Bai Jianmu, you can continue. I won't disturb you." After saying this, Zhong Meng turned to Sun Xinjing and said, "Leader Sun, please forgive me. I've never seen such an inquiry before. Please let me see it." Chapter 280. After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Xinjing thought for a moment and nodded. Sun Xinjing agreed to Zhong Meng's request not because he agreed with Zhong Meng's words, but because Bai Jianmu and the others had said that Zhong Meng was very likely to be in contact with Zhong Laji and the others. His purpose for coming here was to get the blueprint. The main characters of the South County branch were all in this hall. If Zhong Meng left this hall and secretly ran away with the blueprint, there was nothing he could do. Instead of worrying about Zhong Meng running away, it was better to let Zhong Meng be in front of him. Even if he wanted to run away, he could not. This was Sun Xinjing's true goal. Before the blueprint was found, even if Zhong Meng wanted to leave this hall, Sun Xinjing would not agree. In fact, it did not matter to Bai Jianmu whether Zhong Meng left this hall or not. As long as Zhong Meng did not hinder him, he did not want to care where Zhong Meng was. At this moment, after seeing Sun Xinjing nod, Bai Jianmu decided not to waste any more time. He first cupped his fists at Sun Xinjing and said loudly, "Master, then I won't stand on ceremony." After saying that, Bai Jianmu walked toward Zhong Laji again. As soon as he arrived in front of Zhong Laji, Bai Jianmu asked coldly, Zhong Laji, do you admit that you stole the blueprint? Bah! Hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Zhong Laji was furious. He directly spat at Bai Jianmu as his answer. Although Bai Jianmu was not spat at by Zhong Laji, he still felt embarrassed. Seeing that Zhong Laji did not know how to appreciate his kindness, Bai Jianmu no longer held back. The smile on his face instantly disappeared, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Good, good. Zhong Laji, you have guts. I want to see today whether your bones are harder or my methods are harder. After saying this, Bai Jianmu raised his hand again and grabbed Zhong Laji's shoulder. Wait a minute. Just as Bai Jianmu's hand was about to grab Zhong Laji's shoulder, Zhong Meng's voice sounded again. After hearing this voice, Bai Jianmu subconsciously shuddered, and the strength in his hand disappeared again. Seeing this situation, Bai Jianmu was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. He suddenly turned his head to look at Zhong Meng and said angrily, Prince Zhong, didn't you say that you didn't care about this matter? After hearing Bai Jianmu's question, Zhong Meng hurriedly waved his hand with a smile. Bai Jianmu, you misunderstood me. I'm not stopping you. I'm helping you. Help! Bai Jianmu was stunned when he heard that. He asked doubtfully, how are you going to help? He Zhong S said zzzzzzzz words Meng zzzzzz and quickless ands. Bai Jianmu, you're from the same sect. There's no need to use such heavy means. Just ask him a few questions, and he'll tell you everything. After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Bai Jianmu was stunned again and asked doubtfully, will he? Zhong Meng nodded and said with certainty, yes, definitely. After saying this, Zhong Meng turned his head to look at Zhong Laji and asked with a smile. Zhong Laji, let me ask you. Is that bronze box yours? After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Zhong Laji was overjoyed. According to his experience just now, Zhong Meng was here to help him, so he quickly answered. No, Prince Zhong, the bronze box really isn't mine. Seeing that Zhong Laji was a little emotional, Zhong Meng quickly waved his hand and motioned for him to calm down. Zhong Laji, no one will believe you if you say that. Give us some evidence to prove that the bronze box isn't yours. Only then will we believe you. After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Zhong Laji smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, I don't have any evidence. There's no way to prove that the bronze box isn't mine. Zhong Meng nodded when he heard this. He slowly walked around Zhong Laji and asked, Zhong Laji, do you know where your master put the blueprint? Zhong Laji shook his head. I don't know. Zhong Meng heard this and clapped his hands fiercely. That settles it. Since you don't know where your master put the blueprint, it's naturally impossible for you to steal it. At this point, Zhong Meng turned to look at Bai Jianmu and asked with a smile, Bai Jianmu, you heard it too. Zhong Laji is the same as everyone else. He doesn't know where the blueprint is placed. Naturally, it's impossible for him to steal it. From the beginning, Bai Jianmu didn't believe that Zhong Meng was here to help. At this moment, after hearing the conversation between Zhong Meng and Zhong Laji, he was even more certain that Zhong Meng was here to speak up for Zhong Laji. When he heard Zhong Meng's question, Bai Jianmu sneered. Prince Zhong, I understand that you still haven't given up and want to speak up for Zhong Laji. At this point, Bai Jianmu paused for a moment before continuing, however, it seems impossible for you to use this to quibble on behalf of Zhong Laji. I admit that Zhong Laji doesn't know where my master put the blueprint, but what's the deal with the bronze box? Why was my master's bronze box found under his bed? Prince Zhong, you have to give me an explanation. Tell me why the bronze box was found under Zhong Laji's bed. When Zhong Meng heard this, he smiled and waved his hand. Bai Jianmu, don't be angry at me. It's useless for you to ask me why the bronze box was found under Zhong Laji's bed. We have to ask Zhong Laji. Only he can answer your question. At this point, Zhong Meng turned to look at Zhong Laji and asked again. Zhong Laji, come and tell Bai Jianmu why the bronze box was found under your bed. At this moment, Zhong Laji couldn't understand what Zhong Meng was thinking. He had already asked the questions he wanted to ask just now. Was there any meaning in asking them again? However, Zhong Laji knew that Zhong Meng was his last hope. If he held on tightly to Zhong Meng, he might still be saved. If Prince Zhong didn't save him, he was afraid that Bai Jianmu would cripple him in the next moment. Prince Zhong, to be honest, I don't know why the bronze box was found under my bed, but I suspect. Zhong Leji wanted to say that he suspected Bai Jianmu of framing him, so he put the bronze box under his bed. However, before he could finish, Zhong Meng waved his hand and interrupted him. After stopping Zhong Leji from continuing, Zhong Meng turned to Bai Jianmu and asked with a smile, "Bai Jianmu, did you hear Zhong Leji's answer?" After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Bai Jianmu was furious. Heard Zhong Leji's answer? What did he hear? Zhong Leji didn't say anything. Zhong Leji only said that he didn't know. Other than that, he didn't say anything else. Bai Jianmu looked at Zhong Meng in confusion, not understanding what Zhong Meng wanted to ask. Seeing that Bai Jianmu didn't answer his question, Zhong Meng asked again. Bai Jianmu, Zhong Leji already said that he didn't know. Chapter 281. Zhong Meng said, Zhong Leji said that he didn't know why the bronze box was under his bed. Bai Jianmu was stunned when he heard Zhong Meng's question. After a while, Bai Jianmu looked at Zhong Meng angrily and said, "Prince Zhong, Zhong Leji said that he didn't know how the bronze box was under his bed. Do you think we should believe that?" At this point, Bai Jianmu sneered, "Young Master Zhong, don't forget that I found the bronze box under Zhong Leji's bed. Now that the evidence is conclusive, even if he wants to deny it, I'm afraid he can't. I advise young Master Zhong not to worry and not to make any useless excuses." Zhong Meng waved his hand. "I'm not defending Zhong Leji. What I want to say now is that Zhong Leji didn't know where the blueprint was kept, right?" Bai Jianmu nodded in agreement. Zhong Meng said, "Since he didn't know where the blueprint was kept, it's impossible for him to steal it." Zhong Meng didn't wait for Bai Jianmu to answer and continued. "Since Zhong Leji didn't steal the blueprint, where did the bronze box come from?" After listening to Zhong Meng's question, Bai Jianmu said coldly, "Prince Zhong, you were in the hall just now, so you heard what everyone said. If I'm not wrong, Yi Xian must have stolen the blueprint. After Yi Xian stole the blueprint, he knew that he would be suspected by the master, so he left the blueprint with Zhong Leji in advance." After listening to Bai Jianmu's words, Zhong Meng nodded. "I did hear what you said just now. Not only did I hear it, but I also heard it very clearly. You also said that Yi Xian didn't want Zhong Leji to know the contents of the blueprint, so he only gave the bronze box to Zhong Leji. That's why you could only find the bronze box in Zhong Leji's room. Bai Jianmu, am I right?" After listening to Zhong Meng's words, Bai Jianmu felt that something was wrong. He quickly said, "So what?" In short, Zhong Leji and Yi Xian must be connected. When Zhong Meng heard this, he nodded. "Bai Jianmu, you're right. At this point, I'm starting to believe what you said. Zhong Leji and Yi Xian are indeed connected." After listening to Zhong Meng's words, Bai Jianmu was stunned. What's going on? Why did Prince Zhong agree with me? He was also certain that Yi Xian was related to Zhong Leji. Seeing that Bai Jianmu was stunned, Zhong Meng ignored him and said, "According to what we thought just now, Yi Xian knew the location of the blueprint, so he stole it. Then, he gave the bronze box to Zhong Leji and hid the blueprint himself." At this point, Zhong Meng turned to look at Bai Jianmu and asked with a smile, "Bai Jianmu, am I right? This should be what happened." Seeing that Zhong Meng, who originally supported Zhong Leji, agreed with him, Bai Jianmu was pleased. He turned to look at Zhong Leji and shouted, "Zhong Leji, the evidence is conclusive. What else do you have to say?" After hearing Bai Jianmu's question, Zhong Leji was speechless because he knew that it was useless to explain. He could only turn to look at Zhong Meng. When Zhong Meng saw Zhong Leji looking at him, he avoided Bai Jianmu's gaze and winked at Zhong Leji. Then, he said with a smile, "Zhong Meng is right. Since Bai Jianmu has already said that the evidence is conclusive, it's useless for you to quibble. I think you might as well admit it. Anyway, you didn't steal the blueprint. Even if Bai Jianmu wants to look for it, he should look for Yi Xian." After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Zhong Leji was really confused. What's going on with Prince Zhong? Could it be that he was starting to doubt himself? Thinking of this, Zhong Leji only felt a chill in his heart. Zhong Meng was his last savior, but if Zhong Meng didn't care about him anymore, he was really done for. Just as Zhong Leji was puzzled, he saw Zhong Meng winking at him again. Seeing Zhong Meng's action, Zhong Leji suddenly remembered that Zhong Meng had asked Bai Jianmu to ask Yi Shen first. Zhong Meng asked Bai Jianmu to ask Yi Shen first, but Bai Jianmu wanted to ask him first. Zhong Leji naturally knew what Bai Jianmu's purpose was. The reason why Zhong Meng asked Bai Jianmu to ask Yi Shen first was because he knew what Bai Jianmu wanted to do to him. Prince Zhong didn't want him to be hurt by Bai Jianmu. Now, Prince Zhong wanted him to push the blame to Yi Shen because he didn't want him to be hurt. Zhong Leji knew very well that if he didn't do as Prince Zhong said, Bai Jianmu would definitely make a move on him in the next moment. However, even though he knew that Prince Zhong had good intentions, Zhong Leji still wanted him to betray Yi Shen. No, he wanted him to frame Yi Shen. Zhong Leji already knew that Bai Jianmu was the one who stole the blueprint. Zhong Leji would never do something like framing a good person. Therefore, even though he knew that Prince Zhong had good intentions, Zhong Leji still shook his head. Seeing that Zhong Leji didn't do as he wanted, Zhong Meng wasn't angry. On the contrary, he was very happy. Zhong Leji's actions proved that he definitely wasn't someone who would betray his friends. Seeing that Zhong Leji was shaking his head, Zhong Meng quickly waved his hand and interrupted him. He then turned to look at Bai Jianmu and said with a smile, "Bai Jianmu, you saw it too." Zhong Leji didn't object to what I said, which means that he admitted to it. The bronze box was given to him by Yi Shen. After asking Bai Jianmu, Zhong Meng turned to look at Zhong Leji and asked, "Zhong Leji, do you have the blueprint?" Seeing that Zhong Meng had said that he didn't object to what he said when he shook his head, Zhong Leji was annoyed. He didn't want to be a person who would betray his friends. Just as he was about to refute, Zhong Meng asked him another question. Zhong Leji had no choice but to shake his head again. "The blueprint isn't with me." After hearing Zhong Leji's answer, Zhong Meng clapped his hands and turned to look at Bai Jianmu. "Bai Jianmu, see? Even if you don't use any tricks, you'll still be able to get the answer." After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Bai Jianmu was furious. "Prince Zhong, you're done? What did you ask?" When Zhong Meng heard this, he smiled and said, "Bai Jianmu, congratulations. Your guess is correct. Zhong Leji has admitted that Yi Shen stole the blueprint." Then, Yi Shen gave the bronze box to Zhong Leji. At this point, Zhong Meng sighed. It's a pity that Yi Shen only gave the bronze box to Zhong Leji and didn't give him the blueprint. Now, it seems that we have to ask Yi Shen if we want to get the blueprint. Bai Jianmu, am I right? After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Bai Jianmu was certain that Zhong Meng wasn't here to help. He was here to mess things up. Bai Jianmu's plan was to cripple Zhong Leji while he was questioning him. Then, he would deal with Yi Shen. Chapter 282. Bai Jianmu felt that only by crippling Yi Shen and Zhong Leji would he be able to rest assured. Thinking of this, Bai Jianmu no longer paid attention to Zhong Meng. Instead, he turned to look at Zhong Leji and asked loudly, "Zhong Leji, do you admit that the bronze box is yours or not?" This time, before Zhong Leji could answer, Zhong Meng spoke first. "Didn't he just admit it?" "Not only did he admit it, but it's just as you guessed. The blueprint isn't in his hands." At this point, Zhong Meng turned to look at Zhong Leji and asked, "Zhong Leji, let me ask you, is the blueprint in your hands?" After listening to Zhong Meng's question, Zhong Leji hurriedly shook his head. "No, the blueprint isn't in my hands." After listening to Zhong Leji's answer, Zhong Meng turned to look at Bai Jianmu and spread his hands. "See, I'm right. Zhong Leji has already confessed everything. The blueprint isn't in his hands. Even if you ask him, it's useless. I think you should find Yi Shen as soon as possible and get the blueprint from him." Seeing that Zhong Meng had ruined his plan, Bai Jianmu was so angry that his teeth itched. He said loudly, "Prince Zhong, didn't my master already tell you not to get involved in this matter? I think Prince Zhong should just step aside and watch." When Zhong Meng heard this, he waved his hand and said, "It's okay, it's just a small matter. It's only natural for me to help." At this point, Zhong Meng turned to look at Sun Xinjing and said with a smile, "Branch leader Sun, am I right?" Sun Xinjing didn't care about Zhong Meng's words. As long as the blueprint could be found, it didn't matter who asked. Moreover, Zhong Leji, who originally refused to confess, also admitted to this matter under Zhong Meng's questioning. Most importantly, what Zhong Lezhi admitted was similar to what Sun Xinjing had guessed. Yi Xian had stolen the blueprint, but he didn't want Zhong Lezhi to see it, so he only gave the bronze box to Zhong Lezhi and asked him to do things for him outside. Upon hearing Zhong Meng's question, Sun Xinjing thought for a moment before waving his hand at Bai Zhenmu. Bai Zhenmu, wait a moment. Since Zhong Lezhi has already admitted to it, I think we should bring Yi Xian over and ask him as well. When Bai Zhenmu heard this, he was a little dumbfounded. He hadn't even asked, and Zhong Lezhi's matter was already over. His plan to take advantage of the situation to deal with Zhong Lezhi had completely failed. It would be impossible for him to make a move on Zhong Lezhi in the future. At this point, no matter how unwilling Bai Zhenmu was, Zhong Lezhi had already admitted it. If he still wanted to pretend to ask, he was afraid that everyone would suspect his purpose. Thinking of this, Bai Zhenmu could only nod. He cupped his fist at Sun Xinjing and said, "I'll do as you say, master." Seeing that Bai Zhenmu didn't object, Sun Xinjing nodded in satisfaction. Then, he sent someone to Repentance Pavilion to bring Yi Xian over. Sun Xinjing wanted to strike while the iron was hot and get the blueprint out as soon as possible. At this point, although Bai Zhenmu's guess was that the blueprint was about to be found, Sun Xinjing felt even more puzzled. He kept feeling that something was wrong, but as for what was wrong, he really couldn't figure it out. He turned his head to look at Zhong Meng, also puzzled. According to Bai Zhenmu's guess, Yi Xian was the person who stole the blueprint, and Zhong Meng was the person who was going to take the blueprint out. Although Prince Zhong in front of him was suspicious, he couldn't link him to the blueprint. Sun Xinjing felt a little headache. He could only sigh and stop thinking about this matter. Anyway, when the blueprint was found, he would naturally know who stole it. If Bai Zhenmu had really found the blueprint from Yi Xian, it meant everything Bai Zhenmu had said was true. At that time, he would interrogate Yi Xian strictly. Sun Xinjing believed that he would definitely be able to find all of Yi Xian's accomplices. After the disciple who went to bring Yi Xian out of the hall fell into silence. In everyone's opinion, the case of the stolen blueprints was almost over. However, everyone had a strange feeling in their hearts. Yi Xian was the person who stole the blueprint. Zhong Lezhi was Yi Xian's accomplice. Prince Zhong was Yi Xian's accomplice. Why was this matter so strange? Just as everyone was making wild guesses, a disciple came to report that Yi Xian had been brought in. When Sun Xinjing heard the disciple's report, he hurriedly asked someone to bring in Yi Xian. Soon, Yi Xian was brought into the hall by the disciples. However, he was supported by two disciples on his left and right. Seeing Yi Xian being supported in, Zhong Meng's heart couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, Yi Xian looked like he couldn't walk. He could only walk with the help of the two disciples. Yi Xian's face was frighteningly pale. His eyes were squinted weakly. From his squinted eyes, one could see that there wasn't a trace of life in them. There was only blankness. At this moment, Yi Xian looked like his soul had flown out of his body. The body that had been supported in was just a shell. Seeing Yi Xian in this state, Zhong Meng felt that it was strange. What kind of place was this repenting pavilion? How could it torture someone to this extent? Seeing Yi Xian in such a miserable state made everyone in the hall feel bad. After all, they had been fellow disciples for many years. How could they not be sad that he had ended up like this? Yi Xian was supported by two disciples as he slowly walked over to Sun Xinjing. When he saw Sun Xinjing sitting at the head of the table, Yi Xian's blank eyes regained some life. When he arrived in front of Sun Xinjing, the two disciples supporting Yi Xian let go of their hands. Without anyone to support him, Yi Xian slowly sat down on the ground. After a long while, Yi Xian reluctantly cupped his hands towards Sun Xinjing. "Master, why have you summoned this disciple?" Seeing Yi Xian in this state, Sun Xinjing couldn't bear it. After all, Yi Xian was once his most trusted disciple. He was also the person that he had groomed to become the next branch master. Now that he had become like this, Sun Xinjing naturally didn't feel good. However, after hearing Yi Xian's words, Sun Xinjing was suddenly jolted awake. Only then did he remember why he had summoned Yi Xian. It was because of that blueprint. Thinking of the blueprint, Sun Xinjing suddenly realized that the disciple in front of him, who had once been his most trusted disciple, was the biggest suspect in stealing the blueprint. Although he wasn't completely sure yet, based on Bai Jianmu's analysis, Sun Xinjing was now completely convinced that Yi Xian was the one who had stolen the blueprint. This was because from the beginning to the end, only Yi Xian knew where he had placed the blueprint. In that case, in Sun Xinjing's opinion, who else could it be other than Yi Xian? When he thought of this, the trace of pity in his heart instantly vanished. What replaced it was boundless anger. He had once trusted Yi Xian so much, but what did his trust get him in return? It was betrayal. Chapter 283. Although Sun Xinjing was so angry that he wanted to jump up, he wasn't a heartless person. He still wanted to give Yi Xian a chance. As long as Yi Xian took out the blueprint and admitted his mistake, then Sun Xinjing was prepared to let him off this time on account of their previous master-disciple relationship. Although he could let him off, he would definitely punish him severely. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing looked at Yi Xian, who was sitting on the ground, and said calmly, "Yi Xian, you've had a hard time these past few days, haven't you?" Hearing his master's question, Yi Xian almost burst into tears. Repentance Pavilion wasn't a place for humans to stay. Not only was he unable to see his own fingers, he couldn't even straighten his legs. He had stayed there for 4 days in a row. Being able to come out alive was already a testament to his willpower. Seeing that Yi Xian was sitting there without saying anything, Sun Xinjing didn't intend to waste his breath and directly asked, "Yi Xian, now that things have come to this, what else do you have to say? If you take out the blueprint now, I can let you off this time. You have to think carefully. I'll only give you this one chance. If you don't seize it, don't blame me for the honor of our sect." Yi Xian's narrowed eyes suddenly widened when he heard Sun Xinjing's question. He asked in surprise, "Master, you haven't found the blueprint yet?" This time, before Sun Xinjing could answer, Bai Jianmu spoke first. "Yi Xian, Master already knows all about your tricks. Now, Zhong Leji has already admitted that you are the one who stole the blueprint. Now that the evidence is conclusive, why don't you hurry up and take out the blueprint? Do you want to wait until Master reprimands you severely before you take it out?" After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Yi Xian suddenly turned to look at him and asked doubtfully, "Third senior brother, what did third senior brother admit to?" After asking this, Yi Xian hurriedly turned to look at Zhong Leji and asked anxiously, "Third senior brother, what did you admit? Could it be that you did this?" Hearing Yi Xian's question and remembering that Zhong Meng had asked him to identify Yi Xian, Zhong Leji felt guilty and hurriedly shook his head. "No, I didn't steal the blueprint. They wanted me to identify you as the one who stole the blueprint." At this point, Zhong Leji paused for a moment before continuing. "Junior brother Yi, don't worry. Even if I have to risk my life, I won't identify you." Hearing this, Yi Xian nodded gratefully. Then, he turned his gaze back to Bai Jianmu to ask, "Junior brother Bai, what's going on?" Bai Jianmu sneered, "Senior martial brother Yi, you don't have to quibble anymore. Everyone has seen through your trick. In the entire South County branch, only you know the location where Master placed the blueprint. Am I right about that?" After hearing Bai Jianmu's question, Yi Xian nodded. "That's right. I'm the only one who knows the location where Master placed the blueprint, but I definitely wouldn't steal the blueprint." Hearing Yi Xian's answer, Bai Jianmu sneered. "If you didn't steal it, are you saying that other than you, there is someone else who knows the location where Master placed the blueprint?" After being questioned by Bai Jianmu several times, Yi Xian's mind gradually recovered. He also somewhat understood what Bai Jianmu wanted to say. Since he knew what Bai Jianmu wanted to do, Yi Xian naturally couldn't sit still and wait for death. He hurriedly said, "Junior brother Bai, although I'm the only one who knows the location where Master placed the blueprint, if someone really wants to steal the blueprint, it shouldn't be difficult to find the location where Master placed the blueprint. Junior brother Bai, don't tell me that you think I stole the blueprint just because of this. Don't you think it's ridiculous?" Bai Jianmu shook his head when he heard this. "Yi Xian, you don't have to quibble. Since you said that you didn't steal it, why don't you show me the evidence? Or tell me, who is the one who stole the blueprint in this hall?" Yi Xian sneered, "Junior brother Bai, it doesn't seem appropriate for you to ask this question. Ever since the blueprint was lost, I was locked up in the Regret Pavilion by Master. How would I know? Who would know the location where Master placed the blueprint? Junior brother Bai, aren't you asking this question a little too forceful? After hearing Yi Shen's answer, Bai Zhenmu did not show any surprise. He slowly walked to Yi Shen's side and suddenly pointed at the table in front of Sun Xinjing. Yi Shen, look at what's on the table. Yi Shen quickly followed Bai Zhenmu's finger. When he saw what was on the table, he was shocked and cried out involuntarily. The bronze box that contains the blueprint. Yi Shen felt his eyes moisten when he saw the bronze box. Why was he locked up in the Regret Pavilion? It was all because of this bronze box. Now that the bronze box had been found, his crime naturally disappeared. Thinking of this, Yi Shen asked loudly, where was the bronze box found? Who stole the blueprint? Looking at the agitated Yi Shen, Bai Zhenmu said coldly, Yi Shen, now that things have come to this, you still want to quibble? Now that we have this bronze box as evidence, even if you want to quibble, I'm afraid it's useless, right? Quibble? Bronze box? After hearing Bai Zhenmu's words, Yi Shen turned his head to look at him in confusion. What do you mean by that? Since the blueprint has been found, what does it have to do with me? Yi Shen was really confused. He had been locked up in the Regret Pavilion all this time and had never come out. Now that the blueprint had been found, how could it have anything to do with him? Seeing Yi Shen looking at him in shock, Bai Zhenmu was pleased with himself. He suddenly said, Yi Shen, you might not believe what I said. Let eldest senior brother tell us about this trick that you set up. At this point, Bai Zhenmu turned his head to look at eldest senior brother LV Wenkang and said with a smile, eldest senior brother, you are our eldest senior brother. If you tell us about this, I'm afraid it will be more convincing. When LV Wenkang heard this, the expression on his face froze. Then, he slowly said, there's no need. You were the one who thought of this. Junior brother Bai, you should tell junior brother Yi. After hearing LV Wenkang's answer, Bai Zhenmu smiled and waved his hand. Eldest senior brother, you're too modest. I'm afraid that Yi Shen won't believe what I say, so if eldest senior brother says it, Yi Shen will naturally have nothing to say. Therefore, it's better if eldest senior brother tells us about this so that Yi Shen will be convinced and admit his guilt. When LV Wenkang heard this, he was about to decline again when Sun Xinjing, who was sitting at the head of the table, said coldly, LV Wenkang, you can say it. Let this evil disciple hear what he has done. We already know what he has done. If he knows what's good for him, he will quickly hand over the blueprint. After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Yi Shen was shocked. He asked in a trembling voice, Master, haven't we already found the blueprint? Why do you still want me to hand it over? Chapter 284. Sun Xinjing sneered, you found the blueprint? Sun Xinjing paused for a moment. Then, he threw the bronze box in front of Yi Shen and said angrily, Yi Shen, open it and take a look. Is there a blueprint inside? When Yi Shen heard this, he hurriedly picked up the bronze box on the ground and realized that it had been damaged. Without much time to think, Yi Shen hurriedly grabbed the lid of the bronze box and lifted it up. When he saw what was inside the bronze box, he was stunned. The bronze box was empty. There was nothing inside. Seeing this, Yi Shen was stunned for a moment before he asked in shock, Master, where is the blueprint? Where is the blueprint in the bronze box? I clearly saw you put the blueprint in the bronze box. How could it be missing? When Sun Xinjing heard this, he sneered and said, Yi Shen, now that things have come to this, are you still going to quibble? After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Yi Shen froze on the spot as if he had been struck by lightning. Seeing Yi Shen frozen on the spot in shock, Sun Xinjing sighed inwardly. After all, Yi Shen was the person he trusted the most. What a pity. After sighing, Sun Xinjing waved his hand at LV Wenkang and didn't say anything else. When LV Wenkang saw this, he understood what his master meant. Even if he didn't want to say it, he had to. LV Wenkang came to Yi Shen's side and sighed before speaking slowly. Junior brother Yi, why are you doing this? Just now, junior brother Bai and the rest already guessed how you committed the crime. Furthermore, they already found the bronze box that can be used as evidence. If you still want to quibble now, I'm afraid it won't make any difference. Hearing LV Wenkang's words, Yi Xian finally reacted. He slowly turned his head to look at LV Wenkang and asked slowly, "Eldest senior brother, do you really believe that I stole the blueprint?" Seeing Yi Xian's piercing gaze, LV Wenkang didn't dare to face him. He turned his head and said softly, "Yi Xian, this isn't a matter of whether I believe you or not. It's just that junior brother Bai found evidence to prove that you were the one who stole the blueprint." When Yi Xian heard this, he sneered, "Evidence? I've been locked up in the Repentance Pavilion all this time. What evidence could he possibly find here? Could it be that the bronze box was found in my room?" After hearing Yi's question, LV Wenkang shook his head and said, "No, this bronze box wasn't found in your room." Hearing this, Yi Xian, a look, had Yi, and Yi Xian, if Yi was Yi. Of Yi was, he. When he heard Yi Xian's question, LV Wenkang smiled bitterly and said, "Junior brother Yi, although this bronze box wasn't found in your room, it was found in Zhonglaji's room." When Yi Xian heard this, he shook his head and said, "Eldest senior brother, I still don't understand. Even if the bronze box was found in third senior brother's room, does it have anything to do with me? Or is it because I placed the bronze box in third senior brother's room that you're suspecting me?" At this point, Yi Xian paused for a moment before continuing. "Furthermore, I've been locked up in the Repentance Pavilion all this time and haven't come out. How could I have placed the bronze box in third senior brother's room? I think you guys must have made a mistake, right?" Seeing that LV Wenkang couldn't get anything out of him, Tang Zhenan was getting a little impatient. Tang Zhenan knew very well that he had chosen to join Bai Zhenmu's camp, which meant that he was on Bai Zhenmu's side. If Bai Zhenmu failed, he would also suffer. If Tang Zhenan didn't want to suffer, then he could only let others suffer. The most important thing now was that as long as the blueprint was stolen by Yi Xian, then not only would Tang Zhenan not suffer, but he would also have good luck. When he thought of this, he saw that LV Wenkang's questioning was still not enough to vent his anger, so he took a step forward and spoke up. "Junior martial brother Yi, I'll tell you the truth. The bronze box was indeed found in third junior martial brother's room. Third junior martial brother has a good relationship with you, so the origin of the bronze box was naturally from you. So, do you have anything else to say?" After hearing Tang Zhenan's words, Yi Xian was really shocked. He turned to look at Zhonglaji and asked loudly, "Third senior brother, what's going on? Could it be that the bronze box was really found in your room?" When Zhonglaji heard this, he hurriedly spat on the ground and said loudly, "Junior brother Yi, don't listen to Tang Zhenan's nonsense. They put the bronze box in my room and then framed me. This bronze box definitely doesn't belong to me." After hearing Zhonglaji's words, before Yi Xian could answer, Liu Huarong had already stepped forward and said, "Third senior brother, you can't just say whatever you want. When senior brother Bai found this bronze box in your room, I was right next to him. I can vouch for him. He definitely didn't frame you for the bronze cooperation. This bronze box is yours." After hearing Liu Huarong's words, Zhonglaji said angrily, "Liu Huarong, don't think that I don't know the tricks you and Bai Zhenmu are playing. You can fool others, but you can't fool me. I'm sure that you and Bai Zhenmu are working together to frame me for this." When Liu Huarong heard this, he sneered, "Zhonglaji, you said that senior brother Bai and I worked together to frame you. Show me the evidence. Who can prove that the bronze box doesn't belong to you? If you don't have evidence, don't speak carelessly. Otherwise, people will laugh at you." Zhonglaji said angrily. Yi Xian looked at Zhonglaji and Liu Huarong in shock. He didn't know what was going on. In his memory, Liu Huarong wasn't like this. How could an honest and taciturn person dare to go head-to-head with his third senior brother and not yield an inch? He had been locked up in the Repentance Pavilion for a few days. What exactly happened outside? Why did everyone change so much? Master thought that he was the one who stole the blueprint. Big senior brother also thought that he was the one who stole the blueprint. Second senior brother even directly pointed out that he was the one who stole the blueprint. Liu Huarong even took out the evidence to point out that he was the one who stole the blueprint. As for Bai Zhenmu, needless to say, Just by looking at his cold smile, Yi Xian could guess what he was thinking. What exactly happened? Yi Xian turned to look at Sun Xinjing and saw that Sun Xinjing was also looking at him coldly. Seeing his master's gaze, Yi Xian suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He had been locked up in the Repentance Pavilion for 4 days. He had always believed that his master would definitely find the one who stole the blueprint and clear his name. It was also because of this belief that he was able to stay in that pitch-black Repentance Pavilion for 4 whole days without having a mental breakdown. He had thought that when he was taken out of the Repentance Pavilion, it would be time for him to clear his name. But from the looks of it now. Chapter 285. By now, Yi Xian had already understood that bringing him out of the Repentance Pavilion was not to clear his name, but to convict him. Thinking of this, Yi Xian raised his head and looked at Sun Xinjing. Before he could say anything, his eyes were a little moist. Yi Xian could naturally feel how Sun Xinjing treated him. Not only that, Sun Xinjing had also told him that he would be the next branch master of the South County branch. Knowing that his master had wholeheartedly nurtured him and had given him such a heavy responsibility, Yi Xian was so grateful that he was about to cry. He secretly swore in his heart that he would always be loyal to his master and let the South County branch flourish. In the past, his master's eyes were filled with love and trust when he looked at him. But now, they had all disappeared, leaving only a cold chill. Looking at Sun Xinjing's cold eyes and the cold words of Tang Jianan and the others, Yi Xian kept telling himself in his heart. This was because they did not understand the truth of the matter, which was why they had misunderstood him. As long as this misunderstanding was resolved, his master would naturally trust him again, and senior brother Tang and the others would return to their original selves. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suppressed his sadness and kowtowed to Sun Xinjing. He said in a trembling voice, "Master, I can swear to the heavens that this matter has absolutely nothing to do with me. Please believe me, I will definitely not do anything to disgrace the sect." After hearing Yi Xian's explanation, Sun Xinjing did not answer. His cold eyes narrowed slightly, but he still stared at Yi Xian. Bai Jianmu, who was at the side, suddenly said, "Yi Xian, you don't have to quibble anymore. Now that the evidence is conclusive, what's the use of swearing? If you really believed in swearing, you naturally wouldn't have stolen Master's blueprint. Yi Xian, there's no need for you to quibble. This time, I brought you out of the Repentance Pavilion because I really hope that on account of Master's kindness to you in the past, you won't make Master worry anymore. Hurry up and take out the blueprints so that Master can be lenient with you. Consider this your filial piety to Master." After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Yi Xian did not even bother to pay attention to him. He continued to kowtow to Sun Xinjing and said, "Master, this disciple has been adopted by Master since childhood. Master's kindness to this disciple is as heavy as a mountain. If not for Master's guidance, this disciple would not be where I am today. In order to repay Master's kindness, this disciple painstakingly cultivated the mechanism technique so that one day, I can share Master's burdens and repay Master's kindness. Master, disciple would never do such a disgraceful thing. Please believe disciple." At this point, Yi Xian paused for a moment. He choked a few times before continuing. "Master, no matter how disloyal and unfilial Yi Xian is, he would never do such a thing that goes against Master's orders. Master, please investigate clearly. The person who did this must be someone else." Hearing Yi Xian's sincere and sobbing words, Sun Xinjing felt a little uncomfortable. He gritted his teeth and calmed the anger in his heart before speaking coldly. "Yi Xian, to think that you still remember Master's kindness to you in the past. Yet, you still did such a disgraceful thing. This really makes Master's heart bitterly disappointed." At this point, Sun Xinjing paused and sighed. "Yi Xian, on account of our relationship as master and disciple, if you take out the blueprints, Master will not make things difficult for you." After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Yi Xian was so anxious that he repeatedly kowtowed and shouted, "Master, Master, I really didn't steal the blueprints. Please believe me, Master. I would never do such a disgraceful thing." While Yi Xian and Sun Xinjing were talking, Bai Jianmu had been paying attention to Sun Xinjing's expression. At first, Bai Jianmu was a little worried that Sun Xinjing would suddenly change his mind and reinvestigate the matter on account of their past relationship as master and disciple. But after seeing Sun Xinjing's expression during their conversation, Bai Jianmu was completely relieved. At the same time, he understood that the blueprints were too important. Sun Xinjing would do anything to get the blueprints back. Since he understood Sun Xinjing's thoughts, Bai Jianmu was not going to be polite anymore. He directly shouted at Yi Xian, who was bitterly defending himself. Yi Xian, what are you still talking about? Master has already given you a chance on account of our past relationship. As long as you obediently hand over the blueprints now, Master will naturally let you live. At this point, Bai Jianmu snorted coldly. Yi Xian, don't think that just because Master trusts you, you can do whatever you want. I can tell you that if you don't hand over the blueprints now, don't blame me for being rude. At this moment, Yi Xian was fuming. After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, he stood up abruptly and pointed at Bai Jianmu angrily. Bai Jianmu, don't you dare. If it were in the past, Bai Jianmu would definitely back off if Yi Xian scolded him like this. But it was different now. Sun Xinjing had already tacitly allowed him to do something. In that case, Yi Xian was nothing in his eyes. In the face of Yi Xian's accusation, Bai Jianmu sneered. Yi Xian, if you still refuse to come to your senses and refuse to hand over the blueprints, then don't blame me for taking action. Seeing Bai Jianmu's overbearing attitude, Yi Xian's anger surged. His eyes were wide open as he took a step forward and shouted loudly. Bai Jianmu, as a junior brother, you offended your superiors and even dared to speak rudely. How should you be punished? In the past, Bai Jianmu had always tolerated Yi Xian. Things were different now. Seeing that Yi Xian was still berating him like before, Bai Jianmu did not say anything. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Yi Xian's shoulder at lightning speed. Yi Xian, are you going to hand over the blueprints or not? As he spoke, Bai Jianmu slowly increased the strength of his hand. He wanted to make Yi Xian suffer a little first. Although Yi Xian was the fourth senior brother, his martial arts were far inferior to Bai Jianmu's. At this moment, Yi Xian's shoulder was grabbed by Bai Jianmu. In just a moment, he felt a sharp pain coming from where he was grabbed. This pain was getting stronger and stronger. It was so painful that cold sweat broke out on Yi Xian's forehead. He wanted to say something, but he could not say it. Although this pain was very painful, so painful that Yi Xian wanted to shout out loud, when he saw Bai Jianmu's cold smile, Yi Xian forcibly swallowed back the words he wanted to shout and held on bitterly. Bai Jianmu's move was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had grabbed Yi Xian's shoulder. And the crowd only saw a blur before Bai Jianmu had already grabbed Yi Xian. Immediately after, the crowd saw more and more cold sweat break out on Yi Xian's forehead. His originally pale face became somewhat distorted. Seeing this scene, the crowd could not bear to see it, but they did not dare to step forward to persuade him. In the end, LV Wenkang suddenly sighed and stepped forward to say, Junior brother Bai, this matter has not been decided yet. It's better to hold off for now. It won't be too late for you to make a move when the matter is clarified. After listening to LV Wenkang's advice, Bai Jianmu did not want to listen, but he knew that he could not go too far. Chapter 286. It wasn't that Bai Jianmu didn't want to cripple Yi Xian, but he knew very well that if he crippled Yi Xian without Sun Xinjing's permission, it wouldn't do him any good in the future. If Sun Xinjing saw that Bai Jianmu was disobedient, then even if Yi Xian and Zhong Laji were both killed, Bai Jianmu might not be able to become the leader. In order to secure the position of leader, Bai Jianmu still needed to put on an act in front of Sun Xinjing. Thinking of this, Bai Jianmu slowly withdrew his hand and retreated to the side. At the same time, he shouted again, Yi Xian, on account of senior brother, I'll give you one more chance. If you don't take out the blueprint, don't blame me for being rude. Yi Xian, who was in so much pain that he couldn't speak, suddenly felt the pain in his shoulder loosen. He quickly reached out to massage his shoulder, but it was still extremely painful. Hearing Bai Jianmu's question, Yi Xian took a few deep breaths before shouting sternly, Bai Jianmu, how dare you attack senior brother? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the sect? Bai Jianmu sneered. Senior brother, you're still my senior brother. You stole the sect's blueprint, so you'll be expelled by Master sooner or later. Are you still my senior brother then? At this point, Bai Zhenmu paused for a moment before continuing. Yi Xian, now that the evidence is conclusive, even senior brother won't be able to save you if you don't take out the blueprint. After hearing Bai Zhenmu's words, Yi Xian suddenly turned to look at LV Wenkang and asked in a trembling voice, "Senior brother, do you really suspect that I stole the blueprint?" Hearing Yi Xian's question, LV Wenkang hesitated for a moment, then nodded slowly and said in a low voice, "Junior brother, I'm not the only one who suspects that you stole the blueprint. Everyone thinks that you stole the blueprint." Yi Xian was stunned. After a while, he looked around and asked in a trembling voice, "Do you really think that I stole the blueprint?" No one answered Yi Xian's question. However, when they saw Yi Xian looking over, they all lowered their heads and avoided his gaze. Seeing everyone's reaction, Yi Xian could only feel his heart sink. At the same time, he felt a chill in his heart. Although he was in the Repentance Pavilion, there was always a glimmer of hope in his heart, which was why he had been able to hold on until now. At this moment, Yi Xian only felt that the glimmer of hope in his heart was slowly disappearing. Instead, it was replaced by an inexplicable fear. Everyone was suspicious of him. In fact, everyone believed that he was the one who stole the blueprint. This fear was getting heavier and heavier in Yi Xian's heart. It was so heavy that he almost could not breathe. He was clearly not the one who stole the blueprint. Why did so many people believe that he stole the blueprint? Ever since the blueprint was sent to the South County branch, he had not even seen the blueprint. How did he become the one who stole the blueprint? Yi Xian felt like he was sitting in a 10,000-year-old ice cellar. The coldness around him made his body gradually stiffen. Yi Xian's gaze finally fell on Zhong Laji. Seeing Zhong Laji's appearance, Yi Xian suddenly felt a wave of sadness in his heart. He suddenly asked loudly, "Third senior brother, you don't believe that I stole the blueprint, right?" Hearing Yi Xian's question, Zhong Laji nodded sadly and said with a bitter smile, "I believe that you're definitely not the one who stole the blueprint." Zhong Laji's words gave Yi Xian a glimmer of hope. He suddenly turned around to look at Sun Xinjing and said loudly, "Sun Xinjing, Master, can this disciple guarantee that I definitely didn't steal the blueprint?" "Someone else did." Hearing Yi Xian's question, Sun Xinjing sighed. Although Yi Xian did not look like someone who stole the blueprint, with the bronze box as evidence, he had to believe this fact. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing's tone softened. "Yi Xian, since you said that you didn't steal the blueprint, then tell me, who stole the blueprint? What evidence do you have to prove that you didn't steal the blueprint?" Yi Xian quickly replied, "Master, I don't have any evidence to prove that I didn't steal the blueprint, but what evidence do I have to prove that I stole the blueprint?" Sun Xinjing pointed at the bronze box on the ground and said coldly, "Yi Xian, this bronze box is the evidence." Yi Xian said, "Master, could it be that this bronze box was found in my room?" Sun Xinjing shook his head. "No, it was found in Zhong Laji's room." Yi Xian said, "Since it wasn't found in my room, how can you prove that I stole the blueprint?" This time, without waiting for Sun Xinjing to answer, Bai Zhenmu beat him to it. "Yi Xian, since you want to quibble, then tell me, if this bronze box was found in Zhong Laji's room, does that prove that Zhong Laji stole the blueprint?" This time, without waiting for Yi Xian to answer, Zhong Laji said, "You're lying, Bai Zhenmu. Don't talk nonsense. The bronze box isn't mine. You were the one who put the bronze box in my room because you wanted to frame me. Junior brother Yi, you must believe me." Hearing Zhong Laji's words, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. After a while, he slowly said, "Bai Zhenmu, I've been locked up in Repentance Pavilion during this period of time, so I don't know much about what's going on outside. However, I think that with third senior brother's character, he shouldn't have done this." After hearing Yi Xian's answer, Bai Zhenmu suddenly clapped his hands and laughed. "Yi Xian, you think that Zhong Laji didn't steal the blueprint, and Zhong Laji thinks that you didn't steal the blueprint. The two of you are really the best of friends." At this point, Bai Zhenmu's tone suddenly turned cold. "Yi Xian, I know why you said that Zhong Laji didn't steal the blueprint. It's because you were the one who stole the blueprint. How could Zhong Laji be the one who stole it?" After hearing Bai Zhenmu's words, Yi Xian was furious. Bai Zhenmu, don't talk nonsense. Why would I steal the blueprint? Why would third senior brother steal the blueprint? You're talking nonsense here. What are you trying to do? In my opinion, you're the one who stole the blueprint. When Bai Zhenmu heard this, he didn't get angry. He just waved his hand and sneered. Yi Xian, actually, I know that you don't dare to speak ill of Zhong Laji now. If you do, Zhong Laji will immediately reveal that you stole the blueprint. Therefore, no matter what, you can't say that Zhong Laji stole the blueprint. At this point, Bai Zhenmu paused for a moment before continuing. The bronze box was found in Zhong Laji's living room. We've already proven this point. The main question is why Zhong Laji has the bronze box. Chapter 287. Bai Zhenmu turned to look at Yi Xian and asked coldly, Yi Xian, since Zhong Laji didn't steal the blueprint, then why did the bronze box appear in his living room? I think there's only one reason. At this point, Bai Zhenmu suddenly pointed at Yi Xian and shouted in a stern voice, that's because the bronze box is yours. You gave Zhong Laji the bronze box so that he could work for you outside. That's why you gave him the bronze box. It's precisely because of this reason that we can only find the bronze box in Zhong Laji's living room, but we can't find the blueprint. Yi Xian, don't you think so? Yi Xian sneered when he heard this. Bai Zhenmu, you say that I'm the one who stole the blueprint. What evidence do you have? Bai Zhenmu said, in the entire South County branch, other than Master, only you know the location of the blueprint. Isn't that evidence? Yi Xian said, just because I know the location of the blueprint, as long as the blueprint is lost, does it mean that I must have stolen it? Bai Zhenmu said, although I don't know where Master placed the blueprint, I guess that it must be very hidden and won't be easily discovered by outsiders. As for us, without Master's permission, we naturally won't easily find the location where Master placed the blueprint. Since we don't know the location of the blueprint, how can we steal it? Therefore, if we want to steal the blueprint, only you, who knows the location of the blueprint, can steal it. Seeing that Bai Zhenmu was being unreasonable, Yi Xian thought for a moment and ignored Bai Zhenmu. He turned to Sun Xinjing and cupped his fists. He lowered his head and asked, Master, even if I know the location of the blueprint, I have no reason to steal it. Please believe me. At this point, Yi Xian paused for a moment before continuing, Master, I know that only the branch leader can see the blueprint. Master once told me that you will let me become the branch leader of the South County branch in the future. Since I can become the branch leader, I will naturally be able to see the blueprint in the future. Why should I bear such a crime and take the risk to steal the blueprint? Master, please think twice. I'm definitely not that kind of person. When he said this, Yi Xian was full of confidence because he knew that everything he said was true. Sun Xinjing had indeed told him, intentionally or unintentionally, to cultivate well. In the future, the matters of the South County branch would depend on him. Although he did not say that the branch leader of the South County branch would be him in the future, there was no need to say these things. Everyone knew it. Yi Xian thought that since he would be able to see the blueprint sooner or later, why would he take the risk to steal it? It was also because of these reasons that Yi Xian believed that what he said was enough to prove that he was definitely not the person who stole the blueprint. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had just been brought to this hall, so he did not hear their conversation. If he had heard their conversation, he would not have said that. As expected, after Yi Xian said this, he looked up and saw Sun Yinjing's expression. The trace of confidence in his heart dissipated once again. After hearing Yi Xian's words, the coldness in Sun Xinjing's eyes did not disappear. Instead, there was a trace of anger in them. Sun Xinjing took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. He asked coldly, Yi Xian, is this your evidence? Yi Xian was shocked when he saw this. Although he did not understand what was going on, he still cupped his fists and said, Master, since I can see the blueprint sooner or later, why should I take the risk to steal it? Can't this be used as evidence? Seeing that Yi Xian still believed that this evidence was sufficient, Sun Xinjing suddenly did not want to say anything. He frowned and suddenly waved his hand at Bai Zhenmu. Bai Zhenmu, you say it. Seeing Sun Xinjing's action, Yi Xian knew that something was wrong. He quickly said loudly, Master, I have no reason to steal the blueprint. I will listen to you. Seeing his master waving his hand at him, Bai Zhenmu was overjoyed. He turned his head to look at Yi Xian and said coldly, "Yi Xian, don't quibble anymore. Your reason can't prove that you're not the one who stole the blueprint. I think you'd better obediently take out the blueprint and let Master deal with you lightly." Yi Xian heard this and said angrily, "Bai Zhenmu, I didn't steal the blueprint. How can I take it out?" Yi Xian's actions were within Bai Zhenmu's expectations. Because he was the one who stole the blueprint, he naturally knew that whether it was Yi Xian or Zhong Laji, they would never be able to take out the blueprint. What Bai Zhenmu needed to do now was to make Yi Xian and Zhong Laji admit to this matter. Then, he would use some tricks. When they couldn't take it anymore, he would randomly come up with a location. Then, Bai Zhenmu would take out the blueprint from that location. This matter would be perfectly resolved. Since things were developing exactly as he had envisioned, Bai Zhenmu really had nothing to worry about. Next, he just needed to suggest to Sun Xinjing that he should use some tricks on Yi Xian. As long as Sun Xinjing agreed, this matter would basically be resolved. Bai Zhenmu didn't believe that whether it was Yi Xian or Zhong Laji, they would grit their teeth and not say anything when all their bones and tendons were broken. Thinking of this, Bai Zhenmu didn't want to waste any more words with Yi Xian. Success was right in front of him and he couldn't wait any longer. "Master, Yi Xian is unwilling to take out the blueprint. From what I see, please allow me to use a little trick to make Yi Xian take out the blueprint." Hearing Bai Zhenmu's request, Yi Xian was immediately shocked. Although he was Bai Zhenmu's senior, he was no match for Bai Zhenmu in terms of martial arts. Yi Xian wasn't a fool. He naturally knew what Bai Zhenmu meant by a little trick. Since he knew what Bai Zhenmu meant by a little trick, Yi Xian hurriedly shouted at Sun Xinjing, "Master, you mustn't do this. The person who stole the blueprint is someone else. It can't be your disciple. Please believe me, Master. You mustn't let this villain get away with it and watch us make a fool of ourselves." Sun Xinjing listened to Bai Zhenmu's words, but his gaze was fixed on Yi Xian. This was his most trusted disciple. Yi Xian, who was once groomed to be the next branch master, had actually become the person who stole the blueprint. This made Sun Xinjing very disappointed. Sun Xinjing refused to believe that Yi Xian was the person who stole the blueprint no matter what. However, the truth was right in front of him and he had no choice but to believe it. Previously, although Sun Xinjing had locked Yi Xian in the Regret Pavilion, he was still a little skeptical. He didn't want to believe that Yi Xian was really the person who stole the blueprint. However, things were different now. The bronze box was found in Zhong Laji's living room. This proved that Zhong Laji had the bronze box. Zhong Laji didn't know where the blueprint was, so he naturally couldn't steal it. Then where did the blueprint come from? Chapter 288. Where did Zhong Laji get the bronze box? Since it was impossible for Zhong Laji to steal the blueprint, it could only have been given to him by Yi Xian. Why did they only find the bronze box from Zhong Laji? This was because Yi Xian did not give the blueprint to Zhong Laji. That was why they could only find the bronze box and not the blueprint. At this point, Sun Xinjing had every reason to believe that Bai Zhenmu was right. His analysis made sense. Yi Xian and Zhong Laji had collaborated on this matter. As for Yi Xian and Zhong Laji's pitiful expressions, Sun Xinjing sympathized with them. However, he also knew that everyone who was caught would have the same expression. They were trying to use this pitiful expression to deceive others. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing suddenly sighed. He looked up at Yi Xian and asked slowly, "Yi Xian, how have I treated you ever since you entered the sect?" Yi Xian heard this and quickly said, "Master, I am indebted to you. I will always remember this." Sun Xinjing nodded. "It's good that you know. Since you know, why did you still do such a disgraceful thing?" Hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Yi Xian was immediately shocked. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and quickly said, "Master, your disciple really didn't steal the blueprint. Please believe your disciple. Your disciple definitely wouldn't peek at the blueprint without your permission." Sun Xinjing saw this and sighed inwardly. He had already been extremely benevolent to Yi Xian. He had already given him a chance. If he did not want it, he could not blame others for being cruel. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing waved his hand at Bai Zhenmu and did not say anything else. Seeing his master waving his hand at Bai Jianmu, Yi Xian was so anxious that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He knew very well what Sun Xinjing's gesture meant. What should he do? Yi Xian only felt the cold sweat on his forehead getting colder and colder, and his mood became more and more anxious. He didn't understand. Could it be that he was guilty just because he knew the location of the blueprint? Could it be that he was the one who stole the blueprint? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly thought of Zhong Laji. When he first entered the room, he saw that Zhong Laji didn't look too good. Could it be? Thinking of this, Yi Xian turned his head to look at Zhong Laji. However, he saw a trace of despair in Zhong Laji's eyes. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's heart gradually sank. He somewhat understood. Just now, Bai Jianmu had already said that they had already determined that he was the one who stole the blueprint. After he stole the blueprint, he gave the bronze box to Zhong Laji. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart suddenly moved, and he suddenly shouted loudly, "Third senior brother, did you do this?" Zhong Laji smiled bitterly and shook his head. "No, I can swear to the heavens that I didn't do it." Hearing this, Yi Xian said anxiously, "Third senior brother, if you didn't do it, why didn't you explain yourself?" After hearing Yi Xian's question, a trace of sadness suddenly appeared on Zhong Laji's face. "Junior brother Yi, do you think that explaining yourself would work?" Hearing Zhong Laji's words, Yi Xian was stunned. After a while, he shouted like a madman, "Why didn't it work? Why didn't it work? Since we didn't do it, why didn't we explain?" Before Yi Xian could finish speaking, Bai Jianmu said coldly, "Yi Xian, that's enough. Stop acting. Now that we've seen through your plan, it's useless even if you want to quibble. Now that the evidence is conclusive, Yi Xian, I can give you a chance. If you tell me the whereabouts of the blueprint now, I definitely won't do anything to you." At this point, Bai Jianmu let out a cold snort. Only then did he continue speaking in a sinister manner, "Otherwise, Yi Xian, don't blame me for disregarding our relationship as fellow disciples of the same sect and attacking you heavily." As he said this, Bai Jianmu sneered in his heart. The blueprint was in his hands. What right did Yi Xian have to take it out? He only asked this question for Sun Xinjing's benefit. If he killed Yi Xian as soon as he received Sun Xinjing's order, Bai Jianmu was afraid of arousing his master's suspicion. Therefore, he asked this question that Yi Xian couldn't answer so that he would have an excuse to kill Yi Xian. The outcome of the matter was no different from what Bai Jianmu had guessed. Since Yi Xian wasn't the one who stole the blueprint, he naturally couldn't take it out. Hearing Bai Jianmu's question, Yi Xian said angrily, "Bai Jianmu, I didn't steal the blueprint. How can I take it out?" Hearing this answer, which he had expected, Bai Jianmu sneered. "Yi Xian, since you won't say anything, you've seen it for yourself. Master has already given me permission to deal with you, so please don't blame me for being ruthless." As he spoke, Bai Jianmu strode towards Yi Xian. Seeing Bai Jianmu getting closer and closer, Yi Xian shouted sternly, "Bai Jianmu, don't you dare." Bai Jianmu sneered. "Yi Xian, why wouldn't I dare? Don't you see that Master has already given me permission to deal with you?" Hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Yi Xian's heart sank. He hurriedly turned his head to look at Sun Xinjing. Sun Xinjing was squinting at him. "Master, I really didn't steal the blueprint. Master believes that I really didn't do it." Hearing Yi Xian's bitter pleading, Suning Xinjing suddenly waved his hand to signal Bai Jianmu to stop. Then he asked coldly, "Yi Xian, I'm giving you one last chance. Are you going to take out the blueprint or not?" Hearing Sun Xinjing's question, Yi Xian said anxiously, "Master, I didn't steal the blueprint. It must be someone else. Please believe me." Before Yi Xian could finish, Sun Xinjing was a little impatient. He waved his hand at Bai Jianmu again and narrowed his eyes again. Just now, when Sun Xin saw Bai Jianmu stop, he didn't have any thoughts of panic. Yi Xian was not the person who stole the blueprint. Even if he wanted to take out the blueprint, it was impossible. After receiving Sun Xinjing's order again, Bai Jianmu had already come to Yi Xian's side. Seeing his greatest enemy in the South County branch, his most powerful competitor, end up like this, Bai Jianmu felt proud. "So what if your skills are better than mine? Now, you're still in my hands. He thought that as long as he crippled the person in front of him, he would be the leader of the South County branch in the future. His family would also become the fifth elder of the Bai family. When he thought of this, Bai Zhenmu could not help but smile smugly. He had worked hard for so long and cultivated painstakingly in the South County branch. After a few years of careful searching, he finally found the location of his master's treasure. In order to find the location of the treasure, Bai Zhenmu did not sleep almost every night and secretly searched. How many people could understand the hardships he had gone through? Why did he work so hard? Wasn't it all for today? Now, all his hard work was about to succeed. Chapter 289. Bai Zhenmu's smile was like the devil's mockery in Zhong Laji's eyes. He had expected that Yi Xian would end up like this even if he brought him out. But he didn't expect Bai Zhenmu's plan to succeed so quickly. Looking at the sadness and despair in Yi Xian's eyes, Zhong Laji knew that he wasn't in a better state than Yi Xian. Zhong Laji couldn't accept that Bai Zhenmu framed him for no reason and even framed him as the thief of the blueprint. He had hoped that Yi Xian's appearance would give him a glimmer of hope or a miracle. But now, Zhong Laji was in despair. The miracle didn't happen. Yi Xian's appearance only confirmed this matter. Thinking of this, Zhong Laji clenched his teeth. His heart was burning with anger, making him forget his fear. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Bai Zhenmu. He suddenly shouted loudly, "Bai Zhenmu, you stole the blueprint. Not only did you steal it, but you also tried to frame me and Yi Xian for it. Bai Zhenmu, you'll die a horrible death for doing such a heartless thing." Hearing Zhong Laji's words, Bai Zhenmu's eyes flashed coldly. Without waiting for Zhong Laji to finish, he stomped his foot and turned into a bolt of lightning, rushing towards Zhong Laji. Smack! Ah! Zhong Laji only saw a shadow flash in front of him. The next moment, he was hit hard in the face and fell to the ground screaming. Looking at Zhong Laji on the ground, Bai Zhenmu said coldly, "Zhong Laji, you stole the blueprint and didn't repent. You even tried to frame someone else. You don't know what's good for you." At this moment, Zhong Laji was dizzy from Bai Zhenmu's beating. He couldn't speak for a moment. Yi Xian was shocked when he saw Bai Zhenmu suddenly attack Zhong Laji. He hurriedly turned to look at his master, but his master's expression didn't change at all. At the sight of this, Yi Xian's last shred of hope disappeared immediately. He knew that his master was serious this time. If he didn't take out the blueprint, he was afraid. Yi Xian did not dare to think about what would happen next. Bai Zhenmu's slap also made everyone's hearts jump. Although Bai Zhenmu said that he was going to use his little hands, no one could imagine how serious this matter was before they saw it with their own eyes. Seeing Zhong Laji lying on the ground, everyone finally understood what Bai Zhenmu meant by a little trick. Bai Zhenmu smacked Zhong Laji down with a palm strike, then grabbed Zhong Laji's clothes and lifted him up with one hand. "Zhong Laji, how do you feel? Are you going to tell me where the blueprint is?" Although Zhong Laji was in pain from the beating, the fire in his heart was completely ignited. Looking at the grinning Bai Zhenmu, he suddenly opened his mouth and spat at Bai Zhenmu. "Bai Zhenmu, if you've got the guts, just beat me to death." Hearing Zhong Laji's stubbornness, Bai Zhenmu wasn't angry. Instead, he was happy. This was the result he wanted. Otherwise, how could he have the chance to cripple Zhong Laji? Bai Zhenmu didn't hold back either. He struck Zhong Laji's shoulder with a backhand. Ah! When Bai Zhenmu's hand landed on Zhong Laji's shoulder, Zhong Laji felt as if his shoulder had been hit by a speeding carriage. A cracking sound came from his shoulder, followed by a sharp pain. Zhong Laji couldn't help but scream as he was sent flying through the air. Seeing Zhong Laji being sent flying by Bai Zhenmu, everyone's hearts were in their mouths. When Zhong Laji fell to the ground, everyone couldn't help but look at their master. Sun Xinzheng was still expressionless. He narrowed his eyes and watched everything that happened in front of him. He didn't stop Bai Zhenmu, but it didn't mean that he had the heart to watch what happened in front of him. That blueprint was too precious. No matter what method he used, he had to find it. This was Sun Xinzheng's current thought. Therefore, even when he saw Bai Zhenmu break Zhong Laji's shoulder, he didn't stop him. Seeing that his master didn't stop him after breaking Zhong Laji's shoulder, Bai Zhenmu was secretly happy. At this moment, Bai Zhenmu knew that his master didn't mind him using any method to find that blueprint. Looking at Zhong Laji, who was lying on the ground, unable to get up, Bai Zhenmu decided not to hold back anymore. In the next moment, he raised his foot and stomped on Zhong Laji's leg. The crowd heard a cracking sound, followed by Zhong Laji's blood-curdling screams. Hearing Zhong Laji's shrill scream, everyone couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. They couldn't help but turn their heads, unable to bear to watch this tragedy. Bai Zhenmu wasn't satisfied with breaking one of Zhong Laji's legs and one of his arms. He wanted Zhong Laji to be completely crippled. Just as Bai Zhenmu was about to make another move, Yi Xian, who had been stunned on the spot, suddenly rushed toward Bai Zhenmu like a madman. Bai Zhenmu, I'll kill you. Yi Xian knew that Bai Zhenmu had no intention of holding back when he attacked Zhong Laji so ruthlessly. After Bai Zhenmu made his move on Zhong Laji, it would be his turn next. At this moment, Yi Xian didn't have any other thoughts. He only felt a deep sense of fear. Instead of letting Bai Zhenmu make a move on him, he would rather fight to the death with Apple first. That's enough, Yi Xian. What are you trying to do? Yi Xian had just taken 2 steps when he heard Sun Xinjing's loud shout. When he heard this voice, Yi Xian froze and stopped in his tracks. Yi Xian turned his head and looked at Sun Xinjing before kneeling on the ground again. Master, your disciple didn't steal the blueprint. Your disciple really didn't steal the blueprint. Yi Xian's face was already covered in tears. He choked on his sobs as he continued speaking. Master, your earnest teachings have always been engraved in my heart. How could I forget Master's kindness for a mere blueprint? Master, please believe your disciple. Your disciple would never steal the blueprint. Sun Xinjing couldn't bear to see Yi Xian's tear-streaked face. He sighed and asked slowly, Yi Xian, you'd better hand over the blueprint. Zhong Laji won't have to suffer anymore. I'll deal with you again. Seeing that Sun Xinjing wanted him to hand over the blueprint, how could Yi Xian do so? He had no choice but to kowtow desperately. Master, your disciple didn't steal the blueprint. Where can your disciple go to get it? This time, before Sun Xinjing could answer, Bai Zhenmu spoke first. Master, Yi Xian and Zhong Laji worked together to do this. They're only holding on to hope that they'll get lucky if they don't hand it over now. They all know that Master is merciful. As long as they beg and don't act pitiful, Master's heart will soften. Master, you mustn't fall into their trap. Chapter 290. Tang Zhenan was also stunned by Zhenmu's 2 attacks. After a while, he came back to his senses. Looking at Zhong Laji lying on the ground, Tang Zhenan suddenly felt a chill in his heart. At this moment, he actually felt a little regretful. For things like this, whether it was from hearsay or books, he would only sigh and not have a deep impression of it. But when he saw it in real life, he didn't have that kind of feeling. Zhong Laji was like a broken sack, sent flying in the air by Zhenmu. When he landed, Zhong Laji screamed in pain. All of this made Tang Zhenan a little scared. Tang Zhenan joined Zhenmu because he wanted stability. But what was this now? Looking at Zhong Laji's miserable state, Tang Zhenan sighed in his heart. Zhong Laji's current state had something to do with him helping Zhenmu. A feeling of regret appeared in Tang Zhenan's heart, causing him to have deep doubts about his choice. Liu Huarong's heart was pounding, and he didn't dare to look at Zhong Laji. He grew up in a farmer's house, and his parents were honest people. He had never seen such a scene. If Zhenmu said that it was just a small trick, he wouldn't have felt anything. But when he saw the effect of the small trick, he couldn't stay calm anymore. Liu Huarong subconsciously took 2 steps back, wanting to stay away from Zhong Laji as if doing so would lessen his sins. At this moment, Yi Xian was in complete despair after hearing Sun Xinjing's words. He didn't doubt how serious Zhenmu's next attack would be. Thinking of his master's trust in him and his loyalty to his master, Yi Xian kowtowed to Sun Xinjing again. Master, I've been by your side for so many years. Do you also think that I'm the one who stole the blueprint? Master, please think about it. I'm definitely not the one who stole the blueprint. Zhenmu sneered, Yi Xian, it's not written on your face who stole the blueprint. You'd better give up. A man of character dares to take responsibility for his actions. Since you dared to steal the blueprint, you should be prepared to be severely punished by Master. Having said that, Bai Jianmu slowly walked towards Yi Xian. He was prepared to let Zhong Laji off and deal with Yi Xian first. Seeing Bai Jianmu getting closer and closer, Yi Xian's eyes turned red. He had also heard what Zhong Laji had shouted just now. Although he hadn't experienced the interrogation in the hall, he was starting to suspect Bai Jianmu after seeing his appearance. Bai Jianmu, it's you. You did all this, didn't you? Bai Jianmu did not stop walking. He just shook his head and said, Yi Xian, evidence. Do you understand? You're accusing me of stealing the blueprints, so show me some evidence. At this point, Bai Jianmu had already come to Yi Xian's side and said coldly, Yi Xian, now that the evidence is conclusive, I'll ask you again. Are you going to take out the blueprint or not? After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Yi Xian hurriedly turned to Sun Xinjing and cupped his fists. He said in a choked voice, Master, please believe in your disciple. Your disciple would never do such a disgraceful thing. When Yi Xian said this, he felt a chill in his heart. This was because he saw that Sun Xinjing had already turned his head to the side and was no longer looking at him. Seeing this, Yi Xian fell into despair. Bai Jianmu, on the other hand, was delighted. His efforts were finally going to succeed. Thinking of this, Bai Jianmu suddenly raised his hand and slapped Yi Xian's face. Seeing Bai Jianmu's malicious expression, Yi Xian knew something was wrong. When he saw Bai Jianmu's palm strike coming at him, he hurriedly raised his hand to block Bai Jianmu's attack. Seeing that Yi Xian actually wanted to block his attack, Bai Jianmu sneered in his heart. He did not change his move, but he increased the strength of his hand and continued to grab Yi Xian's shoulder. Yi Xian raised his hand to block. When his arm collided with Bai Jianmu's arm, he knew something was wrong, but it was already too late. Yi Xian only felt a sharp pain and immediately heard a cracking sound from his arm. He immediately screamed and took a few steps back before stabilizing himself. After stabilizing himself, Yi Xian knew that his arm was broken. Just when he wanted to examine it carefully, Bai Jianmu's second attack came. When Yi Xian saw Bai Jianmu, he felt as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer. The sharp pain from his body made his vision turn black. He took a few steps back, and before he could stabilize himself, he felt something sweet in his throat and vomited. Yi Xian took a few more steps back and sat on the ground. For a moment, he was unable to stand up. Seeing Yi Xian vomiting on the ground, Bai Jianmu did not want to let him go. With a leap, he came in front of Yi Xian. He reached out and grabbed Yi Xian's clothes, lifted him up, and asked coldly, Yi Xian, are you going to take out the blueprint or not? Being held in by Jianmu's hand, Yi Xian felt like he was going to fall apart. His stomach was churning, and he was speechless for a moment. Bai Jianmu sneered when he saw this. Since you're not going to talk, don't blame me for being rude. As he spoke, Bai Jianmu raised his hand again, ready to give Yi Xian a vicious blow. Bai Jianmu, that's enough. You've already beaten the two of them to this extent. If you continue fighting, they'll be killed by you. Bai Jianmu had just raised his hand when he heard Prince Zhong's voice. Bai Jianmu was slightly taken aback when he heard this voice. He said coldly, Prince Zhong, this is our sect's business. I think it's best if you don't interfere. As he spoke, Bai Jianmu waved his hand and struck Yi Xian. When Bai Jianmu mentioned Yi Xian, everyone looked at him nervously. They did not know how much damage his palm would cause. It was also at this moment that everyone heard a blood-curdling scream. Smack. Ah. The next moment, everyone saw Bai Jianmu fly backward with a scream. He flew all the way to Zhong Laji's side before he landed. Seeing this scene, everyone was a little stunned. What's going on? When Bai Jianmu flew out, they did not see anyone hitting him. Prince Zhong was still sitting in his seat. Yi Xian was still sitting on the ground, paralyzed. The only change was that Bai Jianmu had fallen next to Zhong Laji. No one knew what had just happened. Even Sun Xinjing was shocked by Bai Jianmu's scream. He opened his eyes abruptly and looked at the situation in front of him in shock. Originally, Yi Xian was already in despair when he saw that Bai Jianmu was about to attack him again. Bai Jianmu's palm strike just now had already caused him internal injuries. Yi Xian believed that Bai Jianmu's next attack would definitely not be any lighter than the previous one. Seeing Bai Jianmu's sinister smile, Yi Xian could only sigh. It's really over this time. Just as Yi Xian was in despair, he heard a voice. Bai Jianmu, that's enough. You've already beaten the two of them to this extent. If you continue, they'll be killed by you. Chapter 291. The hall was silent. After a while, Bai Jianmu's roar rang in everyone's ears. I'm going to kill you. Cough. Everyone was shocked when they saw Bai Jianmu standing up slowly. They had been together for many years and naturally knew how powerful Bai Jianmu was. At this moment, seeing Bai Jianmu's thunderous roar, even as bystanders, they were a little scared. Bai Jianmu stood up slowly and coughed violently a few times. As he coughed, he spat out something from his mouth. When it fell to the ground, LV Wenkang, who was closest to it, immediately recognized what it was. A tooth. Half of a tooth. Seeing the tooth on the ground, LV Wenkang was even more shocked. Bai Jianmu had lost half of his tooth. This matter was definitely not over. Thinking of this, LV Wenkang subconsciously took 2 steps back, wanting to stay away from Bai Jianmu so that he wouldn't be implicated if Bai Jianmu got angry. Looking at the half of his tooth on the ground, Bai Jianmu was stunned for a moment. Finally, he slowly turned his head to look at Zhong Meng. Suddenly, he let out a beast-like howl and jumped into the air, rushing toward Zhong Meng. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. This change happened almost instantaneously. Everyone only saw Bai Jianmu being sent flying. The next moment, Bai Jianmu jumped up and rushed toward Zhong Meng. Zhong Laji looked at Bai Jianmu in the air and opened his mouth in a daze. He only made a meaningless sound and didn't know what to do. Bai Jianmu's speed was too fast. Before Zhong Laji's voice fell, he was already in front of Zhong Meng. Looking at Zhong Meng in front of him, Bai Jianmu's eyes were red and he shouted sternly. It's you. Did you sneak attack me just now? Looking at Bai Jianmu's distorted face, Zhong Meng shook his head indifferently and said with a chuckle. Sneak attack? Do I need to sneak attack to deal with you? Seeing that Zhong Meng not only sneak attacked him, but also dared to look down on him, Bai Jianmu was furious. Just now, it was because he was careless that he was ambushed by this person. Originally, Bai Jianmu did not want to complicate this matter. As long as he could get rid of Yi Xian and Zhong Laji, he did not want to cause any more trouble. However, this Prince Zhong actually dared to find trouble with him time and time again. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he might have really been dragged down by him. Thinking of this, Bai Jianmu decided not to endure it anymore. He did not believe that with the strength of the Bai family in South County, they would be afraid of Prince Zhong. The corners of Bai Jianmu's mouth suddenly curled into a cruel sneer. At the same time, his fists gradually clenched. True qi also surged from his dantian. In the blink of an eye, both of his fists were filled with true qi. In the next moment, Bai Jianmu exerted force on his feet and flew out like a bolt of lightning. His fists were like shooting stars as he rushed towards Zhong Meng. People in the distance could not feel the power of Bai Jianmu's punch, but Yi Xian, who was nearby, could only feel the strong wind brought about by the punch. It kept blowing on his face, making his face hurt a little. His long robe was even rustling in the wind. Feeling the power of Bai Jianmu's punch, Yi Xian was shocked to discover that the punch Bai Jianmu used on him just now was worlds apart from the punch he used on Prince Zhong now. The power was definitely not on the same level. The key was that Prince Zhong in front of him was just a child. Thinking of this, Yi Xian also became anxious. In order to save him, Prince Zhong had offended Bai Jianmu. He could not sit back and do nothing. However, Bai Jianmu was too fast. Just as this thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind, Bai Jianmu had already rushed in front of Zhong Meng. Yi Xian only had time to let out a shout before Bai Jianmu threw a series of punches at Zhong Meng. Bai Jianmu's gaze was cold as he threw out a punch. He swore that even if he offended the people behind Prince Zhong, he would definitely not let Prince Zhong off. Bai Jianmu was very confident in his martial arts. This was because he had never lost to anyone around his age. Moreover, the person in front of him was much younger than him. Even if he had started cultivating from a young age, how high could his martial arts be? Looking at Bai Jianmu, who was ruthlessly attacking him, Zhong Meng found it funny. He had only come to this world to lead the villagers of Mount Shuangnu to become rich in a low-key manner. He had no intention of slapping anyone in the face. However, this Bai Jianmu in front of him insisted on putting his face forward for him to slap. This really made Zhong Meng a little speechless. However, it would be a waste not to slap the face that came knocking on his door. Looking at Bai Jianmu's slightly swollen face from his slap, Zhong Meng felt a little unbalanced. He did not hold back and directly raised his hand. Before Bai Jianmu's attack arrived, he slapped the other side of his face. Ah! Everyone only saw Bai Jianmu rushing forward fiercely. The next moment, he let out an even more miserable scream and flew out in the air again. This time, because Zhong Meng had hit the wrong direction, Bai Jianmu's landing point was not the original position. Instead, it was in front of Sun Xinjing. Looking at Bai Jianmu, who was screaming on the ground, Sun Xinjing suddenly stood up and turned to look at Zhong Meng angrily. "Prince Zhong, what is the meaning of this? Are you provoking our sect?" Hearing Sun Xinjing's accusation, Zhong Meng smiled indifferently. He looked around at the people around him and said coldly, "Let's go. Branch leader Sun, what you said is wrong. Everyone here saw it. Just now, this Bai Jianmu attacked me first. I just had no choice but to fight back." Speaking of this, Zhong Meng turned to look at Sun Xinjing and said indifferently, "Branch leader Sun, Bai Jianmu provoked me. For your sake, I only slapped him. Otherwise, it would not be just a matter of slapping him." Hearing Zhong Meng's answer, Sun Xinjing only felt anger surging up. He pointed at Zhong Meng and said angrily, "You." However, Sun Xinjing only said one word and could not continue. Because just now, it was indeed Bai Jianmu who attacked first. Not only that, Sun Xinjing also saw the power of Bai Jianmu's attack just now. To be honest, seeing the power of Bai Jianmu's fist just now, Sun Xinjing was a little worried for Zhong Meng. Cough cough. While the two were talking, Bai Jianmu was already coughing and staggered to his feet. After coughing, Bai Jianmu spat out another thing on the ground. A tooth. Another half of a tooth. Seeing Bai Jianmu spit out another half of a tooth, Sun Xinjing pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he turned to Zhong Meng and said in a deep voice, "Prince Zhong, I will not pursue this matter. However, our sect does not welcome you. Please leave as soon as possible." Sun Xinjing was not afraid of Zhong Meng. The reason why he let Zhong Meng leave so easily was because there was something more important to do. Sun Xinjing had already thought it through. As long as this matter was settled, it would not be too late to find trouble with Zhong Meng. Chapter 292. Sun Xinjing swallowed his anger and let Zhong Meng leave so easily because he wanted to find the blueprint first. He could talk about other things later. As soon as Sun Xinjing finished speaking, before Zhong Meng could answer, Bai Jianmu, who had just stood up, roared fiercely, "No, we can't let him leave." After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Sun Xinjing's eyes turned cold. He didn't expect that Bai Jianmu would dare to disobey his orders. After Bai Jianmu shouted this, he also reacted. He quickly turned around and cupped his fists at Sun Xinjing. "Master, you can't let this person leave. This person is related to Zhong Laji. If the blueprint is with him and he leaves the South County branch, wouldn't he take the blueprint with him?" After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Sun Xinjing couldn't help but nod. If it was really as Bai Jianmu said, that the blueprint was with Zhong Meng, then it was really inappropriate to let him leave at this moment. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing turned to look at Bai Jianmu and asked in a low voice, "Bai Jianmu, what do you think we should do?" After hearing Sun Xinjing's question, Bai Jianmu sneered and said in a low voice, "Master, this Prince Zhong's martial arts are unfathomable. In my opinion, Master should first calm him down, then get someone to bring the 8 great iron Vajras over and take him down." The 8 great iron Vajras were the treasures of the Tianji sect. Their defense was astonishing and their power was even more powerful. Even an expert in the Hutian realm would not be able to deal with an iron Vajra so easily. Moreover, they were using 8 iron Vajras to deal with Zhong Meng. After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Sun Xinjing thought for a while and nodded. Then, he turned to look at Zhong Meng and said in a deep voice, "Prince Zhong, you can stay. However, I hope that you will stay out of our sect's affairs." After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Zhong Meng shook his head and pointed at Yi Xian, saying, "The matter hasn't been investigated clearly, and you're already using underhanded means against him. That's too much." Upon hearing this, Sun Xinjing frowned. "Prince Zhong, I've already said that you shouldn't interfere in our sect's affairs. As for how we treat our disciples, that's our business. It has nothing to do with Prince Zhong." After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Zhong Meng ignored him. He stood up and walked slowly to Yi Xian. He lowered his voice and asked, "Yi Xian, do you think that there's still a chance for you to clear your name?" After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Yi Xian was stunned. He turned to look at his master and saw that his master's face was as cold as ice. Seeing this, Yi Xian's heart ached and he couldn't help but cry. After a while, he walked to Sun Xinjing and knelt down, sobbing. "Master, I really didn't steal the blueprints. Please believe me, enough." Sun Xinjing was already unhappy when he saw Yi Xian and Zhong Meng whispering to each other. Now that he saw Yi Xian acting pitiful in front of him, he was even angrier. "Yi Xian, whether you stole the blueprints or not, we'll only know after we investigate." Hearing this, Yi Xian quickly raised his hand to the sky. "Master, I swear that if I stole the blueprints, I'm willing to be struck by lightning." Seeing Yi Xian swearing in front of him, Sun Xinjing was already somewhat impatient. He waved his hand to interrupt Yi Xian's words and said coldly, "Yi Xian, it's not that I don't believe you, but all the evidence points to you being the one who stole the blueprints. How do you expect me to believe you?" At this moment, Bai Jianmu finally caught his breath. After hearing the conversation between the two, he sneered. "Master, don't you see? Yi Xian only dared to deny it because Prince Zhong has his back. Master, as long as Prince Zhong doesn't interfere in this matter, I promise that I'll definitely get the blueprints back." Hearing this, Sun Xinjing turned to look at Zhong Meng and said in a deep voice, "Prince Zhong, let me remind you again. Our sect doesn't need Prince Zhong to interfere." Zhong Meng smiled and shook his head. Suddenly, he shouted to the four people around him, "Are Yi Xian and Zhong Leji the ones who stole the blueprints?" When the crowd heard Zhong Meng's words, they looked at each other and remained silent. Seeing this, Zhong Meng turned to look at senior brother LV Wenkang and asked with a smile, "LV Wenkang, as the senior brother, do you have anything to say to me?" LV Wenkang didn't expect Zhong Meng to ask him directly. He was stunned for a moment before he slowly shook his head. Zhong Meng turned to look at Tang Jianan and asked, "Tang Jianan, you're the second senior brother. Don't you have anything to say?" Hearing this, Tang Jianan shook his head. "Now that the evidence is conclusive, I have nothing to say." Hearing this, Zhong Meng turned his head again. Zhong Meng asked everyone, including 7th junior brother Mai Guangji and 8th junior sister Li Shuiyang. He asked all of them. In the end, everyone either remained silent or said that the evidence was conclusive. In any case, no one spoke up for Yi Xian and Zhong Laji. Seeing this, Zhong Meng understood that even if no one was certain that Yi Xian and Zhong Laji were the ones who stole the blueprints, no one spoke up for them. After asking everyone, Zhong Meng turned his gaze to Bai Jianmu. After a long while, he shook his head and muttered to himself, "That's right. You don't have to ask." After saying this, Zhong Meng finally looked at Sun Xinjing and asked seriously, "Chief Sun, now that everyone here believes that Yi Xian and Zhong Laji stole the blueprints, what do you think, Chief Sun?" At this moment, after hearing Zhong Meng's question, Yi Xian, who was kneeling on the ground, initially harbored a glimmer of hope that someone would speak up for him. However, everyone's answer made Yi Xian's heart grow colder and colder. There were no tears left in his eyes, only desolation. After so many years of being brothers, at this moment, they actually believed that he was the one who stole the blueprints. Big senior brother used to be such an honest and trustworthy person, but at this moment, he actually admitted that he was the one who stole the blueprints. There was also Tang Jianan and Liu Huarong. Not only did they believe that he was the one who stole the blueprints, but they also said that they had evidence to do so. Yi Xian's heart was dead, and he felt that the entire world was grey. Although everyone in the hall was very close, Yi Xian could not feel them. It was as if he had become an outsider in this hall. Looking at Zhong Laji, who was not far away, whose face was also filled with despair, Yi Xian sighed in his heart. In the South County branch, Zhong had the best relationship with him, and the two of them could talk the most. Usually, the two of them would study the mechanism technique together. But now, it had also become like this. Yi Xian still had some doubts about what had happened just now. The bronze box was found in Zhong room. Then, was Zhong the one who stole the blueprints? Zhong said that he did not steal it, and that Bai Jianmu framed him? Was what Zhong said true? Chapter 293. Yi Xian wasn't sure if Zhong had been wrongly accused, but he was certain that he had been wrongly accused. Although he knew where his master had placed the blueprints, he could swear to the heavens that although he had the opportunity to see them, he had never even taken a glance at them out of respect for his master. Yi Xian would never forget his master's kindness to him. Yi Xian was an orphan who had been adopted by Sun Xinjing. Sun Xinjing had raised him and treated him like a disciple. Yi Xian had once sworn that he would use his entire life to repay his master's kindness. But now that he had fallen into such a predicament, how could he repay his master? Thinking of this, Yi Xian raised his head to look at his master. He realized that besides the coldness in his master's eyes, there was also a trace of hatred. It was also at this moment that he heard Zhongmeng's question. Chief Sun, everyone here believes that Yi Xian and Zhong stole the blueprints. So, Chief Sun, what do you think? At this moment, Yi Xian was extremely nervous. He stared at his master without blinking, wanting to hear his master's thoughts. Hearing Zhongmeng's question, Sun Xinjing stared intently at Zhongmeng's face. After a while, he slowly replied, Prince Zhong, I would also like to ask, why are you protecting Yi Xian and Zhong? Or are you really in cahoots with Yi Xian and Zhong? Hearing Sun Xinjing's answer, Yi Xian was slightly disappointed. But at the same time, he listened carefully to see how Prince Zhong would respond. Because of this question, he was also puzzled. From the beginning, he felt that Prince Zhong was indeed protecting him. But the point was, why was Prince Zhong protecting him? Could it be? With that thought in mind, Yi Xian turned to look at Zhong. Could it be that Prince Zhong was really in cahoots with third senior brother like what Master said? Zhongmeng smiled and waved his hand. Division Leader Sun, you're thinking too much. This is my first time coming to the South County branch. I've only heard of the names Yi Xian and Zhong not long ago. How could they be related? After listening to Zhongmeng's answer, Sun Xinjing did not intend to let him go. He continued to ask, Prince Zhong, are you really with them? When Zhongmeng heard this, he shook his head and turned to look at Yi Xian. He asked, Yi Xian, are you willing to work with me? Hearing Zhongmeng's question, Yi Xian was stunned. For a moment, he forgot to answer Zhongmeng's question. What did that mean? Was he willing to work with him? What was Prince Zhong trying to say? Could it be that he wanted to save him? Seeing Yi Xian in a daze, Zhongmeng ignored him. He turned around and walked to Zhong side. He asked softly, Zhong, are you willing to work with me? Hearing Zhongmeng's question, Zhong was also stunned. After asking Zhong, Zhongmeng saw that he did not reply, so he said loudly, Yi Xian, Zhong, if the two of you are willing to work with me, then I will save you from being wronged. If not, then forget it. Zhongmeng's voice was very loud, and everyone present heard it. Bai Jianmu's red and swollen face had already turned ashen. He suddenly shouted, Prince Zhong, don't even think about being presumptuous here. Do you think you can be presumptuous here just because your martial arts are high? At this point, Bai Jianmu sneered and continued. Let me tell you, don't even think about it. No matter how high your martial arts are, you can forget about breaking through the 8 iron Vajras of the South County branch. In terms of martial arts, other than Bai Jianmu, the rest of the people in the South County branch were not very high. However, why did no outsiders dare to invade? It was because the South County branch had the 8 iron Vajras guarding the South County branch. In the beginning, there were people who wanted to use force to threaten the South County branch. However, after being taught a lesson by the 8 iron Vajras, no one dared to come again. The 8 iron Vajras were 8 iron men made of fine iron. They were extremely powerful. The key was that once the 8 iron Vajras were activated, they would attack the enemy with all their might. During this period, even if one felt that they were not a match for the 8 Iron Vajras, it was impossible to stop the battle. Once the 8 Iron Vajras started to attack, they would definitely beat the enemy into minced meat before they stopped. It was precisely because of such a terrifying existence that no one dared to have any ideas about the South County branch. Hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Yi Xian's expression changed. He hurriedly cupped his fists at Sun Xinjing and said, "Master, you can't do that. No matter what, Prince Zhong is an outsider. Using the 8 Iron Vajras on him will probably cause unnecessary trouble." Seeing that Yi Xian was pleading for Yi Xian, Bai Jianmu immediately sneered. "Master, you saw it too. Prince Zhong is protecting Yi Xian and Zhong Laji." As for Yi Xian and Zhong Laji, when they heard that Master was going to use the 8 Iron Vajras of our sect, they also began to plead for Prince Zhong. At this point, Bai Jianmu sneered again before continuing. "Master, if they do this, doesn't it prove that they have been in contact for a long time? Otherwise, why would they protect each other?" Hearing Bai Jianmu's nonsense, Yi Xian could no longer hold it in. He suddenly got up from the ground and rushed towards Bai Jianmu. Yi Xian had already made up his mind. Even if he died, he would teach this villain a lesson. Seeing Yi Xian rush over, a trace of killing intent immediately flashed in Bai Jianmu's cold eyes. True Qi burst out from his dantian again and quickly covered his entire body. Yi Xian had just rushed in front of Bai Jianmu. Before he could punch, he saw Bai Jianmu fly up like lightning and kick his left shoulder. Yi Xian felt as if his left arm had been hit by a heavy blow. With a cracking sound, a sharp pain surged into his mind. It was so painful that he could not help but scream. His vision turned black, and his entire body was sent flying into the air by this powerful force. Bai Jianmu had succeeded in his attack and wanted to chase after him. However, Sun Xinjing waved his hand at him. He hurriedly stopped and cupped his fists. "Master, please let me clean up the sect and teach this ungrateful person a lesson." Sun Xinjing did not answer him. Instead, he turned to look at Zhong Meng and asked coldly, "Prince Zhong, I will ask you again. Do you really want to go against our sect?" Zhong Meng waved his hand. "Don't make it sound so unpleasant. Why would I want to go against you? It's just that I really can't stand it anymore. That's why I want to discuss it with you." After hearing Zhong Meng's answer, Sun Xinjing said slowly, "In that case, Prince Zhong, please return to your seat and promise that no matter what happens, you will not interfere in our sect's affairs." Sun Xinjing paused for a moment before continuing, "Prince Zhong, can you agree to these conditions of mine?" Zhong Meng shook his head. "I don't agree." Chapter 294. Sun Xinjing originally thought that Zhong Meng would agree to his request because Zhong Meng was just an outsider. This was the territory of the Tianji sect, so the Tianji sect should have the final say. He didn't expect Zhong Meng to reject him. Seeing that Zhong Meng dared to reject his request, Sun Xinjing felt the anger in his heart explode. He couldn't hold it in any longer. He looked at Zhong Meng and shouted sternly, "Prince Zhong, do you know where this is? Who are you? How dare you come to the Tianji sect to cause trouble?" At this point, Sun Xinjing paused for a moment. He took a deep breath and suppressed his emotions that were about to explode. He then said slowly, "Young Master Zhong, I don't care who you are, but since you're in the Sky Secret sect, you have to act according to the Sky Secret sect's rules." Bai Jianmu, who was beside Sun Xinjing, had already regained his confidence. After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, he didn't wait for Zhong Meng's reply and said coldly, "Prince Zhong, please return to your original seat. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Zhong Meng looked at him mockingly. "Bai Jianmu, how rude are you going to be? Come and try it. I can't wait any longer." Bai Jianmu heard this and his eyes turned cold. A trace of killing intent flashed in the cold light. "Prince Zhong, since you want to experience it, then I'll show you my true ability." Before Bai Jianmu's voice faded, he turned into a shadow and rushed toward Zhong Meng. Just now, Bai Jianmu didn't want to cause trouble, so he didn't go all out. At this moment, Bai Jianmu couldn't care less because he could see that Prince Zhong clearly wanted to interfere in this matter. If he didn't take him down, then today's matter would be difficult to handle. Bai Jianmu's specialty wasn't his fists, but his claws. His ultimate skill was called melting ice. This time, Bai Zhenmu no longer held back and unleashed his strongest attack. The ice melted. As soon as Bai Zhenmu made his move, everyone in the hall saw silvery white snowflakes burst out from Bai Zhenmu's afterimage. Silver white snowflakes danced up and down in Bai Zhenmu's afterimage. More and more snowflakes fell, and everyone could no longer see Bai Zhenmu's figure. They could only see silver white snowflakes filling the sky, rapidly approaching Zhongmeng. Although the snowflakes were beautiful, everyone could only feel waves of bone-chilling killing intent in the beautiful snowflakes. At this moment, even Sun Xinjing was stunned. For so many years, no one had been able to force Bai Zhenmu to use this move. Sun Xinjing naturally hadn't seen it either. At this moment, after seeing this move, Sun Xinjing's heart suddenly rose to his throat. Although Sun Xinjing's martial arts weren't very high, he could see how powerful the snowflakes in the sky were. Zhong Qiuming was even more shocked and dumbfounded. He thought that his martial arts were already pretty good. Although he didn't dare to compare himself with the masters who had been famous for a long time, he believed that his martial arts were definitely among the best among his peers. But now, Zhong Qiuming realized that he was wrong. Bai Zhenmu wasn't much older than him, but when he used this ultimate skill, Zhong Qiuming fell into a state of shock. Zhong Qiuming believed that if Bai Zhenmu attacked him and used this move, he might not be able to block it. No, it wasn't that he might not be able to block it. Looking at Bai Zhenmu's ultimate move, Zhong Qiuming began to worry for Zhongmeng. Although he guessed that Zhongmeng's martial arts were very high, he didn't believe that Zhongmeng could be safe under such a powerful ultimate skill. During the time he spent with Zhongmeng, Zhong Qiuming really hadn't seen Zhongmeng make a move. Although Zhongmeng could take back the feather of the nightmare eagle, he always guessed that Zhongmeng might have used some other method to get the feather back. Zhongmeng was younger than Zhong Qiuming. Zhong Qiuming believed that when he practiced martial arts, not only did he not slack off, but he was also more hardworking than others. Zhong Qiuming had always believed that even if Zhongmeng worked harder than him, even if Zhongmeng had more martial arts than him, even if Zhongmeng had more martial arts than him, even if Zhongmeng was better than him, it would not be by much. Since he couldn't block Bai Zhenmu's move, then could Zhongmeng block it? Sun Xinjing and the others saw Bai Zhenmu's move and were amazed. However, after Yi Xian saw Bai Zhenmu's move, he immediately turned pale with fright. Bai Zhenmu's move was so powerful that it was beyond Yi Xian's imagination. He never thought that Bai Zhenmu's martial arts had reached such a level. Prince Zhong was attacked by Bai Zhenmu because he was trying to help him. If something happened to Prince Zhong under Bai Zhenmu's attack, then Yi Xian's heart would definitely not be at ease. Looking at the snowflakes in front of him, Yi Xian couldn't help but scream. "Stop, Bai Zhenmu, stop now," but it was too late. Bai Zhenmu's move was so fast that it happened in front of Zhongmeng in the blink of an eye. Bai Zhenmu had already made up his mind to not hold back this time. Even if he had to kill Prince Zhong directly, he would eliminate this hidden danger. The plan was about to succeed, but Prince Zhong kept messing up, almost causing Yi Xian and Zhong Laji to turn the tables. For the sake of this plan, Bai Zhenmu couldn't care less. Even if there was someone behind Prince Zhong, he couldn't care less. If he couldn't become the author of the South County branch, Bai Zhenmu knew that he would definitely end up in a miserable state. Not to mention his family's status in the South Counties by family, if he was discovered to have stolen the blueprint, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although Bai Zhenmu could guarantee that his martial arts were the highest among all the people in the South County branch, he still didn't dare to be arrogant. The South County branch's treasure, the 8 iron Vajras, were extremely powerful and almost invincible. Bai Zhenmu had seen these 8 iron Vajras before. Although his martial arts were strong, he didn't think that he could block the attacks of these 8 iron Vajras. No, he might not even be able to block the attack of 1 iron Vajra. Not only did the iron Vajras have shocking attack power, but their defense power was also terrifying. Bai Zhenmu had secretly tried it before. Even if he used his full strength, he could only cause a little damage to an iron Vajra. Since the iron Vajra's attacks were ineffective, he could only be chased by them. In the end, he would definitely be the one to lose. Bai Zhenmu knew very well that once his matter was discovered, the South County branch would send out the 8 iron Vajras to deal with him. No matter how capable he was, he would not be able to escape the fate of being killed. Therefore, Bai Jianmu had been persuading Sun Xinjing to believe that the people who stole the blueprint were Yi Xian and Zhong Laji. Now that the plan was about to succeed, Prince Zhong appeared to protect Yi Xian and Zhong Laji. Chapter 295. Although his attack on Zhong Meng failed, Bai Jianmu wasn't worried at all. This was because he didn't use his full strength just now. Most importantly, he didn't use his best skill. As long as a person used his best skill, he could instantly increase his attack power by 4 or 5 times. Some good skills could even increase his attack power by more than 10 times. Bai Jianmu was very confident in his skills. He didn't believe that Prince Zhong would be able to escape unscathed under his attack. Seeing that his attack was about to reach Prince Zhong, Bai Jianmu was shocked to find that Prince Zhong didn't show any signs of panic after seeing his ferocious attack. Even the smile on his face didn't change. Seeing this, Bai Jianmu was stunned for a moment. Soon, he laughed coldly in his heart. Prince Zhong must be scared out of his wits. He couldn't react in time. Ha. Thinking that this despicable Prince Zhong was about to be killed by him, Bai Jianmu's lips curled into a cruel smile. At the same time, the true qi in his body surged again. Instantly, the strength in his hand increased by a few notches. Zhong Laji, who was standing beside Zhong Meng, was shocked by the killing intent contained in the silver-white snowflakes. He just stood there with his eyes wide open, staring at the silver-white snowflakes. Zhong Laji wanted to shout, he wanted to warn Prince Zhong. However, he just opened his mouth wide and forgot to shout. In Zhong Laji's eyes, the silver-white snowflakes danced in front of him, spiraling up and down. Suddenly, the snowflakes spun faster and in an instant, they covered Zhong Meng's body. Piak. Zhong Laji watched as the snowflakes landed on Zhong Meng's body. Immediately, a crisp sound was heard. After a moment, the snowflakes disappeared and Bai Jianmu's figure reappeared in front of everyone. Bai Jianmu's hand was placed on Zhong Meng's shoulder. He didn't move an inch, his eyes filled with shock. This scene only lasted for a moment before young Master Zhong said calmly, "Don't worry. It looks pretty good, but it's useless." Piak. Ah. After sighing, Zhong Meng slapped Bai Jianmu's face with a backhand. After a crisp sound, Bai Jianmu let out a miserable shriek in front of everyone's eyes. He was once again sent flying into the air, flying backwards. After flying for 5 to 6 meters, Bai Jianmu screamed and fell to the ground. This time, after Bai Jianmu fell to the ground, he lay there motionless. He did not immediately get up like before. Only the continuous screams from his mouth proved that he was still alive. The hall was completely silent. No one dared to speak. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at Zhong Meng. What was going on? Bai Jianmu's ferocious attack was actually repelled by Prince Zhong's mouth. When Zhong Meng saw that everyone was staring at him blankly, he knew that they might not be able to speak for a while. He turned to look at Sun Xinjing and said with a smile, "By the way, Branch Leader Sun, what did you say just now? Can I trouble you to repeat it?" Sun Xinjing was awakened by Zhong Meng's words. He first looked at Bai Jianmu, who was lying motionless on the ground, then turned to look at Zhong Meng and shouted sternly, "Prince Zhong, are you going to behave atrociously in our sect? Do you really think that you can do whatever you want in the Tianji sect with your martial arts?" At this point, Sun Xinjing suddenly raised his hand and said coldly, "Prince Zhong, since you dared to hurt my people, don't blame me for being impolite." After saying this, Sun Xinjing's hand suddenly fell and he shouted, "Bring the 8 great iron Vajras in and capture this arrogant person." As soon as Sun Xinjing finished speaking, a series of heavy footsteps came from the entrance of the hall. The sound was so dull that even the ground was faintly shaking. Zhong Meng quickly turned his head and looked at the entrance. A few big iron men were walking in one after another. That's right, big iron men. Zhong Meng rubbed his eyes and looked at the door again. He wanted to see what these things were. The 8 great iron Vajras had already received Mr. Sun's order. As soon as they walked into the hall, they surrounded Zhong Meng. Looking at the 8 big iron men around him, Zhong Meng was extremely surprised. He even thought in his heart, Are these robots? Thinking of this, Zhongmeng quickly turned his head to look at Sun Xinjing and asked loudly, "Branch leader Sun, are these robots?" Sun Xinjing didn't know what robots were. He only knew that as long as the 8 great iron Vajras were dispatched, they would definitely be able to beat this arrogant person into meat paste. After hearing Zhongmeng's question, Sun Xinjing sneered, "Prince Zhong, now that things have come to this, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Since you want to make trouble again and again, I can only use my sect's treasure to deal with you." After saying this, Sun Xinjing raised his hand again. When he was about to give the order, he saw Zhongmeng waving his hand at him. Sun Xinjing saw this and sneered in his heart, "It seems that this Prince Zhong is not a fool. Seeing the power of my 8 great iron Vajras, he wants to surrender." Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing slowly put down his hand and looked at Zhongmeng, who was surrounded by the 8 great iron Vajras, and said with a sneer, "What, Prince Zhong, do you know your mistake now?" Hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Zhongmeng hurriedly shook his head and asked, "Branch leader Sun, can I ask you something? These 8 great iron Vajras, how do you control them?" After listening to Zhongmeng's words, Sun Xinjing was suddenly stunned. He thought that Zhongmeng wanted to say something to beg for mercy, but he didn't expect that at this critical moment, he still had the leisure to ask this question. However, Zhongmeng was about to be turned into meat paste. Sun Xinjing was not afraid of him knowing, so he said with a sneer, "These 8 great iron Vajras, only I can control them. They will not listen to the orders of others." Speaking of this, Sun Xinjing paused for a moment before continuing, "Do you have any last words?" Zhongmeng shook his head. "Branch leader Sun, don't be in such a hurry. I still have something to ask Yi Xian and Zhong Laji." Speaking of this, Zhongmeng turned his head to look at Yi Xian and Zhong Laji and asked loudly, "Yi Xian, Zhong Laji, you also understand that you can't stay in the South County branch anymore. F***CK, why don't you work for me? What do you think?" Everyone was stunned when they heard Zhongmeng's words. He was surrounded by the 8 great iron Vajras, yet he could still say such words. They didn't know if this person was stupid or if there was something wrong with him. At such a critical moment, shouldn't he be thinking about escaping? Hearing Zhongmeng's question, Yi Xian was stunned for a long time before he slowly shook his head and said bitterly, "Prince Zhong, Master has been very kind to me. How can I betray my master and work for you? Prince Zhong, thank you for protecting us." Yi Xian is very grateful, but if you want Yi Xian to betray his master, I'll have to disappoint you. Zhong Laji also quickly cupped his hands to Zhongmeng. "Prince Zhong, I'm really sorry." Chapter 296. After hearing Yi Xian and Zhong Laji's answers, Zhongmeng was not disappointed. If Yi Xian and Zhong Laji agreed readily, he would be a little disappointed. Yi Xian and Zhong Laji had been Sun Xinjing's disciples for so many years, especially Yi Xian. He was an orphan and had been brought to the mountain by Sun Xinjing since he was young. After so many years of nurturing, if Yi Xian could easily betray his sect, then Zhongmeng would really look down on him. Thinking of this, Zhongmeng thought for a moment and continued to say to Yi Xian, "Yi Xian, I know that your master is very kind to you, but can't you see that if you don't go with me, I'm afraid you'll be crippled by Zhenmu. What will you do then?" After hearing Zhongmeng's question, Yi Xian sighed. "So what if I'm crippled by Zhenmu? I won't betray my sect. Please forgive me, Prince Zhong." Zhongmeng said, "Even if you're crippled, you still won't leave the Tianji sect." Yi Xian nodded with a bitter smile. "I grew up in the Tianji sect. This is my home. If Prince Zhong wants me to abandon my home and go with you, I definitely won't be willing." Zhongmeng smiled. "Yi Xian, you're wrong. I'm not asking you to abandon the South County branch. I'm just asking you to go with me and work for me. Is there any disagreement?" At this point, Zhongmeng paused for a moment before continuing, "I'm not taking you out to go against the Tianji sect. I just want you to build an auction house for me. I don't have any other intentions. Of course, if you agree to my request, you can only serve me." This time, before Yi Xian could answer, Sun Xinjing was already furious. This Prince Zhong was really a good-for-nothing. He actually dared to poach the people of the South County branch in front of him. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing suddenly shouted, "Prince Zhong, shut up. How dare you come to my South County branch to poach people? Don't blame me for being impolite. After saying this, just as Sun Xinjing was about to order the 8 iron Vajras to attack, Yi Xian hurriedly knelt in front of Sun Xinjing and begged. Master, please don't give the order. Prince Zhong doesn't have any ill intentions. He just wants to help this disciple and hasn't done anything bad to our sect. Please forgive him this time. Please don't let the 8 iron Vajras attack him. Seeing that Yi Xian was pleading for an outsider, Sun Xinjing sneered. Yi Xian, are you tempted by Prince Zhong's words? Do you want to go with him and work for him? At this point, Sun Xinjing suddenly roared. Yi Xian, let me tell you, you've had a dream. Since you're a disciple of our Tianji sect, you can forget about leaving in this lifetime. Sun Xinjing turned to look at Zhong Meng. Prince Zhong, you've repeatedly interfered with our sect's matters. I've endured it for a long time. Now that things have come to this, you don't repent and actually dare to poach a disciple of our Tianji sect in front of me. Alright, I want to see what ability you have to do such an unscrupulous thing. After saying this, Sun Xinjing was about to order the 8 iron Vajras to attack Zhong Meng again when Yi Xian suddenly pounced in front of him and kowtowed repeatedly, sobbing as he begged. Master, please don't do this. Prince Zhong is young and ignorant and has offended Master. Please forgive him, Master. Please don't do anything to him. This disciple begs you. If Yi Xian hadn't pleaded for Zhong Meng, Sun Xinjing wouldn't have felt anything. But now, seeing Yi Xian pleading for help for an outsider, Sun Xinjing couldn't hold it in any longer. He suddenly flew up and kicked Yi Xian ruthlessly, causing Yi Xian to roll back several times before he could stabilize himself. Seeing Yi Xian roll to a spot not too far away from him, Zhong Meng sighed. Yi Xian, why are you doing this? I've already said that you're only helping me build the auction house. I'm not asking you to betray your sect. Hearing Zhong Meng's question, Yi Xian struggled to get up and said while panting, without Master's permission, I will never agree to any of Prince Zhong's conditions. Seeing Yi Xian so stubborn, Zhong Meng sighed and turned to look at Zhong Leji, only to see Zhong Leji silently shaking his head. Seeing the two of them so stubborn, Zhong Meng was a little annoyed and said loudly, You two, you're too mean. In order to save the two of you, I've already been surrounded by these big iron guys. I'm about to be beaten to a pulp. Don't you have any sympathy for me? Hearing Zhong Meng's words, Yi Xian and Zhong Laji looked ashamed. After a moment, Yi Xian cupped his hands to Zhong Meng and said, Prince Zhong's protection, Yi Xian can only repay it in his next life. Hearing this, Zhong Meng was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. He said angrily, Yi Xian, what do you mean by this? Don't tell me that for the sake of your master, I'm not even worth mentioning. Yi Xian sighed, listen to Prince Zhong's forgiveness. Without Master, there wouldn't be Yi Xian today. Even if Master wants me to die, I, Yi Xian, won't even frown. At this point, Yi Xian paused for a moment before continuing. Prince Zhong, I will plead with Master on your behalf. Seeing that Yi Xian and Zhong Laji, these two blockheads, didn't understand, Zhong Meng was angry, but there was nothing he could do. He sighed and turned to Sun Xinjing with a bitter smile. Branch leader Sun, let's discuss something. If I find the blueprint for you, can you please ask Yi Xian and Zhong Laji to do it for me? Hearing Zhong Meng's question, Sun Xinjing sneered, Prince Zhong, you guys work together to steal the blueprint. Do you think that I would work together with blueprint thieves to make a deal? Hearing this, Zhong Meng looked at Sun Xinjing in shock. Branch leader Sun, do you still think that Yi Xian and Zhong Laji stole the blueprint? This time, before Sun Xinjing could answer, Bai Jianmu, who had already woken up, spoke first. Master, you can't believe his words. They are deliberately acting like this to make Master believe that they have nothing to do with this. At this point, Bai Jianmu took a few deep breaths before continuing. Master, the blueprint is our sect's treasure. Prince Zhong is just an outsider. He said that he would use the blueprint to exchange for Yi Xian and Zhong Laji. Master, don't you understand why Prince Zhong has the blueprint? It's because they were the ones who stole it. That's why he has it. After Sun Xinjing heard Zhong Meng's words, he was already a little convinced. However, after hearing Bai Jianmu's words, he suddenly understood. Bai Jianmu was right. Why did Prince Zhong have the blueprint? Today was the first day he came to the South County branch. Why did he have the blueprint? Even in the sect, Yi Xian was the only one who knew the location of the blueprint. Then, why did Prince Zhong have the blueprint? There was only one answer, and that was that Yi Xian, Zhong Laji, and Prince Zhong were in cahoots. Chapter 297. After figuring out that Yi Xian and Zhong Meng were in cahoots, Sun Xinjing's anger, which had subsided a little, flared up again. This Prince Zhong in front of him was clearly treating him like a fool. He stole his blueprint and then used it to make a deal with him. This was simply going too far. Sun Xinjing was so angry that he raised his hand. Just as he was about to give another order, Yi Xian rushed forward and grabbed Sun Xinjing, begging him, "Master, please don't do anything to Prince Zhong. I'm willing to take the blame for Prince Zhong." "Master," before he could finish his sentence, Yi Xian suddenly felt a force behind him. In the next moment, he flew into the air and slammed into the wall in the distance. Ah! Soon, everyone saw Yi Xian slamming into the wall and heard Yi Xian's blood-curdling screams. As soon as Yi Xian fell to the ground against the wall, everyone saw a figure flash in front of them. Bai Jianmu had already arrived in front of Yi Xian. He lifted a foot and stepped on Yi Xian's body as he said coldly, "You traitor! Even now, you still dare to quibble and try to use tricks to deceive Master. You deserve a beating." As Bai Jianmu spoke, he exerted more force on Yi Xian. "Ah! Bai Jianmu, let go! Ah!" Although Yi Xian was screaming miserably under Bai Jianmu's torture, Zhong Meng did not seem to hear him. He turned his head to look at Zhong Laji and waved his hand. "Hey, Zhong Laji, come here." Hearing this, Zhong Laji hurried over to Zhong Meng and said apologetically, "Prince Zhong, I'm so sorry that you've suffered because of us." Zhong Meng waved his hand. "It's okay. I want to ask you, do you have any evidence to prove that you didn't steal it?" Hearing Zhong Meng's question, Zhong Laji shook his head sadly. Then, his eyes spat fire. "Bai Jianmu, he wronged me. That bronze box belongs to him. Prince Zhong, please believe me." Zhong Meng quickly waved his hand to interrupt Zhong Laji and let out a sigh when he saw how agitated Zhong Laji was at the mention of evidence. "What's the use of believing you? If your master doesn't believe you, no one else can do anything." Speaking of this, Zhong Meng paused before continuing, "Zhong Laji, if there is no evidence to prove that you are not the one who stole the blueprint, what will happen to you? Or rather, how will your master and Bai Jianmu treat you?" Hearing this, Zhong Laji shook his head bitterly. "I don't know. It's just that I owe Master a great debt of gratitude. Even if he's deceived by a villain, he'll wake up sooner or later." Speaking of this, Zhong Laji sighed and continued, "At that time, Master will definitely know that I didn't steal the blueprint." After hearing Zhong Laji's words, Zhong Meng raised his eyebrows in anger and asked tentatively, "Zhong Laji, what if your master got Bai Jianmu to beat you until you're disabled? You'll be that kind of disabled." Speaking of this, Zhong Meng made a gesture to show that he was lying on the ground and couldn't move. Then, he continued, "It's the kind where all the muscles and bones in your body are broken. Your whole body is like a pile of mud. Even if you want to stand up, it's impossible. Your tongue is gone, your nose can't smell anything, and your ears can't hear anything. The only part of your body that can move is your eyes. In other words, you can't even move your eyes." Speaking of this, Zhong Meng turned to look at Zhong Laji and asked with a frown, "If you really become like that, what will you do?" After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Zhong Laji only felt his whole body turn cold. Cold sweat kept dripping down his forehead. Zhong Laji calmed down a little and said with a forced smile, "Prince Zhong, don't joke around. Master and Prince Zhong wouldn't be so vicious." Zhong Meng nodded and pointed at Bai Jianmu and Yi Xian in the distance. "Zhong Laji, take a look over there. Yi Xian can't make it." Hearing this, Zhong Laji was shocked and quickly turned to look. When he saw the situation over there, a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. At this moment, Yi Xian was in Bai Jianmu's hands. His eyes were closed and his face was pale. His hands were hanging weakly by his sides and he didn't have any intention of resisting. Bai Jianmu growled from time to time. His hands were clenched into fists and he was beating Yi Xian fiercely. Seeing this scene, Zhong Laji couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, "Bai Jianmu, you despicable person. Stop beating him. If you continue, Yi Xian will die." Hearing Zhonglaji's words, Bai Jianmu slowly turned his head and said with a sinister smile, "Zhonglaji, don't worry. It'll be your turn soon." Hearing Bai Jianmu's devilish laughter, Zhonglaji only felt his heart slowly sink, as if it was falling into a bottomless abyss, sinking deeper and deeper. Subconsciously, Zhonglaji turned his head and looked at the people around him. Finally, his eyes stopped on Zhongmeng. Zhonglaji suddenly realized that among all the people in the hall, only Prince Zhong seemed to be speaking up for him. For him, Prince Zhong had also gotten himself into deep trouble. Zhonglaji naturally knew what kind of existence the 8 Iron Vajras were. Each of the 8 Iron Vajras was comparable to a Hutian master. If the 8 Iron Vajras worked together, they could deal with a peak Hutian master. In order to speak up for him and Yi Xian, Prince Zhong was currently surrounded by the 8 Iron Vajras, who were comparable to Hutian masters. Seeing Zhonglaji's face full of despair, Zhongmeng smiled and said, "Zhonglaji, Yi Xian is about to die. If you don't hurry, I'm afraid it'll be too late." Speaking up to this point, Zhongmeng paused for a moment before revealing his purpose. "Zhonglaji, as long as you agree to build an auction house for me, I'll save the two of you. What do you think?" Hearing this, Zhonglaji was stunned. He was a little confused. Prince Zhong was surrounded by the 8 Iron Vajras. Even if he wanted to come out, it was impossible. On what basis could he save him and Yi Xian? Thinking up to this point, Zhonglaji asked with some doubts, "Prince Zhong, can you really save me and Yi Xian?" Seeing that Zhonglaji was somewhat moved, Zhongmeng was suddenly overjoyed and quickly said, "Zhonglaji, as long as the two of you agree, I can immediately take you out." After hearing Zhongmeng's guarantee, although Zhonglaji still had some doubts in his heart, but when he saw that Prince Zhong did not seem to be lying, a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. However, even if Prince Zhong could take him and Yi Xian away, would he and Yi Xian really leave with him? If they really left, it would be equivalent to betraying their sect. No matter how high their achievements were in the future, they would carry the crime of betraying their sect for the rest of their lives. Zhonglaji did not want to carry this crime, and neither did Yi Xian. Chapter 298. However, if he didn't go with Prince Zhong, Zhonglaji turned to look at the motionless Yi Xian and Bai Jianmu, who was punching and kicking Yi Xian. He shuddered for no reason. Zhongmeng saw that Zhonglaji didn't answer him for a long time and hurriedly said, "How about this? As long as the two of you come with me, I can help you find the blueprint and prove that you didn't steal it. What do you think?" Zhonglaji's eyes lit up when he heard this. He quickly asked, "Prince Zhong, do you know where the blueprint is?" Zhongmeng shook his head. "I don't know yet." A trace of confidence appeared on Zhongmeng's face. "However, I believe that there's nothing in this world that I can't find." Zhonglaji originally thought that Prince Zhong knew where the blueprint was, but he didn't expect that he would have to find it first. Hearing Zhongmeng's words, Zhonglaji's heart sank. What was this place? This was the Heaven's Secrets sect's South County branch. The people here were all experts in mechanism techniques. It was the gathering place of the best mechanism masters in the world. It wasn't a matter of whether Zhonglaji believed it or not, but it was impossible to find something hidden by a mechanism master in a place like this. Looking at Zhonglaji's doubtful expression, Zhongmeng knew that he didn't believe it. However, so what? Wouldn't it be better if they found it? Thinking of this, Zhongmeng smiled and said, "Zhonglaji, you don't have to worry about anything else. As long as you agree to my conditions, I can take you away immediately. Not only that, I can also find the blueprint to prove your innocence. What do you think?" At this point, Zhongmeng turned his head to glance at Yi Xian and urged him, "Zhonglaji, you have to think about it quickly. If you take too long, I'm afraid your junior brother Yi won't make it." When Zhonglaji heard this, he turned to look at Yi Xian, then at his master, Sun Xinzheng. He saw that his master was also looking at Yi Xian, but he had no intention of stopping Bai Jianmu. Seeing this scene, Zhonglaji suddenly turned to look at Zhongmeng and nodded firmly. At this point, Zhonglaji had completely given up. He originally thought that his master would let them off on account of their relationship as master and disciple. But now it seemed like it was simply wishful thinking. Although Zhong Leji understood Sun Xinjing's desire to retrieve the blueprints, it didn't mean that Zhong Leji was willing to accompany Sun Xinjing. Zhong Leji could not guarantee that Yi Xian did not steal the blueprint, but he could swear to the heavens that he did not steal it. Zhong Leji suddenly recalled what Zhong Meng had said earlier. Without my tongue, I can't smell anything. Thinking of this, Zhong Leji couldn't help but shiver. He nodded at Zhong Meng again and said softly, I promise you, but I hope that Prince Zhong will hurry up. If he's too slow, Yi Xian might. After hearing Zhong Leji's words, Zhong Meng nodded and then asked, oh right, when the time comes, I hope that Yi Xian will also build an auction house for me. I hope that you can persuade him for me, in case he doesn't listen to me. Hearing Zhong Meng's words, Zhong Leji was stunned for a moment. Then, he gritted his teeth and nodded. I promise you. As soon as Zhong Leji finished speaking, he felt someone patting his shoulder. The next moment, Prince Zhong was standing in front of him and looking at him with a smile. Zhong Leji hurriedly blinked, thinking that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Zhong Leji didn't believe that someone could easily break out of the encirclement surrounded by 8 pre-celestial iron warriors. However, the truth was right in front of him. Prince Zhong was right in front of him, and the 8 iron warriors were still there, unmoving. Seeing this scene, Zhong Leji pointed at the 8 iron warriors in shock and asked in a trembling voice, How did you get out? Zhong Meng smiled. I walked out like this. Zhong Meng suddenly leaned over to Zhong Leji and asked in a low voice, Do you know how to build these big iron guys? After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Zhong Leji hurriedly shook his head. No. Zhong Meng was a little disappointed when he heard Zhong Leji say that he didn't know how to build them. He originally wanted Zhong Leji to build them for him to see an auction house. Zhong Meng cast a sidelong glance at the 8 iron fellows and asked, If I take these 8 iron fellows away, will you be able to command them? Zhong Leji was surprised and shook his head again. Only my master can command them. Zhong Meng sighed in disappointment. Well, let's talk about this later. Let's save Yi Xian first. Zhong Leji only heard Zhong Meng's words when he heard Bai Zhenmu's scream. Zhong Leji hurriedly turned his head and saw Bai Zhenmu stuck to the wall, motionless. Yes, he was stuck to the wall, but he didn't fall to the ground. Seeing that Zhong Meng was meddling in other people's business again, Sun Xinjing was no longer polite. He waved his hand and shouted, Iron warriors, listen to my order. Immediately attack this person. As Sun Xinjing's voice fell, everyone in the hall felt the ground under their feet tremble at the same time. The shadows in front of them swayed, and the 8 big iron warriors leaped into the air and pounced on Zhong Meng from different directions. The strength of the 8 great iron jingguangs was very strong, and the strong wind brought about by their attacks reverberated in the hall. Everyone couldn't help but take a few steps back before they could stabilize their bodies. Then, their faces changed, and they all ran out of the hall. These people were very clear about the power of the 8 big iron warriors. If the 8 big iron warriors attacked at the same time, it would be a disaster if they didn't handle it well. At this moment, the disciples weren't the only ones running out of the hall. Even Sun Xinjing was no exception. He also desperately ran out of the hall. In the end, only Zhong Meng, Yi Xian, who couldn't move, and Zhong Leji were left in the hall. Right, there was also Bai Zhenmu. Bai Zhenmu, who was embedded in the wall, was also blown down from the wall by the strong wind and fell to the ground. Bai Zhenmu had already been beaten unconscious by Zhong Meng. Now that he fell down from the wall, he woke up from his coma. As soon as Bai Zhenmu woke up, he felt several powerful true qi surging in the hall. He was so scared that he hurriedly rolled to the side and hid in the corner. Although the 8 Tai Jinggangs were fast, Zhong Meng was still able to see them clearly. These 8 Tai Jinggangs were made of iron, but they could actually emit true qi, which made Zhong Meng very curious. Could it be that these big iron warriors could also cultivate true qi? These 8 big iron warriors surrounded him in different directions, either with their fists or claws. In short, the 8 big iron warriors' attacking methods were different, but they had one thing in common. Although Zhong Meng wasn't afraid of their attacks, he could tell that these big iron warriors were definitely powerful. Even the 5 guards with the highest level of martial arts that he had ever seen would not be a match for these iron men. Chapter 299. Seeing that the attacks of the 8 iron adamantines were about to arrive, Zhong Meng's clothes were fluttering in the strong wind. Zhong Meng's figure suddenly disappeared and appeared behind the 8 iron adamantines in the next moment. Zhong Meng looked around, trying to find something to restrain the 8 iron adamantines so that they wouldn't get in the way. Although it was easy for him to defeat the 8 iron adamantines, he wanted to keep the 8 iron adamantines so that they could guard the door for him in the future. If he invited other experts to open the door for him, he would need to pay them a salary, take care of their food and accommodation, and all kinds of benefits. Zhong Meng had already thought about it. When he went back, he would bring the 8 iron adamantines back with him to guard the door of the auction house for him. Although Zhong Meng could easily defeat the 8 iron adamantines, it was not easy to restrain them. It was definitely going to be a big problem if he wanted to restrain the 8 great metals without harming them. Just as Zhong Meng was in a daze, the 8 iron adamantines' attacks had already smashed into the place where Zhong Meng was originally standing. Everyone only heard a loud bang as the attacks of the 8 iron adamantines landed on the ground at the same time. The strong wind gathered together and immediately caused an earth-shattering explosion. There was a second floor above the hall where everyone was standing, but it was useless. Under the surging of the strong wind, the whole building suddenly exploded, the roof was lifted high, and the walls scattered in all directions. The most unlucky ones were the people in the hall. Although they ran out when they saw the situation was not good, the 8 iron adamantines' attacks were very fast. As soon as they ran out of the door, they were hit by the strong wind around them. In the next moment, they were thrown far away. Sun Xinjing was no exception. Just as he ran out of the door, he felt a heavy blow on his back. Just as he let out a blood-curdling scream, his entire body was sent flying into the air, as if he was riding on a cloud. After flying for more than 10 meters, Sun Xinjing screamed and fell to the ground. Sun Xinjing was already advanced in age, and he had suffered repeated blows. He fell to the ground and screamed incessantly. The next moment, Sun Xinjing only felt a series of whooshing sounds coming from above his head. He was so scared that he didn't dare to scream anymore. He endured the pain and lay on the ground tightly, not daring to move at all. What flew over Sun Xinjing's head was the shattered wall fragments. He also knew that under such a powerful force, these fragments were no different from hidden weapons. If he was hit, he would definitely not have a good ending. Looking at the dust in front of him, Sun Xinjing was so regretful that his intestines turned green. In his anxiety earlier, he had given the order to attack instead of capturing Prince Zhong. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Sun Xinjing finally recovered from his shock and looked around him when there were no more wall fragments breaking through the air above his head. The surrounding area was already filled with dust, and screams could be heard. Sun Xinjing wanted to stand up. Only then did he feel the sharp pain in his body, which made him unable to stand up for a while. After an unknown amount of time, the dust around him had mostly dissipated. Sun Xinjing slowly stood up and went to the original position of the hall to take a look. Through the dust, Sun Xinjing saw that the hall had completely disappeared. Under such a powerful attack, he believed that no one could survive. Sun Xinjing sighed. In the hall, Yi Xian had already been beaten unconscious by Jianmu. It was unlikely that he could escape. Zhong Leji might not be able to think of running away when he was in such a daze. Prince Zhong must have been smashed to pieces under such a powerful attack. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing felt a little sorrowful. He never thought that things would turn out like this. Just as Sun Xinjing was in a daze, the dust gradually dissipated. He suddenly realized that in the dust, there were actually a few figures in front of him. Prince Zhong, Yi Xian, and Zhong Leji were there talking about something. What's going on? Sun Xinjing thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. He quickly blinked and looked in the direction of the few people. Only then did he realize that his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. Prince Zhong and the other two were standing there and talking as if nothing had happened. Seeing Prince Zhong and the other two, Sun Xinjing was surprised and a little puzzled. He carefully looked around and suddenly opened his mouth in shock, speechless. Since Prince Zhong and the others were standing there, where did the 8 great iron diamonds go? Sun Xinjing looked around, but did not find the shadow of the 8 great iron vajras. The 8 great iron diamonds disappeared. They just disappeared in front of his eyes. What's going on? What's going on? Sun Xinjing was shocked. He suddenly reacted and staggered toward Yi Xian and the others. Sun Xinjing wanted to find the 8 great iron diamonds. The reason why no one in the South County branch dared to cause trouble was because of the existence of the 8 great iron diamonds. However, the 8 great iron diamonds had disappeared. Yi Xian had already woken up. At this moment, he was standing there with Zhong Laji's support. He was staring blankly at the situation around him. Seeing the scene in front of him, Zhong Laji's mind went blank. He could only look at everything around him. The house he lived in was gone. It had completely disappeared. Under such a powerful attack, he still did not know how he survived. He only knew that when he was agitated in the hall, he was pulled to Yi Xian's side. Then, the attack that happened around him seemed to have nothing to do with him. Zhong Laji watched helplessly as the roof was lifted by the strong wind and flew out in all directions. The walls, tables, chairs, benches, and all kinds of decorations in the hall were blown away by this strong wind, as if a big explosion had occurred, emitting a sharp whistling sound. In the blink of an eye, the place became empty. Other than the dust that filled the sky, there was nothing else. This was what Zhong Laji saw with his own eyes. He witnessed how his house disappeared into thin air. Just as Zhong Laji was in a daze, he suddenly realized that Yi Xian, who was originally unconscious, had slowly opened his eyes. Then, he slowly stood up. At this moment, Zhong Meng came to the two of them. "Hey, are the two of you okay?" After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Zhong Laji snapped out of his daze and hurriedly replied, "We're fine. Junior brother Yi and I are fine. Prince Zhong, what about you?" Zhong Meng shook his head. "I'm fine. These guys are really strong. They've made this place so dirty. It's too dirty." While Zhong Laji and Zhong Meng were talking, Yi Xian suddenly pointed in a direction and said in a hoarse voice, "Third senior brother, master is here." Zhong Meng and Zhong Laji hurriedly turned to look and saw Sun Xinjing staggering toward them. At this moment, Sun Xinjing was covered in dust. Not only that, there was a trace of snow seeping out of the corner of his mouth. His face was pale, and his eyes were full of shock. Chapter 300. When Zhong Laji saw Sun Xinjing coming over, he was about to go up and speak when the originally weak Sun Xinjing immediately roared at Zhong Meng as soon as he arrived in front of everyone. "Prince Zhong, tell me, where did the 8 iron Vajras go?" Hearing Sun Xinjing's roar, Zhong Meng smiled and pointed at his feet. "Don't worry, they're all here." After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Zhong Laji realized that Zhong Meng was standing in front of a huge pit. Sun Xinjing, on the other hand, was running toward Zhong Meng like a madman. When he arrived in front of Zhong Meng, Sun Xinjing, who was originally furious, was suddenly stunned. There was indeed a huge pit in front of Zhong Meng. The formation of this pit should have been caused by the joint attack of the 8 iron Vajras just now. The 8 iron Vajras of the South County branch were also neatly lying in the pit. What surprised Sun Xinjing was that the 8 iron Vajras did not seem to have suffered any damage because they were still struggling in the pit. But why didn't they run out? Sun Xinjing carefully sized them up and was shocked to discover that the reason why the 8 great guardian deities did not climb out of the pit was because the 8 great guardian deities were neatly stacked in the pit, and Zhong Meng's foot was stepping on the body of the Tijingang at the top. Could it be that this young man in front of him was stepping on the Iron Vaja's body, so the powerful Iron Vaja could not run out? Sun Xinjing looked at Zhong Meng in disbelief. After a while, he reacted and asked in a trembling voice, "Why didn't they come out?" Zhong Meng smiled and pointed at his feet. "Of course, it's because I'm stepping on them." At this point, Zhong Meng paused for a moment before continuing. "By the way, Division Leader Sun, can you give these Iron Vajras to me and let them guard the door for me? Give them to you and let them guard the door for you." After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Xinjing's mind fell into a mess. This was the treasure of the South County branch. It was precisely because the South County branch had the 8 iron Vajras that no one dared to cause trouble here. The South County branch was able to live peacefully for so many years because of the power of the 8 iron Vajras. The 8 iron Vajras were extremely powerful. Even 10 ordinary experts were no match for 1 iron Vaja's Vajras, not to mention the iron Vajras to fight. The huge pit in front of the Iron Vajras was proof of the 8 Iron Vajras. Moreover, this was the first time the 8 Iron Vajras had attacked. They had not attacked with their full strength. If they had attacked with their full strength, the damage would have been much greater than now. However, this young man who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth actually wanted him to give the 8 Iron Vajras to him. The purpose was to guard the door for him. After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Xinjing felt a surge in his stomach. He almost spat out a mouthful of saliva. Seeing Sun Xinjing's red face and not saying a word, Zhong Meng was a little anxious. "Hey, Division Leader Sun, how about it? If you give these Iron Vajras to me, I won't blame you for letting them attack me just now. How about it?" After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Xinjing took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. Then, he asked tentatively, "Prince Zhong, are you injured?" Zhong Meng shook his head when he heard this. Then, he asked again, "Division Leader Sun, give me a straightforward answer. If you don't agree, I'll take these Iron Vajras away." Sun Xinjing was shocked when he heard this. This Prince Zhong could throw the 8 Iron Vajras into the huge pit. Perhaps he really had a way to take them away. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing said with some difficulty, "Prince Zhong, this won't do. These 8 Iron Vajras are the treasures of the division. If you take them away, what about the safety of the division?" Zhong Meng pointed at the 8 Iron Vajras in the huge pit and asked in confusion, "Division Leader Sun, does your South County branch rely on these 8 Iron Vajras to protect it?" Hearing Zhong Meng's question, Sun Xinjing was really stunned. Could it be that with the power of the 8 Iron Vajras, it was not enough to protect the safety of the South County branch? One had to know that many heroes had been beaten into meat paste by the 8 Iron Vajras. Many people were extremely envious when they heard the reputation of the 8 Iron Vajras. Sun Xinjing dared to guarantee that if he wanted to sell the 8 Iron Vajras, all the powerful families or sects in the underworld would rush to buy them. Why did it become such an unbearable thing in Prince Zhong's mouth? Sun Xinjing stood there in a daze for a moment, then slowly said, "Young Master Zhong, it's impossible to give it to you. In the 8 great iron steels, not only are they the most precious treasures, but the most important thing is that if you want to forge iron steels, not only is the cost enormous, even the raw materials required are extremely difficult to find. After so many years, the division has only forged 41 Iron Vajras." At this point, Sun Xinjing sighed and continued, "Now, even if we want to forge them again, I'm afraid we won't be able to find the core to forge the Iron Vajras." Zhong Meng was stunned for a moment before he asked, "Division Leader Sun, do you mean that there are only 41 Iron Vajras in this world?" Sun Xinjing nodded. "Other than our division, it's impossible for outsiders to forge this kind of Iron Vajras. Therefore, I'm sure that there are only 41 Iron Vajras in this world." Zhong Meng nodded and muttered to himself, "So there are only 41. That's too little." At this point, Zhong Meng raised his head and looked at Sun Xinjing. He said with a smile, "Since you don't have many Iron Vajras, how about this? Give me 4, and we'll call it quits. What do you think?" Sun Xinjing heard this and flatly refused. "No." Zhong Meng sneered. "Division Leader Sun, are you serious? Don't forget that you just ordered these 8 Iron Vajras to attack me. If I didn't dodge quickly, I would have been hit by these 8 Iron Vajras. If you give me 4 Iron Vajras now, I can let bygones be bygones. If you don't agree, Mph." After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Xinjing's heart was suddenly startled. Just now, he was only concerned about his 8 great Iron Vajras, but he forgot that it was because of his command that the 8 great Iron Vajras took action. The key point was that Zhong Meng was right. Just now, the 8 Iron Vajras joined forces to deal with him. This was absolutely true. Although the order to attack Zhong Meng was given by him, to give 4 Iron Vajras to Zhong Meng as compensation, Sun Xinjing could only sneer in his heart. Since he understood Zhong Meng's thoughts, Sun Xinjing had already made up his mind. Seeing that Zhong Meng was looking elsewhere, he secretly moved back. When he came to the opposite side of the big pit. Chapter 301. When Zhong Meng saw Sun Xinjing walk to the other side of the pit, he thought that Sun Xinjing was going to run away. He hurriedly said, "Old Sun, don't think that you can run away. If you don't give me a metal guy today, I won't let you off. After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Xinjing, who was standing on the opposite side of the crater, let out a cold laugh. Young Master Zhong, is that so? Then I would like to see how you are going to continue fighting with me. Speaking up to this point, Sun Xinjing suddenly shouted towards the pit, Iron Diamonds, stand up and destroy this arrogant bastard. As soon as Sun Xinjing's voice fell, the 8 iron diamonds in the pit began to struggle violently. Along with the fierce struggle of the 8 iron diamonds, 16 arms and 16 legs were constantly waving around in the pit. Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering sound in the pit. At the same time, a cloud of dust came out of the pit. Seeing the 8 iron diamonds start to move, Sun Xinjing's mouth immediately curved into a cold smile. No matter what method Prince Zhong used to throw the 8 iron diamonds into the pit, Sun Xinjing believed that with the power of the 8 iron diamonds struggling together, they would definitely be able to break free. Zhong Laji and Yi Xian, who were standing not far away, heard Sun Xinjing's words and their expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly spoke up to stop him. Master, don't. But unfortunately, a thunderous sound came from the pit, completely drowning out their voices. Seeing more and more dust rising from the pit, Sun Xinjing couldn't stand it anymore. He hurriedly covered his mouth and nose with his sleeve and took a few steps back to avoid the large cloud of dust rising from the pit. More and more dust rose from the pit, and the sound became louder and louder. The power of the 8 iron diamonds was astonishing. Their arms hit the walls of the pit, and the sound was almost like muffled thunder. The people standing at the edge of the crater felt as if the ground beneath their feet was shaking. The dust in the pit grew more and more, but the sound was getting lower and lower. Just as Sun Xinjing was feeling a little confused, he suddenly felt the ground under his feet loosen, and a crack formed under his feet. Seeing this, Sun Xinjing was shocked. He wanted to jump away, but it was too late. The crack was under his feet, and it was impossible for him to use the force of his feet to escape. Helpless, he could only watch himself fall into the crack. Fortunately, the crack wasn't deep. As soon as Sun Xinjing's feet touched the ground, he immediately jumped out of the pit. Not long after Sun Xinjing jumped out of the pit, he felt that there was no sound in the big pit in front of him. Not only that, even the dust gradually became smaller. Seeing this scene, Sun Xinjing was confused. Could it be that the 8 iron diamonds had already come out? Sun Xinjing looked around, but he did not see any signs of the 8 iron diamonds. Through the thick dust, Sun Xinjing only saw Zhong Meng on the opposite side of the pit. He was still standing there without moving. Seeing Zhong Meng across from him, Sun Xinjing's heart suddenly had a bad feeling. He suddenly took a step forward and walked towards the crater. When he arrived in front of the crater, he looked inside. Although there was still dust in the pit, Sun Xinjing could see clearly that the 8 iron diamonds, the treasure of the South County branch, were still in the pit. They were still neatly stacked like before. There was no trace of them being moved at all. The only difference was that the 4 sides of the crater were already filled with cracks due to the impact of the 8 great iron metals. Seeing this, Sun Xinjing raised his head in a daze and looked at Zhong Meng on the opposite side of the pit. He wanted to say something, but he really didn't know what to say. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind Sun Xinjing. Master, this Prince Zhong has committed a heinous crime. You mustn't let him leave. Hearing this voice, Sun Xinjing turned his head in a daze and saw Bai Jianmu limping over from afar. Beside him were Tang Jianan and Liu Huarong. Just as Sun Xinjing was in a daze and didn't know what to say, Zhong Meng suddenly said, Old Sun, do you have any other abilities? I'll ask you again. Give me 4 iron diamonds, and I won't blame you for ordering them to attack me just now. Don't forget, you've already ordered them to attack me twice. Hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Xinjing shook his head bitterly and said in a hoarse voice, Prince Zhong, it's not that I don't want to give them to you, but these 8 iron diamonds belong to my master. If I give them to you, I won't be able to answer to my master. Please forgive me, Prince Zhong. Zhong Meng sneered when he heard this. In that case, you ordered the 8 iron diamonds to besiege me, and I suffered for nothing. Seeing that Sun Xinjing had no intention of answering him, Zhong Meng continued. Look at your troubled face. How about this? Give me 2, and I won't blame you. Otherwise, HMPH. Sun Xinjing shook his head. Prince Zhong, don't make things difficult for me. Let alone 2, I can't even give you 1. Zhong Meng was furious when he heard this. He said angrily, old son, if it weren't for the fact that these 8 iron diamonds were still useful, I would have turned them into scrap metal. You're still bargaining with me. Do you believe that I won't destroy these 8 iron diamonds right now? No. Prince Zhong, stop. As soon as Zhong Meng's voice fell, before Sun Xinjing could answer, Yi Xian and Zhong Laji behind him shouted in shock. As the 2 of them shouted, Yi Xian, who was supported by Zhong Laji, walked towards Zhong Meng. As they approached, Yi Xian and Zhong Laji cupped their hands at Zhong Meng. Prince Zhong, you mustn't do this. The 8 iron diamonds are our sect's treasures. If something happens to them, our sect's safety will be at stake. Please don't destroy them, Prince Zhong. Zhong Meng heard this and turned to look at Yi Xian and Zhong Laji. He said coldly, if you don't let me destroy these 8 iron diamonds, do you think I'll be beaten for nothing? No, there must be compensation. Otherwise, I will never let old Sun off. Compensation? Hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Xinjing's anger suddenly erupted. He pointed at Zhong Meng and said angrily, Prince Zhong, the 3 of you worked together to steal my blueprints, and now you want me to compensate you. You wish. Let me tell you, even if you destroy the 8 great metals, I will never compensate you. You can give up on this idea. Hearing Sun Xinjing's accusation, Zhong Meng was furious. Old Sun, you old fool. Even at this point, you still think that we stole the blueprints? Are you stupid? Let me tell you the truth. Even if you gave me that lousy blueprint for free, I wouldn't want it, let alone steal it. Hearing Zhong Meng's unpleasant words, Sun Xinjing immediately flew into a rage. He pointed at Zhong Meng and said angrily, ignorant brat, you need to deceive this branch master. If you didn't want that blueprint, why did you come up the mountain today? I think it's not that you don't want that blueprint, but that you're drooling over it. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.